The day was crap. I feel like it's time to. I guess a hat would induce some light. Looks darker than normal, but I mean, my eyes are just getting adjusted still. No. He's there though. In spirit. Bit of a slow day. But it's nice because Kara was home. She had the day off from work because she has a bit of a normal job. It's pretty rainy around here, just in Florida or whatever. So it wasn't too much fireworks. It was pretty thundery though, which is kind of a nature's fireworks in a sense. Didn't put out a TikTok today. Just didn't feel it, which is fine. It's also a holiday. I'm not. Maybe content on video apps is actually better to put out because people are just chilling at home. So I might, in the future, I can think about that part of it. But I figured we would kind of catch up on the list that we had. We got some actual food. We cooked burgers and dogs. I say we. Kara cooked burgers and dogs. And she also cooked some corn on the cob. And also a gigantic pile of macaroni salad, which is funny. It was like a bowl that's like this big. It's insane. Kara was able to eat her right. She was able to eat her corn on the cob using her new teeth, which is awesome for her. Hopefully it was everything she ever thought it would be. I mean, I guess technically, ever since you were a kid, I mean, when's the last time you think you ate corn on the cob? That's a long time ago. I still have that problem where I get these weird drop one frame out of every like 1,500, 2,000 frames. It's weird. It started kind of randomly at one point. There may have been some kind of odd setting I had turned on or something I tried. I could not undo that setting as far as I can tell, which is like, I'll figure it out eventually. Okay, enough fapping about. And sorry, I was a little like 20 minutes late. Whatever. Should be good though. Who doesn't start late? Let's take a look at the list. We've got the day's playlist. I added some stuff to it actually. Hold on. Thought I added some stuff to it. Oh yeah, there was stuff done here. There's definitely some stuff in here we're not going to get to. Some things that Kara had added as well. But I'm not sure how tired she is. Maybe we should start with that first. It kind of springboards off on the stuff that we were watching yesterday, which is sort of it was sort of about a bit of AI in the world and how things are turning into shit. Let's take a look.
The dead internet theory puts forward the idea that the internet is being completely taken over by bots and computer-generated content with genuine human interaction kept to a minimum in order to manipulate everything from public opinion to consumer spending. The theory asserts that most people you interact with online aren't real people, but instead bots and puppet accounts used to push products. And while this may seem like a pretty far-out theory, spending 2 minutes on Facebook.com will convince you otherwise. Facebook has always been unhinged, but over the last few few years it's become particularly full of slop. From insane AI-generated images with equally AI-generated comments to floods of bizarre fake movie posters that everyone seems to unironically think are real to so many pictures of lobster Jesus. Today I just want to take a look at the many types of slop content that can be found on Facebook and why so many people on the site seem to unironically believe all of it. Before we get into things, I just want to give a huge thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Midas Merge. Join King Midas and Queen Leah to restore the gardens of gold which are overshadowed by Nyx, the goddess of night. Merge fruits, sunbursts, eggs, and more to illuminate the gardens and hatch adorable mythical creatures. My favorite at the moment are Rurus, which are a bit more on the rare side, but as you can see, come in many different varieties.
I changed my, I thought this would have worked. Well, I guess it didn't. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Oops, and now I'm not typing. Wonder why that didn't work. Oh well.
All extremely cute. I am a huge fan of creature collecting games, so when I tell you that I'm obsessed with Midas Merge, that is not a joke. Also, a fun and random fact, Midas Merge is actually made by the same designers as The Sims 3 and 4. Midas Merge is completely free to download and perfect for offline play, making it super convenient for any situation. Whether you're on the bus to work or school, waiting for an appointment, political opinions. As one of the oldest mainstream social media platforms, it's generally used by a much older demographic than that of, say, Twitter or TikTok or Instagram. And while I'm not saying that any of those platforms are better by any stretch of the imagination, there's just a specific brand of unhinged engagement bait targeting older users that you don't find on any other site. From fake articles about celebrity news to photoshopped images and altered videos to hoaxes and scams. When I think of internet hoaxes, I think about bald for Bieber and charge your iPhone in the microwave and all of those other 2000s era Snopes rumors that spread around. But dumb viral internet hoaxes are very much still a thing, and a lot of them originate on Facebook. Just a few years ago, a hoax went viral claiming that if you made a post about how you don't give Facebook permission to use your data, they legally can't. And then for like a week straight, the site was flooded with all of these copy-pasted posts. Obviously, it goes without saying that this wasn't some magical gotcha, that's not how anything works, and these posts did nothing. The rampant misinformation and low-quality slop content on the site has only gotten worse in the last few years with the rise of AI image generators like Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, which have made it easier than ever to trick your distant relatives into believing that Jesus has been seen in Ohio. You don't even need to be proficient in Photoshop to spread lies on the internet anymore, all you need is a keyboard and a dream. The bar is basically as low as it's ever been. AI slop on Facebook comes in many shapes and sizes. If you can dream it, then some freak out there has probably forced a machine to make it. But there are some specific genres of image that tend to be incredibly popular, and I've sorted them into the following 5 categories. People suffering on their birthdays, Jesus/religious, I made this with my own hands, please like, children in third world countries building strange sculptures, and weird babies. As we go through this list,
okay, I thought the I made it with my own hands, please like was the thing. Really? You don't see... Wow.
You'll find that a lot of AI images farm engagement by being as sad as possible and eliciting sympathy.
And in case you don't know, Kara is one of the freaks who still uses Facebook as a person who is not 50 plus years old. It's crazy.
In the viewer, and people suffering on their birthdays is a great example of this. These images usually contain small children, babies, veterans, cute animals, or elderly people who have amputated limbs, diseases, or are just kind of laying sadly in the rain, clearly suffering. But not only are they suffering, it's also their birthday. Surely on this poor soul's special day you can drop one measly like to make them smile? Haven't these kids suffered enough for one lifetime? I mean, this kid has no arms and is also about to be hit by the car backing up in the background. This post got nearly 500,000 likes, by the way. Today's my birthday, please like. Happy birthday, soldier. Today is my birthday. Why don't pictures like this ever trend? Damn, they really messed Jesus up on that cross. These 2 examples show another really common genre of image, the patriotic military we love our soldiers brand.
You will never regret sharing this photo. Hey, who's the dude with the kid? who's the headless person with the kid? Who's the other man? I will ham BB back. I don't even... What?
Kind of image. I was gonna make this into its own genre, but these pretty much exclusively
He's holding a motherboard. Holy God, the dog is...
overlap with people suffering on their birthday and Jesus/religious images, so just keep an eye out for them throughout the rest of this list. Trust me, there'll be plenty more. Today is my birthday. Hope I get some love here. I love the idea of someone about to scroll past this and then having a change of heart and dropping a like specifically because it's the dog's birthday. Today is my birthday. Hope I get some love here. Happy birthday to me, but I haven't received any blessings yet. Weird, uncanny images of Jesus are unavoidable on Facebook, and due to their beautiful, heartwarming religious imagery, they tend to get a ton of likes. Why don't pictures like this ever trend? I didn't know Slender Man was in the NFL. What's going on down here? May 2024 is your best year. May 2024 is your best year. Again, beautiful cabin crew, Scarlett Johansson, kiss emoji, hashtag boom challenge. Why don't pictures like this ever trend? Amen. There are so many pictures of Jesus on Facebook that I can identify at least a couple of other popular subgenres, including scary, uncanny lobster Jesus images, of which there are many, cyborg Jesus, which depicts Jesus with robotic limbs and RGB lighting, and hidden Jesus. Hidden Jesus images usually have some caption like squint at this image to see a miracle, and then it's like a photo of a lake and some trees or a pile of fruit where if you squint it makes up Jesus's face. I made this with my own hands, please like, is another genre of image that really tugs at the heartstrings in order to farm engagement. The images are posted in character as someone who has created something marvelous, whether it be a cake or a giant horse sculpture made out of bread, and really wants you to appreciate it. Sometimes the captions just ask for likes or recognition, while others have
Yeah, a lot of the like the third world ones that I thought that they mentioned as well, because that's what I thought of before. Which I've seen these before, where it's like, look, I made this all out of broken glass that washes up on the shore. Please, and then it tries to gain engagement or whatever. Yeah, that was pretty good. People just coming out in the street like, oh my God, give me one of those gigantic $100 bills.
sob stories about how no one likes their work or how they've been working for 90 years and nobody appreciates them. These tend to get a huge number of likes, either because it's a poor old woman whose work has gone unappreciated and that's sad, or because people are wowed at the seemingly physically impossible creations that these people have made. Daniel carved his father on a tree. My son did this with love. Please don't be harsh on him, and thank you to everyone who has praised him. I finished this little job, but it seems that nobody in the group liked it. I fucking know, I wonder why. People online often ask if we as a species are cooked, and I think the fact that a Jesus head made out of peas got over 50,000 likes goes to show that we are in fact cooked. Made it with my own hands, thanks to everyone who appreciates this. Hello everyone, I am 121 years old. I made my own birthday cake with peach cream and filling. I started decorating cakes from 5 years old. I love it and I can't wait to grow my baking journey. There are tons and tons of exact copies of this specific post, all with slightly different images of old ladies.
Hey, that one's 11 years old. Hey, what the fuck?
In front of cakes. Bizarrely, every caption specifically mentions the cake having peach cream and filling. I can't tell whether these captions are all just copy-pasted from each other or whether there's something about peach and cream filling that these AI text generators think
it's almost like they know
really big on the algorithm.
Funny.
Made it with my own hands, but no one appreciates this. And last but not least, my personal favorite, I made this huge cat out of snow with my own hands. This is how slop posts should be. No begging for likes, no fake sob stories, just straight to the point. I made this giant fucking hyper-realistic cat out of snow with my bare hands and you're gonna like it. Children in third world countries building sculptures is basically what it says on the tin. The images consist of young kids from rural villages showing off impressive sculptures and inventions that they supposedly made, usually out of bottles, cans, and assorted trash. My friend and I made a male lion from plastic. It is a great idea. I made this plastic Frenchie from used bottles. It is a great idea. I made this with my own hands, thanks to everyone who appreciates this. May 2024 is your best year. What an excellent future automobile engineer, starting the day by sharing something beautiful. This genre of AI generated image is so common that it literally became a meme within the Stable Diffusion AI community, with memes mocking the trend flooding r/Stable Diffusion. Which is crazy because the call is coming from inside the house. You're part of the problem. These images tend to get a ton of comments from random boomers being like, God bless you, son. Keep letting that creative soul shine. Or like, Wow, despite the hardship, he kept going. Love heart emoji. Which is meant well, obviously, but both comes off as incredibly condescending and also ridiculous because what do you mean you looked at this and thought it was real? The final genre I've seen pop up a lot is weird babies, which theoretically are meant to look cute and adorable and get a lot of love heart reacts from grandmas, but in reality are freaky and horrifying. Wow, amazing a photo. There's this one that doesn't have a caption, but it's just like a weird baby and dog skiing. Awesome photographs. Hashtag bulldog love. Why don't pictures like this ever trend? While I was looking for examples of these weird baby AI photos that are meant to bait grandmas into sending them to their group chats, I found another genre entirely of AI baby images which were just very strange. There are whole communities online dedicated to generating AI images of toddlers posing with makeup and jewelry, wearing lashes, hoops, holding handbags, and posing like adults. I saw entire TikTok accounts dedicated to posting quote-unquote baby fashion shows where AI generated babies wear gowns, suits, and party dresses down runways. Like I said, most popular AI baby pictures are just meant to look cute, supposedly, and bait grandparents into liking them, but there are a lot of really weird and unsettling communities within the AI space, and this is one of them. If you spend your days generating these to the point where you have whole accounts dedicated to them, don't. Facebook is also filled to the brim with fake AI generated movie posters, often identifiable by their insane actor matchups, terrifying AI uncanniness, and nonsensical misspellings. Leah C is for Reed in Rambo New Blood. We're part 2.
That's targeting me because I don't understand. None of these words look wrong to me.
The Millers has over 260,000 likes, and Ratatouille has nearly 20,000. There's over 10k likes on the Twilight Saga 6, or Twilithizens as it's also known. This year, the long-awaited Braveheart 2 with Mel Gibson is coming out. The legend returns to fight you freedom once more. Click 2 because for some reason Adam Sandler movies are a real favorite with these fake movie poster creators. God knows why. I'm just kidding, I love the guy. Aquaman 3 with Timothée Chalamet and Jason Momoa. Jumanji 4, the final game with these freaky ass furries. The list truly goes on. As I said in the beginning of this video, Facebook has always been filled with dumb hoaxes, photoshopped videos, and scam links, but with the introduction of AI, these problems have increased tenfold. The site is flooded with god-awful Uncanny Valley AI nightmares, all with hundreds of comments from people who seem to unironically believe they're real. Fake movie posters with virus-filled links get hundreds of thousands of likes. Even the most simple posts like this photo of an aesthetically pleasing house with 10,000 likes is made with AI. The entire site feels like a ghost town kept alive by bot accounts posting, commenting, and recycling computer-generated content. How on earth did it get to this point, and why? In some cases, the motivation is clear. Many fake movie posters, for example, have links to supposed trailers or full movies which actually redirect to websites where they earn ad revenue from clicks. In other cases, fake AI products are being advertised with scam links. But in many cases, it's actually really unclear what the goal is. All birthday cake with peach and cream filling grandma wants is for you to appreciate her work, no fake links or crypto scams in sight. Jason Kobler of 404 Media did a deep dive into where all of this slop is coming from and discovered a rabbit hole of YouTube tutorials teaching people how to earn money by posting AI content on Facebook. In one video, a YouTuber called Gyan Abhishek is
that picture behind it.
Going through several images of emaciated figures
I
and comments,
paused, I don't want to...
The Indian audience is very emotional. After seeing photos like this, they like, comment, and share them, so you too should create a page like this, upload photos, and make money through performance bonus. The 404 Media article continues, quote, he scrolls through a page titled Anita Kumari, which has 112,000 followers and almost exclusively posts images of emaciated AI-generated people, natural disasters, and starving children. He pauses on another image of a man being eaten by bugs. They are getting so many likes, he says. They got 700 likes within 2 to 4 hours. They must have earned $100 just from this one photo. Facebook now pays you $100 for 1,000 likes. You must be wondering where you can get these images from. Don't worry, I'll show you how to create images with the help of AI.
I don't think that's true.
Facebook's performance bonus program allows users to essentially monetize their posts and earn money based on the amount of reach, reactions, shares, and comments they receive on the posts. Facebook's monetization program is in closed beta and is invite only. However, from what I've read, the bar for entry is pretty low and pretty much anyone can start up a low quality slop account and start farming engagement. According to Facebook itself, reach is defined as the number of people who have seen a post at least once, and it has the most impact on earnings. This is why so many AI posts are bizarre, shocking, grotesque, or horribly, almost comically sad. They're meant to grab your attention and get you to share them through any means necessary, because if you see the post even once, that earns the creator, and I use the term creator very loosely here, even more money. It also makes me wonder if the reason that so many of these AI pictures get...
But that's the thing, like there's just all this money inside of Facebook. People are, I guess, paying Facebook for ads this much, and it's getting them nothing because it's all trash. So it's crazy that something this useless is supposedly generating revenue, and it's because it would have to make Facebook money in order for it to pay out to other people. I can't imagine it's actually doing anything unless boomers are, I guess they're clicking on ads in between these posts, and that's what it's supposed to be?
So much engagement is because all of the performance program accounts are boosting each other. Kinda like a like for like situation, you know, you commented "God bless you, amen" on my post and I drop a like on yours. And on the surface it may seem like Facebook is being super generous and really giving back to their community with this performance bonus program, but really it's just a way for them to pay impoverished creators from places like Vietnam, the Philippines, and India a pittance to spend their lives churning out AI slop to increase engagement on their website, earning them exponentially more money in the process. It's just an endless cycle of garbage which does nothing but burn forests, exploit human labor, and fill the internet with more and more brainless, pointless, meaningless computer-generated slop. And while it may feel like Facebook is just one giant echo chamber where bots are spewing garbage into the void and no one on earth could possibly fall for any of it, people do. Compared to other social media apps, Facebook is primarily used by a much older demographic who statistically have a lot less internet literacy. These folks don't really understand what AI is, and a lot of the time if they see an image that looks like a photo, they just assume it's a photo. From a Reddit comment, quote, "A year or so back I had to correct my father-in-law who shared some video to his Facebook of a place on Earth where the moon passes in 15 seconds or so. It was clearly CGI, but he posted it with the caption like, 'Incredible, I need to visit this place.' His idiot friends are commenting about how amazing it looks and to send them pictures when he visits. I told him it was fake and he swore up and down that the Facebook page he got it from said it was real. Then I showed him other videos from the same artist. His reply, well, why would someone lie about this?"
Why would they lie? The famous Joe Rogan quote. Yeah.
I'm sure many of you watching have had a very similar experience. You know, a coworker or a relative shows you some weird AI video that they swear up and down is real when it most definitely is not. And it can be hard to convince them otherwise. The increase in weird AI sludge over the last few years has really warped people's perceptions of what's real, which, needless to say, can be very dangerous. If there's any lesson to take away from all of this, it's that now more than ever, it's really important to practice internet literacy and safety. Don't trust everything you see online. Check sources before blindly accepting information, you know, use common sense. And for the love of God, don't click any movie links on Facebook. Aquaman 7 is not coming out. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Honestly, I just made
that was pretty much what I expected, but it was fun to see it all. But then also it was interesting to learn about the back-end creator program thing that I did not know. It's just another one of those things where it's like, oh, if I had no soul and I wanted to just be a piece of shit, I could just churn out slop and try to get grandmas to like things on Facebook to pay some bills. And it's like, oh, I don't think I will do that. I don't think I will do that. I think that's bad. I won't do that. I would rather dig ditches, you know, honestly. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's a good video. Well done. Also, it's super simple. Like I also when I watch these videos, I also like to look at like, what are they doing? And it's just a real simple stand-up shot right next to a background. It wasn't even technically like, it was kind of a little bit canted, or at least the background made it look canted. And it's like, okay, but hey, it worked out great. Let's go back to let's try good work. It's been a while since I watched a good work video myself. Just because I've been watching a lot more Morning Brew stuff. But I'm kind of curious about this one. And also, today was one of the biggest airline days ever, apparently, for the United States with the 4th of July. I guess people are flying for 4th of July.
Here in the United States of America, me and my countrymen absolutely love flying. We fly planes.
I love his style. It's really cool to just stand around random places in New York, and it helps vary the shots. He just has a script. He goes out there and does it, but it has a nice look to it.
Over the top of our most important societal rituals to bless the proceedings, our most talented artists signal their ascension to the top of the cultural mountaintop by taking to the skies. And of course, our national symbol combines flying with our other favorite pastime, being white. The bald eagle. But over the last few months, my country's long-standing relationship with flying has descended rapidly, with horrible tragedies, repeated communication failures, and various other terrifying things dominating the headlines and our social media feeds. So is American aviation going down in flames? Or will we once again take to the skies like soaring bald eagles,
This person's like, what the hell?
mega stars, and glorious warplanes buzzing low over a bunch of jacked up big boys in tights about to concuss themselves in front of an audience of rabid Budweiser Vikings? It's been rough times in American skies lately, and if you haven't heard about it, I will now reenact exactly what it feels like my social media feed has turned into. We had the worst commercial air accident since 2009, killing 67 people. 2 days later, the Federal Aviation Administration, or FAA's, nationwide safety notification system went out, causing delays and cancellations. Then the Trump administration started firing FAA employees, including air traffic controllers, before being like,
Even a couple of days before we all got laid off, someone was like, "Oh yeah, my wife was in this place, and her flight got whatever. Then she was there until like 2 a.m. with the kids, and then boom, flight got canceled again." And it's just like, dang, because they were like some kind of like inspection thing that didn't work right, and they had to like double check it. And I was like, that's one of those things that I would definitely double check. Ooh, that's one of those things.
Never mind, we will keep the air traffic controllers. Planes caught fire on the runways at Orlando and Denver. A plane bound for Edmonton got a bunny wabbit sucked into its engine, causing it to emit, quote, giant fireballs. A plane aborted its landing after a close call at Chicago's Midway Airport.
That's crazy.
A DoorDash driver accidentally drove into restricted areas at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. A flight from San Diego got evacuated after a passenger said the person next to him had a bomb. This plane coming from Minnesota got to Toronto and then flipped over. There was a full radio communications blackout at Denver's air traffic control tower. There were multiple similar blackouts at Newark's air traffic control tower, which currently employs only 22 of the 38 controllers that the FAA says it should have working, leading 5 Newark controllers to take trauma leave and 1 Newark controller to do a steamy photo shoot and interview with the Wall Street Journal, where he said he doesn't want to be responsible for killing 400 people. And all of this is happening in the midst of a nationwide shortage of air traffic controllers. Only 2 of our 313 air traffic control towers have met the staffing targets set by the FAA. This means 98% of our air traffic control towers are currently understaffed.
That's a lot.
So basically, 100% of our air traffic control towers are currently understaffed. Now that's all pretty daunting stuff. A systemic crisis in our country's aviation system with profound ramifications not only for American business, but also the safety of American citizens. In fact, the issue was so daunting that I decided to grant the wish of a young transportation enthusiast who's a huge fan of the show and finally let him call in. First off, congratulations on the
child
beard. How long?
Oh
how
my
long
god!
is that?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
You've been working on that for?
This is about 2 months worth now, month and a half maybe.
That's great. I'm going on 14 years here, so it's good to know that.
Keep working on it. This could be your year.
Clearly, he was in the palm of my hand, but it was time to stop beating around the Buttigieg face bush and get back to business. Are things more bad than they used to be in terms of aviation safety, or do we just now have more coverage of these issues, which makes it seem that way?
So from what I've seen so far, a lot of this is that we're just paying more attention to it. America went years without a fatal airliner crash like the tragedy that happened in Washington earlier this year. It remains the case that flying is dramatically safer than pretty much any other way we know of getting around. That being said, I mean, these issues are real and serious. I mean, you should not have that level of
It's a little complicated. I'll fight up, no more love, and I hate to see you waiting. Had to have shooting for the stars, and I couldn't make a killing. Always had a vision, always had
2028 is coming to you fast. You're gonna see it. They're gonna bring Pete Buttigieg back, and they're gonna try to make him fucking run for president. It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck ass.
of understaffing that we see right now in places like the tower that serves Newark, and we should not see the kind of technology glitches that have happened at Newark, Denver, and a lot of other places.
Thanks, Peter. One thing you may not know about me is that I'm an enormous fan of spam emails. Every morning I put on a pot of coffee, I crack open my email, and I just can't wait to start reading my spam. There's just something comforting knowing that no matter how many spam emails I read, there will always be more waiting for me. You can imagine my disgust.
I don't know. I use Gmail. I don't get shit. It's crazy. I mean, other emails I used to get spams all the fucking time.
When I recently learned about something called Incogni, a data privacy service that makes it absurdly easy to eliminate spam emails from your life? What is this bullshit? Apparently the reason why I get so many incredible spam emails is because data brokers are constantly selling my contact information to businesses and marketing agencies, who then put me on their email lists even though I didn't sign up for it. So what the evil people at Incogni do is reach out directly to data brokers on your behalf, and they make the data brokers remove your personal information. You don't even have to ask Incogni to do it. My name is Dan Toomey, and I choose spam. And all of the other aviation geeks that I spoke to for this investigation said variations of the same thing. That the recent slew of scary stories is less a reflection of a dangerous system and is actually an illustration of how safe things have been in the 21st century. We've had so few incidents that anytime anything happens, it creates a massive, hypersensitive media cycle that does a horrible job of
I've heard this argument before where there are so many things that don't go reported, so that when they report a few, everyone freaks out.
Contextualizing information. Kind of like how I did about a minute ago. Here's Lori Aratani, a longtime transportation reporter for the Washington Post.
There is a group of...
It's kind of like when all those train derailments were getting big because Palestine, Ohio had that huge chemical problem. And then all of a sudden they started reporting on all the train derailments, which happened a lot, actually. But they just kept doing it because it was all of a sudden people would be interested in it, but they normally wouldn't. Or the media just decides we shouldn't cover it, even though it's like infrastructure problems in America. They just choose to ignore it because whatever.
Veteran aviation reporters that did a lot of their work in the 70s and the 80s when they talked about covering air crashes, every other month. There are a few of them still around, and they kind
which is like a quarter of the rate of our current mass shooting reporting.
of chuckle that everyone gets all stirred up when there are these incidents because they're like, oh, back in the day, this was happening all the time.
It's statements like that that make me happy that I am not alive back in the day.
That's not to minimize the fear, because I know that there are a lot of people out there who are very nervous about flying. I mean, this terrible accident, this terrible collision that we had near National Airport here in Washington, D.C., right? It's scary and it's terrible and it's sad. But that was the first fatal passenger crash we've had in, I think, since 2009.
But it was a very fatal one. Like, there was multiple fatals in it.
When the Colgan Air crash happened. So it really is a safe farm.
And here's Captain...
But also when it's getting less safe, because, like, the goal should be 0. Like, that would be and what is clearly obtainable because we did it for a decade plus. You know, like it's super doable. So that's the goal. So when it is not the goal, and it's also, you can point to reducing budgets, slacking restrictions, all of a sudden causing them again. You go, oh, just because it's rare doesn't mean that it's chill, because we could just do what we were doing before again, because we did this before.
Steve, an active pilot and a rising internet star, making videos educating the public about flying.
And it's Steve. It's multiple E's, right? Am I getting
Yeah,
that right?
there's 3 E's in that Steve. Captain
What? What? What?
Steve.
It's important to get these things right, people. It's just what a professional like me does.
The last few months have been kind of unprecedented in terms of visibility and aviation accidents, incidents, mishaps. Part of it is, I think the aviation industry has become a victim of their own success. In the last 10 to 12 years, you've heard virtually nothing. So when the DCA crash happened, that was very tragic and awful and caught all of us off guard.
But
And then it brings it into the public attention again, right? You're seeing the normal day-to-day stuff, an airplane that pushes back off a gate and something happens and people have to evacuate, or an airplane that skids off the runway someplace, or a small single-engine airplane that the pilot loses control and it crashes. Those things have been happening. They just didn't make the national news, and it was all started with that one event back in DCA.
And last up on the runway is Dan Bubb, an aviation historian, former pilot, and current...
hey, you can see the LUT change for a second. Something about this this page turn effect caused the thing to it applied the LUT twice or something.
And last up on the runway is
You see what the fuck was that?
Dan Bubb, an aviation historian, former pilot, and current professor at UNLV.
One of the questions I'm frequently asked, but at the end of media interviews is, would you put your family on a plane? I say, yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't give it a second thought.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I hate them. They're all insured. What do you mean? Of course I would.
What I really would like to emphasize
What if we were family?
to everybody, air travel is very safe. You should feel confident getting on a plane. At the end of the day, we're safely going to get you to where.
I also assume that they shoot all of those interview him versus the wall of carpet, whatever cubicle thing. They shoot those later, and they just mix them in.
Where you're going.
All right, Bub. But that being said, there are real problems lurking in this system that are becoming more clear the longer they go unaddressed. And these mostly boil down to the two things that Pete mentioned earlier: technology and understaffing. And while these problems don't mean...
Also, I'm kind of oh, damn it. I'm impressed with his busted ass mic this build with a way too big floof on top, which does not fit, and then just using like a basic, what I thought at first was a basic label maker to just print out the word good work, but actually it does appear to be something different. Maybe, I don't know, because that's not like a traditional like plastic label printer, because it's too big, and also the font is too nice for one of those shitty little heat sticker maker things. So maybe that is actually a piece of paper.
Things that Pete mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Technology and understaffing. And while these problems don't mean that everybody should stop flying out of safety concerns, they do point to a potential slow erosion of our aviation system into one that's full of delays, cancellations, and dysfunction.
We are facing a massive shortage of air traffic controllers. It's been going on for decades, and we're about 3,000 controllers short of the number they need to consider the system.
Okay, well that's interesting. If we've been as short as we have been, I mean, maybe they're doing different things with the hours, or because all of a sudden a sudden spike in incidences implies something. Like individually, bad luck could happen here and there, but when you have it systemically happening across the country, it's different, right? So what's the layer that they're not revealing here? What's the one change? But yeah, I was just going to show, like, this is my version of the same thing that he has, but I have my logo And I figured I'd put my name on it just so that way it's a bit more clear. People are like, "Oh, what's your channel?" I could be like, "This is where it is." If you like, if I do something, I could be like, "Oh, you could see it here." Although maybe I should make one that has like YouTube on it too. Well, I only have so many of these little plastic things. Like I bought them like from AliExpress back before the tariffs were threatened. This is one for Dump Duke. So if we ever do stuff for the Dump Duke campaign, it's printed out with our laser printer, so it actually looks really nice. Cut them out, and then I just use a Sharpie to put black because like the paper leaves a little white piece of paper around it. But if you use a Sharpie around it, it kind of creates a little bit of a border. You can kind of see the inking there when the plastic shines just right. This is about trying to go to public municipal power instead of for-profit power. And then more just generic stuff is just like the Pinellas DSA spoonbill for the Pinellas DSA, even though technically I don't live in Pinellas city, but it's still a good group of people to do stuff with. This is kind of cool because it's a try one, which is different. It's almost a bad choice just because, I mean, other ones are very circular, so they wouldn't fit very well either, but it's just such a small logo and it's a big field of black. Anyway, that's my TV production tangent. Oh, I should also show, but then like my muff is made. Can you see? It's kind of hard to see without being lit. There you go. The cutout is very specifically square to match the shape of this square device. Now, technically, this is a Rode branded piece of plastic because they make their own square Rode microphone things that fit in here, but they all use a very similar, like, little clip on your clothes. So this mic probably stands up a little bit taller than they would normally want you to, but it still fits through the little thing. And then I had to, you might be able to tell a little bit, the word Rode was printed all around this thing. So I had a piece of tape over it, and when I pulled the tape off, it kind of like ripped parts of the foam off, and it looked bad, even just to have the word Rode there. So then I just used a Sharpie to go over it like crazy. You'd never know with the muff on. That is a different microphone inside? Yeah, totally. But then sometimes when the light catches it just right, you can kind of catch that there was some words there, maybe. Maybe that's just my imagination. Trying to see if I can get any of the letters. I tried to like not only go over the letter, but then kind of go beyond to kind of like fade out. Almost like when you're like painting over a patch in the hole in the wall. You don't just paint the square, you kind of like move the brush to kind of like slowly dissipate the thing across, although it can kill. It's getting better, but it smells like a Sharpie because there's just a lot of Sharpie in here. So it's like slowly it'll gas out all those like death fumes, and you don't talk to it like this, so no one should notice the smell anyway. I don't think it's a problem. Just get people high, like, hello, what do you have to say for this, sir? What do you have to say for this? Like, sir, does this microphone smell like chloroform, sir? That's just kind of a fucked up. It's a good joke either way. Just soak the little like dead cat or whatever in. I mean, just kind of like just soak it in like a stink bomb or something, and then you just you're just like, excuse me, Mitch McConnell, sir, what do you have to say about this new bill? He just starts losing it. You think he would have shit himself or something. Okay.
Fully staffed. People do a lot of overtime, right? So what might normally be, a 5-day-a-week job for 8 hours becomes a 6-day-a-week job for 10 or 12 hours, right? There are strains in the system, and the controller shortage is real.
The number of air traffic controllers working in the United States has been on decline for years. Under Pete's tenure, that decline stopped a little bit, but we are still way below the staffing levels that we need. The current Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, has picked up where Pete left off, launching new incentives to try to get more trainees into the air traffic controller.
How can we get AI to do this job? Oh, we can't? That sounds like an attitude I don't appreciate. You're fired.
pipeline. Still, my sources told me that they are optimistic about the plans to get more air traffic controllers trained, though they also pointed out the high washout rate at air traffic controllers.
Dan's looking sharp. He's over there wearing like some really nice, he's got like boots, like business boots, or just high shoes, but no laces. And then well-fitted pants, although a little long, but it's an interesting stuff. But not, nice, I don't know, crotch line or whatever. And then a blue thing, tie, nice. Not wearing the big like trench coat kind of thing. He doesn't look like one of the older style reporters. He's kind of like mixing up.
School due to how rigorous the program is.
I think we're about 3,000 air traffic controllers short, but they're going to fill that pretty soon because I think they've got 7,500 who are going through.
Don't worry, with all their new anti-DEI initiatives, we have a smaller pool than ever to choose from for our air traffic controllers. So it's going to be harder than ever.
Through testing right now, there's about a 20 to 30% washout rate in air traffic control school. But if these folks can go through and they pass their tests and we can train them, then we can start filling some of these places.
But even if we're able to fill all those air traffic control towers with the smartest, hottest people, then it does.
Why do they have to be hot?
Sorry?
Why do the air traffic controllers have to be hot?
Well, I personally feel safer just knowing that, we got some 10s up there. But even if we're able to fill all those air traffic control towers with the smartest people around, there's still the problem about the technology they're using that predates the Dust Bowl. And for those of you who don't know,
that necessarily isn't a problem as much as it seems like it is. Just because it's weird, but it's reliable. I've heard this take from people who do airline stuff, like Mike from PA is like a pilot or whatever. And even like a lot of the planes use really, really old technology inside of them. If you ever see a cockpit, it kind of looks like a Soviet, a nuclear reactor or whatever with the type of dials and knobs that it has. There are some obviously computerized systems inside of it, but even like the way you interface with it is still very physical because, you don't want the thing looking like a fucking Tesla full of touchscreens or whatever. So, although I have seen some air traffic controller things where they have these weird sliding button arrays that might be able to be spruced up, but like I've got all my fucking crazy amount of Stream Decks and shit in front of me, but they glitch up sometimes. They're not a hard machine. They can have a problem. My keyboard is fucked up on me. My mechanical keyboard is so having like physical reed switches where magnets push two pieces of metal to make a physical contact to allow electrical current to go through. Some things heavy and expensive and old can just be the most reliable form of a piece of equipment. Although, obviously some level of improvement probably should be looked into at some point. So it's probably just lack of budget and lack of extra manpower, because if you're already so short staffed that you're just keeping the place barely up to speed, you don't have time to divert some people off to get additional training on new pieces of equipment or testing for new equipment to see if it could do the job better, because you're just so busy trying to keep what you have staffed, what you have there. So I've learned to be less of a get the brand new model in there right now kind of idea, but also I still feel like there could be some improvements. I'm willing to as a complete non-expert, I'm willing to say that should happen.
Dust Bowl is that time in the 1930s where photographers took all those photos of those poor, sad people.
The modernization of the air traffic control system, we're still talking on radios to communicate back and forth. Now, back in the 1930s, that was the state-of-the-art technology, was wireless radios to talk back and forth. So now you've got, 100 times more airplanes flying in the same airspace that you did 50 or 60 years ago. And everybody still has to press a microphone, key up a mic, say what they're going to say. Then they have to get a response from air traffic control. It's very slow and archaic. And then you add to that 2 or 3 pilots that might key the mic at the same time. They block each other. Then the air traffic controller says, sorry, didn't hear you, say again. Then they do it again. It's an out-of-date system. There are much better systems. You and I are used to picking up a device and doing like this with it and texting one another. That same technology, data link, exists for aviation, and it's used in most other places around the globe. In the U.S., there are little spots, little places where they're experimenting with it, but it should have come online 15 years ago. Where
texting while flying, let's do it. Yeah, I mean, a party line system could work. A single use, I talk to you over, you talk to me over. It's a way of commanding attention, but then also you can't be interrupted, but also you can't be interrupted with new information that's important. But then you also don't have to worry about, like, everyone shut the fuck up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Hold on. This is important. Like, but also if you have the important thing, you can't key over. I know the radios that we used to use at work, there was a special, like, one side had the, like, everybody has to listen to me now, no matter what's happening, kind of like key that you could hit. That would overwrite all channels. So if the walkie-talkie had like 1 to 15 channels on the top, if you hit the button, it would just broadcast to all the channels, and it would just stop anyone else from talking and say something. So it's like, there's a fire, get the fuck out, or whatever, right? Like, you could, the security team or whatever could have something like that where they could. So I'm not sure, but maybe their system is prior to that level of walkie use. But I mean, when we did TV production, we did not use a walkie. We used a party line headset system. And it was kind of neat because each box, or like each section where a person was sitting. So when a person's sitting somewhere, their panel in front of them is, let's say, the AD's assistant director's panel. And another person would be the graphics operator, and that's the graphics person's panel. All the panels would have access to party line 1 or party line 2, and then party line 3 and 4 are kind of like even extra ones. So everybody talks on party line 1. Literally everybody talks on that when they need to say something that everyone needs to hear. If there's something that's kind of like a good thing to talk about, but like they don't want to like shit up the main line, they would go to like channel 2 and talk about it there or whatever. But also as the AD, I could just click on the graphic button and I could just have a one-to-one conversation with the graphics person while still being able to listen to a party line, or also be listening to the second line if I want to listen to. You can choose which things you listen to, whatever it is. So it was neat being able to have all these different little variations of that. So that could, I mean, but those systems technically use like home phone technology, the ones that we currently use or used to use. It's called Deck 6, which is DEC 6, I think. Deck 6. And it's weird because it's like, it would have some problems with the different routers and the different boxes to get reset, and only so many boxes could be on the thing at once. Kind of like how home phones you could have 4 phones, but if you needed more phones, you need more base stations or whatever. It was kind of like that thing where it was a little bit goofy. Probably it could have been, I mean, one of the main benefits of that was the phone line wavelengths are basically not used anymore by almost any technology. So you didn't have to worry about interference, but they did have problems all the time. So it wasn't like it was like a fucking perfect working system. But the idea was, oh, look, we can avoid having like Wi-Fi wavelengths to not interfere with other things. But we did all the time. So that'd be a reason they wouldn't want to use it, because it gets interfered with within its own system. But maybe you can make a more robust one, but then they have to test it, and they don't have the personnel to do that. So
I can get in the same instruction I would get over the radio that I have to respond to with a radio call. I can get that texted to me on the airplane. If I like it, I simply hit an accept button, and that tells the air traffic controller I'm going to comply, and then I comply with it, and no talking is required. So it's much more efficient, much more tech.
I give a thumbs up emoji to their like, you need to do this. And it's like, bloop. All right, they're on it.
Technologically advanced for sure, but it's safer in the long run.
This technology has been showing its age for a long time. Several things have made it hard to change. One is that there is a 0.000 level of tolerance for failure during any kind of transition. The system has to work 24/7 by 365. So it's not something you can just, it's not like a website you can take down for 12 hours overnight while you're trying to redo it. And the truth is, any kind of big capital project, especially a big capital IT project, which even for a corporation is one of the hardest things you can try to do, is that much harder when your board of directors consists of the United States Congress.
That's right. All annoying and frustrating things in our society lead back to one place. I'm sorry, I spaced out. What was I saying?
If I can amplify a point, the real holdup to this has been the Congress.
Congress! That's where all the annoying and frustrating things in our society lead back to. As you were, Monsieur Bub.
It's been a source of frustration for the FAA, and understandably so, because the FAA had been working on this new program called Next Generation. They call it Next Gen for short. Invested hundreds of millions of dollars into it, beta testing it, ready to install it, and it's just been an incredibly slow process because of politics, because Congress is allocating funds for other initiatives, not allocating enough for this. And as I've told other, journalists who've interviewed me, it's time to stop playing politics with this, finish the project, and get it in place so that things can function more smoothly.
Now, in addition to his air traffic controller incentive, Sean Duffy has also recently asked Congress to sign off on a comprehensive plan to modernize huge pieces of the aviation system, including air traffic control. The plan builds off of proposals that previous administrations and the FAA have been trying to get passed for years. And the CEOs of all the major U.S. airlines support Duffy's plan to fund replacements for wildly out-of-date technologies, writing in an open letter that the current system is failing Americans. Duff hasn't specified how much money he'll need exactly, but he has said that he needs the money up front, and it's gonna be a lot, which is fucking baller. So baller, in fact, that I suspected this guy can't have the background of a normal politician. That's right, Dan Toomey knows a former cast member of MTV's The Real World Boston when he sees one.
He is a TV guy, right? He was on Real World and he worked on Fox News, so he's very good and he's very smooth about delivering the administration's messages.
Why is everybody in this administration just some motherfucker from Fox News? I saw him on TV. Use him. He's on TV. Do you think he watched him on The Real World first, or do you think he watched him only on Fox News? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say just Fox News.
He does understand the mission. He does understand the importance of ensuring people that it's safe to fly, investing in infrastructure, right? One of the things that has always happened is, traditionally Democrats have wanted to spend on infrastructure and things like that, and Republicans are like, no. And so it's sort of a weird thing where we've got a Republican administration pushing for this.
What are your thoughts on what the Transportation Secretary is proposing to help modernize the system?
I think it's good. The only thing I want to make sure of is that they implement it fully and they've tested it thoroughly so we don't have any kind of wrinkles. But I think it's great. It's long overdue. I don't think it's helpful to blame any administration at this point. I would just rather see you focus and move forward. Get Congress on board, fully fund this thing, get it implemented, make sure it's thoroughly done, everybody's properly trained on it, and then let's go.
Now, we went to Congress actually about a year ago now, asking for funding for the fiscal 25 budget to change the way that these tech upgrades are capitalized. They still haven't passed a budget from when we gave it to them last year. So you have these kinds of headwinds.
Poor Pete. His facial hair makes him just look more like a beaver or a rat. It's unfortunate for Pete. Also because he is a rat and a piece of shit. But yeah, the facial hair is supposed to make it look cool and like distinctive. He's going for that JD Vance style like rebrand, whatever, but nah, I don't think it's gonna work for you, dude. You have that like white guy Obama voice that you go for, and your McKinsey ass, consultant firm slickness, it disgusts people. And we all know what you did, Pete. Your plenty bold strategies are dog shit. But asking for more money for the things is whatever.
Headwinds. But let me say this, like the tech proposal that they've put forward, I mean, it's pretty broad and it's a little hard to tell some of the details, but a lot of what I saw, I really like what's in there. In fact, a lot of that is stuff we were doing too. And if he can actually go faster, which is what they're claiming that they will do, I will be the first to be cheering them on, because not just as a transportation guy, but just as a member of the traveling public. Like, we should all be rooting for the Secretary of Transportation to succeed, whoever he or she is, and whatever party they belong to.
Now, folks, with all this info blasting we've done so far, I hope you'll give me a chance to wax my poetic. I don't know if you've noticed, but we live in an age where everybody absolutely fucking hates each other. Everybody's always saying that we're all gonna finally come together on something, and let me tell you, it sounds great, but they're always lying. Maybe, though.
Bipartisanship, let's go.
When it comes to our aviation system, we've actually found something that we can work together on. I am almost positive that everybody likes not dying on planes and not getting their flights constantly canceled or delayed. And when it comes to giving the FAA the funding they need to fix this shit, listen, I know that the golden rule in business is that when an alumnus of the Real World Boston asks you to write a blank check, you do not write that blank check. Jason Cornwell, you son of a bitch, I should have known that your trampoline
He looks like he's doped out. What the fuck?
park was gonna fail. But in this case, Congress, I think I speak for all of us when I say the perfectly rational sentence, please give MTV's Sean Duffy all the money he's asking for to save lives and to save our skies. For good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
Do all pilots have this natural manner of speaking that's
what are you talking about?
very soft and calming, and you sound like a pilot?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've observed that as well.
Can you hit me with like an example announcement you would make as a pilot, just so I can get a hit of it?
Absolutely. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Oh, I love that little bing. That's a sick sound effect. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna jot that down. Pilot PA ding sound.
To Air Vegas Flight 334 with nonstop service to Grand Canyon. Captain Gary is on board with first.
What the fuck? That sucks. That's not hidden. You gotta have a really specifically like fucked up muted ass microphone, kind of like. We're approaching the tower now. Prepare for landing. Like you gotta hit it with something like that.
Self. Flight time today.
Really specific wavelength of frequencies you're kind of trying to go with.
Is going to be about 48 minutes. We'll be cruising at 15,000 feet.
Welcome aboard, my airline flight 123 to London.
Dog shit. What the fuck, dude?
London today. I'm Captain Steve, and we've got a great flight ahead for you. I'll introduce the flight attendants. I'll say they're the best in the business. They were personally handpicked by me for this flight due to their fabulosity, which is not a word, but I made it up. I think people get a
Nothing can possibly go wrong. Oh, possibly go wrong. That's the first thing that's ever gone wrong.
little giggle out of that.
Current weather conditions of the Grand Canyon, a little chilly, 42 degrees with winds out of the west at about.
That's okay. That's a little bit better. That's a little
10 miles an hour. We're anticipating a smooth flight, but if there's anything we can do to make it more comfortable and enjoyable for you, please don't hesitate to let us know, and welcome aboard.
No notes on my end. Dan, that was fantastic.
You've got 4 things to look forward to on today's flight. Number 1 is a Michelin star meal or 2, depending on which cabin you're in. You'll get to watch a movie or 2 that you probably wouldn't have paid to go see at the theater. But what the heck, it's no extra charge. Why not? You're going to get a little bit of awkward rest along the way, and you might even make a new friend or 2. So all in all, not too bad.
Steve, I'm ready to cross the pond with you.
Not bad. Not bad. Okay, what else we got? We got a few more things. Now this is a very it's going to be a bit of a pivot here. It's a big tug video. Now I used to watch YouTube Shorts probably about a year and a half ago. It was like when I was really watching a bunch of that stuff before I kind of pivoted and stopped. And I liked his stuff. You would have like a lot of these weird like these are the 10 animals that make me feel really fuzzy inside and look at them, but they're actually deadly or whatever. You have a bunch of little goofy little poorly made green screen effects and silly graphics on screen. And he also has made some normal content stuff. So I was just the thumbnail alone caught me because it's talking about Ozempic, whatever. We kind of like vaguely brushed on it the other day. So I'm curious what he's got going on here.
Hello, children. Welcome to the fantabulous world of Extra Tug, full of Hello, children. Welcome to the fantabulous world of Extra Tug, full of educational and children-friendly content. That's definitely what this is. So come on in. It's only $4 a month, and it's a lot of fun perks. Chris, why would you put that on the screen? You're ruining it. You're ruining it for everybody. When I was 12, my Wii Fit told me that I was obese in front of.
Hey, that's literally my story. So within the first week or so, hold on, let me make sure I finish this part. Pin the video in the description, so people, or pin the thing to the top of chat, at least for Twitch chat. And then we have no. Did I do exclamation mark pin? Uh-oh. Wait, did that work? Hold on. Index 4, index 8. No, that didn't work. Okay. /pin. Because I thought that was, yeah, okay. And then I put this to manual. And then I have to do the fucking pop-up. Add this so that way it goes to the Discord as well. Okay, sorry for shitting up all the chat. I thought I found a way to make it only do one announcement or one post, but oops, I didn't. Anyway, within the first week or so of dating Kara, she invited me to come over to her friend's house. She had just got a Wii Fit. Wii was like a new thing, I think. Or I don't remember if Wii was a new thing. Anyway, it was whatever. It would be like 2009. So you can Google whether or not the Wii is new at that point. But that's the date range. No, wait. No, it would. Yeah, it would be. It would be 2000. Fuck. Now I'm thinking. Maybe it was 2008. Technically, 2008, 2009-ish. Either way. And I'm there, and we're setting up the accounts, and I'm like, okay, I'll make a character, make my little Wii on your personal Wii, and I set it up, and I stand on the fucking thing, and then boom. The same exact thing happened where the thing flies up and it says obese. And I'm just like, yo, Wii, come on, dude. I'm trying, I do my best to hide my flat, whoa, dude, come on, X-Nay. And then I proceeded to like kick the shit out of everybody at the game anyway, despite being a giant ball. But it's fine. So, this happened. I was like a young adult at this point, obviously. I was like in my 20s, early, 20 or 21 years old. But yeah.
My friend's entire family, and I was like the plucky child in the neighborhood, and it changed how I looked at my body for the rest of my life. It was the ultimate betrayal. My video game called me fat.
Also, what was it? Wii Fit Fat Sound.
VeryFat.mp3. In 2007, Nintendo designer Yohei Miyagawa had a challenge. He needed to design sound effects. And then look at
yeah, it's like, thanks for the fun sound. Yeah. You will die at a young age, but statistically averagely.
Around like, how the hell did this happen?
And ever since then, the fat shaming has only gotten worse. Everyone says you need to get in shape, but a circle is technically a shape, and it wasn't always like this, my tuggers, my little tuglets.
I always like to say that I'm not out of shape, I'm shapeless. I've never been in shape. I would have to have been in shape for me to now be out of shape.
It used to be beautiful, and I contend that it still is. To an extent. I mean, too much of a good thing is still too much of a good thing.
I mean, there are times where like I have my legs crossed in my chair, and the cat is down on the floor, and I'm like, "Come here, kitty, I want to pick you up," and I'm like, my own stomach would like impede me to bending over too much, and I'm like, "No, come here," and the cat's like, it's able to slink away before I can get my little grubby mitts on him.
Don't get so big you can't walk, but also don't be so skinny that I can see your skeleton. Both of those things are not good. So today I want to just go over the history of how stupid weight loss is, and this is not me coping. I didn't just see the Three Musketeers behind the camera before.
Also, literally, you can see he's using a cheap ripoff version of the Rode stick. He didn't buy the official Rode plastic stick. And these are just little things made of foam that stick inside. And they have different amounts of foam that make it like kind of like have a sort of a friction hold. So I had to like put a little bit of tape on it just to kind of like make sure that the foam will kind of stick to it. But he has a much cheaper version. I mean, it makes sense. This is just a plastic stick that has a slot for a thing on it. But I think it may have even been on sale on B&H when I bought it. But, you know, it has the official gold little button it means it's actually a road piece of equipment. You son of a bitch. Oh, it's catching his eyes. Yeah. I detect too good. Anyway.
For this, I didn't suddenly start having cravings for candy. I didn't. We're gonna just jump right into it. It's not me coping. Weight loss can be bad. Back in the 1500s, having some extra poundage showed that you lived a life of plenty. Having a little bit of a gut in the 1500s was kind of like having your own rocket ship nowadays. It meant things were going pretty good for you. Just look at the painter Peter Paul Rubens, who was born in 1577. He did a bunch of nude paintings of BBWs before he died, and he got really rich off of it. Because that's what people liked at the time. They liked a little bit of punch. If he was alive today, he'd be doing NSFW Art of Anime Girls on Twitch and Patreon. Food scarcity was also an issue between the 1700s and 1800s. Starvation was unfashionable all the way up until the 1900s. This is when, almost coincidentally, a noticeable shift in fashion began. Let's talk corsets, specifically. These chest compressors. You probably still see them at golf clubs and Renaissance fairs. They look great, but they're the single most uncomfortable...
He's not wrong. He's literally not wrong.
Piece of clothing ever invented. Women wore these, and sometimes still wear these, to match the unfathomable body standards that men put on them. Not to betray my own sex, but we're kind of shitty, guys. Bottom and top heavy, but the tiniest waist you've ever seen. Want an hourglass figure like all them super hot anime girls all us fellas can't stop looking at? Well, go ahead and break a couple ribs, because that's what we need. These things used to look extreme as hell, and they were built like freaking tanks.
Okay, those Mortal Kombat little like cut-ins where they do the broken bone things are hilarious, and they are great for these style of videos.
They used actual whale bones and all sort of stiffeners to make them have strong shaping structure. They went pretty much completely out of the fashion by 1920s, along with powdered wigs and 20 feet wide dresses, which was weird.
So that was a thing that I had learned recently. Powdered wigs became popular in the 17th and 18th century due to a syphilis outbreak that caused hair loss. Oh, this is under Ripley's, believe it or not. Do we have a better source for this? What the hell is RH? Robotic Hair Restoration, Long Island. Okay, well, hold on. American Battlefield Trust. Nope, no syphilis, huh? Our legacy, brother, come on. History.net? Shaved, okay. History.net is better than the Balding Center. God damn, what the fuck? Yo. Yo. Even he's like, yeah, what the hell? I'm not sure if that's supposed to be like a mocking it or what. Okay, was it the same dude? No, it's just different old dudes. Oh, I was worried, like, oh god. Well, it's kind of what the fuck? What the 6 stages of mending a face. What the fuck? SYPH. Syphilis. Oh yeah. Well, whatever. You get the idea. STDs. Things are not all rosy cheeks, literally.
Weirdly popular. I don't know why anyone would want that. The increasing class differences during the World Wars really made people feel fed up with the fat rich. And supply issues made fancy stuff harder to make, so that's a bummer. So the lower classes became a lot hotter, and the skinny bitches came into vogue. I don't know if I could say that. Scales weren't even widely used by doctors until the 1920s. They didn't have those little shame plates in their bathrooms that you pull out every once in a while and get real sad when you look at it. Stepping on you didn't even have home scale.
Total side note, but microphone that can be put on the shirt. It does kind of pull on the shirt, especially these first models. They're much bigger and heavier. But it doesn't give you something good to do with your hands. So holding a microphone sometimes just feels good.
Scales until 1885. People didn't give a shit about weight. Probably because everyone was starving, but still. And when you were finally able to own a scale in the US, they just tossed them around convenience stores like they were some kind of horsey ride for kiddos. Just a thing you stepped on for a good laugh. Oh, honey, you weigh $120. Who gives a shit? They turned into a...
They still have those at Publix's. Some like gigantic, looks like fucking the World's Fair ass scale.
Sort of slot machine where you'd guess your weight, lose the rigged game, and get a fortune for your penny. And the first American-made bathroom scale came out in 1917, and the market quickly got flooded with competition. People really wanted to see the quantification of their own relationship with gravity. I don't know, that's important, and it's still important.
Huh, I never thought about how, like, when did bathroom scales get into homes? It's kind of nuts that people just kind of didn't know how much they weighed, other than going to some fancy place that might have a giant scale for themselves. That's actually kind of nuts.
Important, I don't know why. It was mostly fun, racism and religious superiority that drove people to the scales, not health concerns. Because after a few generations of slavery, and skin color becoming a less reliable way for white people to separate themselves from black people, they started attributing gluttony and weight with black people, which... it all goes back to racism at the end of the day. So all the rich white ladies went on diets to maintain their false sense of superiority. Being a Protestant was still big in America as well, and fasting was a big part of it. So being skinny became associated with moral superiority, which is why all those like super religious mega church moms in the South have daughters that have weight issues because they are mean about it. Health was just a weird little thing that was sitting on the back burner waiting to make the entire world miserable. At the top of the 1900s, you could only really expect to live until your late 50s at best. Hand washing was still the latest fad, and people didn't really
That's silly.
believe in it, and we still hadn't invented the tuberculosis vaccine. A lot of people still don't have the TB vaccine, and go watch a John Green video if you want to get sad about that. But thanks to a focus on this kind of thing, less and less deaths started happening due to completely preventable illnesses. People started paying attention to all the random shit that was killing them. Like back in the day, you were just happy to get some food. Now that you have food, you're like, why am I dying though? Why? Oh, I have worms in my brain? Okay. This is when like the first anti-smoking campaigns began. To be honest, we were figuring out the most basic shit, honestly. We were just starting to connect the dots that a certain level of thick also meant you were gonna die sooner. So in the eyes of the public, this is another reason why skinny became more attractive and meant you weren't gonna die that fast. We're a big fan of jumping on things that make us feel like a little less mortal. You know what I mean? Like humans are all really afraid of dying, so when we hear, oh, if you don't eat chips, you won't die so fast, we won't eat chips, or at least we'll feel really bad about doing it. But suddenly that gravity number really started to matter, and to the absolutely flawless system known as BMI. If you don't know, I just made a joke, because BMI is a worthless value that genuinely doesn't make sense at all. Body mass index is worthless and always has been unless you're an insurance company. Even the guy who made it, Adolphe Quetelet, whatever, good save putting an E at the end of that, never wanted it to be used for health assessment. Around 1830, he was just trying to figure out what the true average man was. His formula wasn't designed for health, he was trying to find the ideal, most socially accepted person, which makes it an absolute problem from its very conception. He was trying to find the most normal person, which, as you know, bad luck to start doing that. Quantifying your sociability scale is insane. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Medical director of the Connecticut Mutual Life Insurance Company, George R. Shepard, is the guy who inadvertently ruined everything for us. Around 1895, we were still looking at thinness as a death risk factor and wanted to standardize BMI system to determine medical risks. Because if there's one thing insurance companies love, it's not giving people insurance. They love not doing their jobs. It's like their most important.
Gotta do it. Hold on. Oh, I forget what I called it. There it is. Oh. The loading dock sign that you can see here fell over, and I had to pick it back up. You can see the planter. Not much else you can really see.
Thing that they do. They tasked Georgie with coming up with a standard, and after analyzing 70,000 policyholders from a 2-year period, he found that 20% above or below the average BMI was a risk. Oh, that's so crazy. It was so crazy that he was able to come up with that very complicated math thing that a lot of people fall into. Sorry, no insurance for you. Asshole. This started being adopted everywhere in terms of granting life insurance, so suddenly the scale numbers mattered quite a lot. And BMI became a never-ending, stupid-ass popular force. It really, genuinely, I know it sounds like I'm like doing the health thing where it's like, oh, being fat's okay and all that stuff, and I know people who hate fatties are gonna hate that I say that, but at the end of the day, BMI is a ridiculous thing. You really shouldn't believe in it. It's asinine.
Yeah, I mean, you can use it as a sense of, if I was around this number, I would like to notice that I'm getting a bit better by being lower. Like, there are scales that'll try and use a little bit of electrolysis or electric signals to kind of like connect through your body. And fat tissue is different than muscle tissue. So it's trying to guess based on how long it takes for it to come down, how much fat versus muscle your body has. It'll give you a number. And as long as you keep using that same scale or system, you can kind of track the trend. Will it give you a accurate measurement of your true BMI or whatever? Not really. It'll have its inconsistencies. It'll be too high or too low, but it'll be generally the same too high, too low. So if you notice a change in the trend of using that particular thing for a while, then you can see if you're gaining muscle or losing fat or vice versa. But you wouldn't be able to say, I'm exactly 12% body fat because this scale told me so. That you wouldn't really be able to safely say unless you maybe use something like one of those water tubs or something for displacement. There's all kinds of, sometimes even the caliper method of how much skin can peel and how, but even then there's also going to be some situations that can cause it versus other situations.
Anyway, and then World War I propaganda said that being fat was unpatriotic, which is weird. Something about saving resources for the troops. Don't be a piggy. Give some food to the people fighting. Who were we fighting World War I? It was Germany. But it wasn't the Nazis, so I don't know. The list of cultural idiocy that made skinny all the rage just goes on and on and on. It set the stage, the perfect stage, for diet culture to begin. Like Garfield the cat once famously said, diet is just die with a T at the end. Diets really started kicking off in the 1920s. The ladies really wanted to look like flappers, and they went to idiotic extremes to make that happen. One diet, called the Hollywood 18-day diet, was a little-known number that liked to starve starlets to make them lose a pound a day, only letting you eat oranges, grapefruits, toast, and eggs. You should never be losing a pound a day. That is so unhealthy. The medical millennium diet encouraged slow eating and regular enemas. Also, if you wanted to lose some weight, smoke some cigarettes. They make you poop a little bit more, you know, they make you lose your appetite. Just smoke some cigs. Oh my God, you're being so annoying. Just smoke a cig.
Nicotine stimulants. It's, it makes you, it gives you that, what is it, serotonin, dopamine, whatever. So then you're less peckish, less needing to find something to make you happy in a different way.
Cigarette. It's easy to stay thin when you're slowly killing yourself, but one of the most famous dieting techniques, calorie counting, began in 1918, thanks to Lulu Hunt Peters' book, Diet and Health with Key to Calories. A better title would be called Food Shaming, because that's all her little book did. Food as fuel was not a pleasurable idea. A perfect lunch was a bit of bread and cottage cheese, notably the worst of all the cheese.
I love cottage cheese. Everyone hates on cottage cheese. I guess I'm lucky that I like cottage cheese. I usually eat about a tub of it a day. Well, I try. The plan was to eat a tub of it because I have like a really high, like when I do my workouts, I have a really high protein goal because the goal is to build muscle, because then muscle not only gives me less likely to have back problems and other things because I have a strong body, it'll also give me a higher natural metabolic rate because my muscle will always want to eat energy. And I do like eating foods that have whatever number of calories in them, whatever. So even if I just start dieting after gaining all this muscle, I'll just lose weight faster is the goal, or the intended goal. I would probably also lose muscle faster just because I would, if I'm doing such a heavy diet of calorie cutting, whatever, I would not be able to keep up the protein count to keep the same muscle count up. But maybe with proper exercise use mixed in between, you can kind of maintain it still a little bit. I'm not sure. For step one, get muscle. Step two, then try to really cut some weight. So it's a bit of a bulk to a lean down system. But cottage cheese has a lot of protein in it. And there's probably technically more efficient things, but I just don't want to eat a lot of meat. Just because, like, meat's gross. It stinks. We also get a lot of our groceries delivered. So, like, I don't want my raw chicken sit in the back of some guy's fucking van for 1 or 2 deliveries and longer than it needed to. You know what I mean? Because then it's going to stink up my fridge. The packages sometimes pop and they leak liquid everywhere. And you got to clean the whole fucking fridge. So goddamn annoying. And cooking it is like a real risky factor. And then you got to, like, smell it to see if it's, like, going spoiled before you do. And then even after you cook it, you got to, like, see how many days it's been in the fridge. And it's one of those, like, I should throw this out to be safe. But then you're like, damn it, I'm throwing it out. That sucks.
Jesus. In my mind, I just imagine a farmer chewing up a little bit of cud and spin it right into a plate, because that's what it looks like. But we've been chasing the diet of the week ever since. So let's do a speed run of all the dumbest fucking diets that have ever actually been popular throughout history. First, grapefruit diet. Grapefruit, really bad for your heart, but we're not going to talk about that. Grapefruit diet.
It's also really weird for your medicines. Either something to do with the acids, or there might even be some kind of like, I don't know if it's a hormone thing, but like if you take certain medicines orally, you're like, if you eat a grapefruit, you can completely nullify that medicine, or perhaps even do another impact on it. Grapefruit medication. Just go straight to skip the AI. Why do grapefruit and medications interact? Grapefruit chemical. Oh my god. Grapefruit chemicals do not interact directly with your pills. Instead, it binds to an enzyme in your intestinal tract known as CPY3A4, which reduces the absorption of certain medications. When grapefruit juice blocks the enzyme, it's easier for the medication to pass from your gut to your bloodstream. Blood levels will rise faster and higher than normal, and in some cases, abnormally high levels can be dangerous. Egads. So, if you take any medicine, double check, or just don't eat grapefruit. It's just one fruit. Just don't eat it. Fuck it. Also, I mean, this is probably just a me thing, but it's so damn acidic. It makes my mouth hurt. Like, I think it gives me like, I have like, I don't know. Even right here, like there's sometimes you'll see this on this shit. You would hope that whenever you have a medicine that interacts with it, you would have this on there, but I don't know. They got to make all these damn stickers all the time.
Diet has been popular for a long time, but like I said, it's just the Hollywood 18-day diet. You avoid carbs and eat a grapefruit with every single meal. Though there's no basis in any kind of science, they say that the grapefruit is a fat-burning catalyst. It also leads to, once again, a lot of heart disease and a lot of complications with medications, and people die all the time by eating too much grapefruit, but it might make you prettier. Might make you ready for that wedding dress. So, who knows? Next up, we have the Atkins diet.
Makes you ready for the wedding dress and for your funeral dress.
Franco did it. He hated it, but, you know, could work for you. Albert Atkins first came up with his carb-avoiding diet.
Bro, I did this shit a few different ways and a few different times. And it's effective for a period.
The 1970s, but it didn't gain true popularity until the 2000s. Just like any diet that avoids one particular core staple of food, it's unbalanced and not good for you. It actually increases the chance of heart disease. It's exact opposite task that he was trying to tackle. We have keto. Keto's a weird one. It's been everywhere lately, and it's for
to me, it's basically the same thing, honestly.
All the wrong reasons. It actually dates back to the 1920s, and it was a way to help epileptics have less seizures. It's also carb.
Dude, that was literally some of the stuff that they would talk about inside of, because there was, the Something Awful Forum, the place where I learned about this diet specifically, the Atkins / keto diet. They would make lots of wild medical claims in that forum because it's just some guys typing, right? And I wanted to believe them. And it was sort of how I first realized, as I was slowly turning away and looking back and everything, I was like, oh, these people are very, very devoted to their diet. When I would explain this diet to people and the important facts that I knew and learned and had like a personal reason to want to make true no matter what, I would try and explain it to others. And those others would then have their diets that they would explain to me. And they had certain facts that they would not be able to budge on. And we might have conflicting facts or conflicting results that could happen through things or whatever it is. And it was just a debate, and it would turn into like basically a religious debate. And I was just like, man, it seems like to certain people, and perhaps more Americans care about their religion of food and diet plan and workout plan than they do the actual like traditional religions. So it's kind of where I was like, there could be a lot of blind faith / they want it to be true, the same way as what I saw out of the traditional religions where, well, my grandma's dead and I don't want her to be gone, so she's in heaven, and I need that to be true. And also, I don't want to be gone. I want to be in heaven, so I need this to be true. So I don't want to listen to a word you say, right? It's one of those like, it's hard to fight against that. And it's the same thing of like, I want my body to be healthy and I want to lose the weight that I want to, and I do not want to hear your bullshit, so I'm not going to listen to it. I need this to be true. But they would talk about how doing keto could cure diabetes, cure epilepsy, cure these different things because the way that the sugars interact with the brain and they're actually poisonous or whatever. And you're like, oh my God. And like you can be clear of mind and be like, once you get past some of the initial headache days of the keto flu, all of a sudden you transcend into this newer, higher form of like execution.
Verse, which almost the more you read about these diets, the more they just say don't eat bread. It's all about unprocessed meats and veggies and fruits, cheeses.
Well, fruits have carbs, so the keto didn't really like fruits for the most part. There'd be very few fruits that would have to be like insanely fiber rich in order for you to eat them. But you have to eat them in such a small quantity because like all of these, even tomatoes are full of sugar, kiwi full of sugar, grapefruit obviously, cherries, grapes. Like there's water and fiber in these things. Avocado might be your best bet, but there's some starches inside of that material. So you got to be real careful. Like you have to keep it under like 20 grams of carbs, which is really difficult to do.
At the end of the day, it's also like you can have a pound of cheese and still be within the realm of this diet. And that
oil cheese, depending on the type of cheese, has to be an incredibly high fat cheese. Mozzarella had some of the best macros that I found, but also nutritional fact labels aren't always like, they kind of cheat the system a little bit. So it's like, this is 0.49 grams of carbs in this serving size. They say, okay, less than 1. So it seems like it's almost 0, but it's basically half. And it's a very specific serving size that you would then eat multiple of. So you think that you're getting almost nothing, but you're actually getting like 3 carbs or whatever.
That's not good for your tum-tum, buddy. Some fad diets are bad for the people who aren't a part of the fad. For example, gluten-free. Do you remember this shit? It was like NFTs. Like, I saw the writing on the wall, this isn't gonna work. Around 2010, this became a super popular fad. Everyone was going gluten-free. While it was a fad, it's also a very serious diet that's necessary for people who suffer from celiac disease, a condition that makes anyone who eats a piece of bread feel like a bunch of knives is stabbing them from the inside out. Celiac is nothing to be fucked with. So, the fadification of the diet.
Yeah, I remember some people who were, or at least told me that they were. I have no way to confirm, obviously. I didn't check their medical records. But it seemed like a lot of people had this all of a sudden, and now, where are they?
Cause restaurants and food suppliers to get lazy. Viewing it as a fad just means that gluten-free foods don't get the controlled cooking experience that food for people with peanut allergies get. This means that when a chef is preparing a gluten meal and a gluten-free meal, he just uses the same pan because there's probably some fucking yuppie who doesn't actually need gluten-free food. And that person gets really sick all because Gwyneth Paltrow was being obnoxious back in the 2010s. It sucks. Then we have Ozempic.
Still is, basically.
It's gonna get a little testy right now, gonna get a little weird. Ozempic is a diabetes medication, and you bet your sweet ass it's a fat diet. Everyone is taking it now because it makes you really thin, which means that it's more difficult for people who actually need it to find it. Just like what's happening with ADHD medication. Yeah, I have a bunch of Adderall in my closet. I'm selling it. But that doesn't, Chris, don't put that in. That was a bad joke, and YouTube will definitely not like it if I talk about that.
They do get that. This editor did him dirty.
Speaking of moving weight, let's talk about working out. Working out goes all the way back to
dude. That was a super small segment on Ozempic specifically. I don't know. It was been a while. I remember when it first happened. It was definitely attacking the supply, but it wasn't like, oh no, there's only so much juice for this out there, and shucks, we just can't produce enough of it, because we definitely can. It's just kind of one of those excuse to jack up prices kind of things that the companies do. So there should be very little to no excuse left for. And also there's lots of different side versions of the medication now, because I forget if Ozempic is technically the one for weight loss and like Wegovy was one for diabetes or whatever. I kind of forget now which one was the original, because this is kind of a joke that we used the word Ozempic for everything. But yeah, I know there's certain side effects with it, or at least there were initially some side effects that were being looked into. So it's also is expensive. So it's one of those things that I never really seriously thought about. But
to the ancient Greeks in gymnastics, they called it gymnasian, which means exercise naked. Every time you go to the gym, do one for the Greeks. Take that hog out. Greek men had a tendency to get the hog out when they were getting into competitions or training for war. Working out in front of people is already embarrassing enough, and I have body issues. So it probably would be way worse being naked on a treadmill in front of everyone at the gym. My hog would
just that thing just
He's swanging. It was a huge part of Greek culture, though, but working out didn't really become important until the 19th century. Once again, people started associating physical fitness with a stronger sense of morality. Again, everyone just wants to be better than everyone else. And the Olympics, as we know them, were held for the first time in 1896. It didn't include women for the first 30 years, because only men can jump far, run fast, and lift heavy things. And this kind of led to fitness being used in Nazi Germany, because being the perfect Aryan race was really important to them. So they all wanted to be really physically fit. It was a big part of the Hitler Youth, because gosh darn do cults love starting people young. But fitness didn't really take off in America until the Cold War.
Oh, I didn't talk about how, like, was it Jackie Robinson? If it's some people, there was some, I say famous as if I fucking remember them, but I don't. Black athletes that won against the Germans, and really pissed off Hitler, which is hilarious, right? You know. That's patriotism done right there.
God, just play the music. Just play the Cold War music. USSR, bring it in. Sickle and hammer, let me see it. Mostly, we just didn't want to be outdone by the communists. And President Eisenhower instituted the Presidential Fitness Test, a test that was designed to encourage fitness in the youth. But all it did was really give bullies more fuel to be evil to the weaker links. JFK really urged Americans to work out as well. And honestly, it's good to work. You should work out. It's ridiculous not to do that. But fad workouts have been around in America for eons. For example, this dumbass vibrating belt. Chris, put up a video of like a black and white footage of a lady using this thing. This don't work at all. This is stupid as shit. Because most people want to lose as much weight with as little work as possible, the vibrating belt machine was one of the first big fads in America. It got popular in the 1950s and did nothing but jiggle you around. Still, it took until the 80s for people to realize it didn't do a goddamn thing. How about jazzercise? Losing calories doing this. Jazzercise took
Dude, Key and Peele bit fucking did this the best.
Over that particular popularity spot, but it dated back to 1969. It's somewhere between dance.
Dude, that lady was going crazy.
Took over that particular popularity spot, but it dated back to 1969. It's somewhere between dance and yoga and kickboxing and a bunch of other weird shit. It had all sorts of at-home VHSs and jazzercise studios, successfully becoming one of the silliest ways to lose weight ever. Might I throw out a actual honorable mention to prancercise? Chris, put up a video of that weird lady doing prancercise. She pretends to be a
Oh my god. Dude, this, oh no. Tosh did this. Oh.
horse and just jogs around a park. It's super fucking weird and I hate it. Then we have CrossFit, which
didn't even talk about the camel toe. Good.
is insane. I hate CrossFit so much. CrossFit
Also, I've learned that CrossFit is CrossFit. Specifically. Or at least there is a large subset of CrossFitters who are Jesus CrossFit, right?
began in 2000s and exploded onto the scene. It's one of the most intense workouts you can do, and fans of it are so annoying about it. CrossFit people just make their entire personality CrossFit. That's just what happens. Which makes it
Also, it's a lot of really flamboyant exercises that generally have been seen as a dangerous and not safe way to work out. It's a good way to destroy rotator cuffs and to hurt muscles. Like, I'm gonna like pick up this, you know, barbell, which is the long one, and like run over and do a jump with it and try and do these things, but it's just like, actually, you're really gonna fuck yourself up because you're young and you can do it right now, but this is really dangerous and you should not. Working out's already very dangerous in a lot of ways, but it just takes workout and then it just cranks down the safety significantly for just to be different, just to be extreme or whatever. It's just
super
weird.
easy to ignore how terrible it is for you. CrossFit is bad. People get seriously hurt doing CrossFit all the time because it's just like extreme explosive movements were good for losing weight and working out, but if you're not, you know, if you don't have a good person behind it, you're gonna blow your back out. Most commonly, people develop something called extrarenal rhamboliosis, which is a breakdown of muscle from extreme use. Also, kind of killed a guy one time. First time they tried to include a swimming event, Serbian athlete Lazar Duric drowned. Moral of the story, CrossFit sucks and it hates you. And also, I want to talk about, it's so interesting because CrossFit, I remember they all came up, like everyone had a CrossFit studio in every town, and then a bunch of millennials went to do it, and then either people dropped out but the same millennials stayed, and now those CrossFit places are getting no new customers, but the people who still do CrossFit still do CrossFit. So it's like a cult that came up, has no new followers, but it's still profitable because the people keep doing it. It's very interesting. Go to your local CrossFit place. Everyone in there has been doing it for at least 7 years. It's so cool. Which leads me to the part of how everything we do here is just money grubbing bullshit. Most workout fads, most workout cults, they're all money grubbing bullshit. People are always trying to find new ways to drain us thick folks of our cash. You've got all these workouts that cost an arm and a leg. Every couple of years, there's some new piece of exercise equipment that everyone needs. Remember the Bowflex? The Total Gym?
That is not a Bowflex, dog. Dude, you are too young to understand. Dude, that is not a Bowflex. I mean, I don't care if Bowflex made a stand-up elliptical. That is not a Bowflex.
The P90 Flex or some shit?
P90X is not a Total Gym. Okay, this is the one, this is the Total Gym, or at least a new version of it. But that's the one that was done by Chuck Norris. Okay, he's the one that sold that shit on infomercials. Okay, Bowflex. I mean, I can just do one fucking Google search. Badoosh, Bowflex. It's a bow. Get it? Bowflex. Come on. Oh, wow. They have made it like a barbell version. That's kind of silly. I mean, it's fine. It just seems... I bet it was expensive as ass. They've changed the Bowflex to be a pulley system with a weight thing. I think I've seen one ad for this before, but this does bring back memories. Kind of looks like a giant, like, weird turtle shell, conch shell thing. Oh yeah, of course they've got a little bit of everything, for sure. What could Bowflex do different with a treadmill? What could they do? Oh my god, they've got to be expensive. Anyway. No, it's a cute kitty. It's different. It's different.
The shake weight. Even hula hoops started out this fucking way. That's where hula hoops came from. And you've got all the fitness companies that want to sell you the...
Wouldn't they just be like hula stuff? Like, this is how you do a really cool hula dance using this plastic to help teach you. Wouldn't that... I really don't know. It could be lose weight doing a hula dance with this plastic thing to get you learning how to do it, but I don't know. I just assumed it was trying to get you to hula.
The right clothing and accessories for the gym. Everything that Under Armour makes is more expensive than every single one of my personal little ditties I like to throw on my body. Good running shoes like Brooks cost around $150. All of this stuff is designed to be sweated through and beat to death. Why am I paying?
I've heard people say that running shoes are really good. I don't own running shoes. I barely own shoes, to be honest. I buy my shoes from Walmart at this point, and what are you going to do?
A premium for pieces of clothing that I'm going to be spending an hour or two at a time. Don't call me lazy. That's as long as you should spend in a gym. I'm never buying anything from Lululemon. I'm not going to let that happen. Originally, that was a lady brand, and then the hockey kids started wearing the sweatpants, and all of a sudden, it's okay to do that. I don't agree with it. The number of MLMs that have popped up in weight loss space is absolutely insane. MLMs are also modern pyramid schemes. You should know that by now, but all of them are about losing weight. That Herbalife shit, it's all terrible. They turn their customers into sellers, acting like they're starting their own businesses, asking them to buy in bulk and sell to their friends. Then they recruit their friends to become sellers, and then all of a sudden everyone has $1 million worth of product and no one to sell it to.
And then there's more people that are needed to make a profit than exist on the earth.
Amway was found guilty of illegal business practices in India, who identified it as straight up pyramid scheme. And they're still in business, selling nutrient supplements and all sorts of wellness garbage. Herbalife. It's still going on. I made a joke about it. It's still a thing. But in 2016, they paid out $200 million fine to the FTC after being accused of lying about how much money sellers could make on their products. Their total revenue as of 2023 was $5 billion. We don't even know if their products do anything for weight loss. They've never been tested. But we do know that they were sued in 2008 for having too much lead in their products. So what the fuck? Also Peloton and Soul Cycle and Step Class and hot yoga. All of it's, I hate all of it. Just, I don't know. It's so, every time you go to do something, people are like, well, if you stop eating...
Want to bring this over? I've talked about this a few times now. How pyramid schemes work. You can see how once you get 10 layers deep, the next layer requires more than the entire population of the United States to get involved in. So when there's the guy that creates the the starting founders, I guess the starting 6 people, whoever it is, they start the first, batch of this MLM, Amway, whatever it is. Once you get down to the 10th layer, like if you're not directly involved with one of the original creators, then you need to find more people than the entire population of Earth before this layer can ever make money. And then you end up at the 13th layer, you're literally more than the entire world. Literally everybody has, literally everybody, every baby, every 104-year-old has to be involved. And obviously, you're not even going to get a fraction of any population of any group because you go to a room and say, "Hi, who wants this?" No one says they want it. So it completely breaks down. It's the same thing as a Ponzi scheme in the sense that you do a great job of saying, "Hey, look, come on in, give me money, and I'll give you more money." And people will keep coming in to give you money, and then you can pay out the people you originally offered money to. But then you need more people to do that to pay off each round of people until you just go, "Oops, sorry, it broke." Yeah, and then you run away with all the money.
Then your body's going to hold on to nutrients, so then you get fatter if you stop eating. But if you keep eating, you're going to be really fat. And if you work out on these days, you're going to see less of a return, and you should work out to exhaustion unless you don't. It's all very confusing. It makes me very angry. I'm pudgy. That's just how it is. It's how I'm going to be for the rest of my life. I'm sorry. This whole weight loss culture we have sucks ass. I'm not buying your crap. I'm not going to your niche gym. I'm not taking your stupid class. I'm going to be thick and proud while not starving myself and surviving on grapefruits. If I want to die early from a sedentary lifestyle with poor nutrition, that's just how it's going to go. New videos every Saturday and every other Wednesday. Like, comment, and subscribe. Do all of those things. Check out Extra Tug for $4 a month. You get a new video every week. You support me. You get.
He's always very angry or just annoyed by stuff. That's kind of how his style is. It was a cute one. I mean, I'm not a factual expert on most of these things anyway, so but like I feel like some of those things were just a little shallow. But he's a goofy guy doing goofy things. But that did remind me. I haven't seen this video in a while, but I figured this one could be an interesting follow. Oops, I gotta hit this one. Interesting follow-up. Remember, this is a thing that I watched that gave me an insight on new research. Yo, what up? That's how you do that. And then, oops. Hopefully you're 4th. I mean, you don't celebrate 4th. You're in Australia. And now it's like the 6th or something, or at the end of the 5th. And then we do this. This is an interesting video I watched that, oh my God, what the fuck? Oh no. Oh God, all the old YouTube things are stuck there. Okay. Avatar image. No, we don't want that either. Okay. This is not to tell you not to work out. That's an important thing to say. Oh.
Weight is hard, and unfortunately, your body is sabotaged.
And also, this company is kind of sussy with some of the things that they put out, but some of their more traditional science stuff, body immune system, diet, exercise, I think is still pretty okay, but you always keep a little bit of an ear to the ground.
You every step of the way.
Because they've been paid off by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to be like, look, carbon capture is okay, and maybe, climate change is totally savable, guys. Don't worry, we should, status quo. And it's like, oh no.
Your body is a biological machine that follows the laws of thermodynamics and needs energy and raw materials to stay alive, which is why you eat. The energy from food is measured in calories, and you need a certain amount to power your internal machines. Your brain thinks, your heart pumps, your gut digests, your immune system immunes, and you contract your muscles to move around. The harder a movement is, the more calories you burn. An hour of walking burns about 260 calories, moderate swimming 430, biking 600, running 700. If you eat more calories than you burn, your body stores them, mostly in the form of fat. 1 kilogram or 2 pounds of fat is about 7,000 calories. Seems simple. To lose weight, you have to burn more than you eat, so fat is turned back into energy. There are 2 ways to do this. Eating less, which we'll cover in another video, and burning more, say by moving around aimlessly, also called working out. We also get told early on that exercising is healthy somehow, so working out should kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, this doesn't exactly work out. It's one of these frustrating experiences where you do what you think's right, only to not see the results you deserve. In reality, focusing on exercising is not a reliable way to lose weight. Some studies show that exercise can lead to some fat loss, others that it's minimal. How can this be? It turns out that until recently, we fundamentally misunderstood.
Ooh, that's one of the craving for chocolate. That's one of the things that's not going to help, unfortunately. Although I think some people say there's like a very small amount that's supposed to be good, like a square of darkish chocolate should be okay. But it's like If you're there for chocolate, that's not the right amount of chocolate.
At what moving around a lot does to our bodies. Disclaimer. The science on fat loss is complicated, and many studies compare vastly different populations, different measurements, and are complicated to understand. And the online discussion is full of personal anecdotes. This video covers general principles based on the current state of research. But when you look at the individual, there are variations. It matters if you're an athlete or casually try to lose weight. The myth of the workout. A few years ago, scientists began to compare populations in industrialized societies, which sit a lot, to hunter-gatherer communities who move around a lot. The Hadza people in Tanzania walk an average of 9 kilometers a day to find wild plants and hunt animals, dig for tubers, climb trees for honey, or collect water. They can move more in a single day than an office worker in a week. So of course they burn more calories, right? But it turns out that the Hadza burn the same amount of calories per day as a typical person in an industrialized country, around 1900 for women and around 2600 for men, which doesn't make sense at all. It's also not their genes, since it's the same for other hunter-gatherer tribes. So the confused scientists looked at similar measurements in individual countries. It got even stranger. Active people who work out regularly do burn more than inactive people, but only very little, often as low as 100 calories, the equivalent of a single apple. For some strange reason, in the long term, the amount of calories you burn is often relatively unrelated to your lifestyle. Per kilo of muscle weight, your body has a relatively fixed calorie budget it wants to burn per day. Sure, if you want to gain muscles by pumping iron, you also need to eat more to build and sustain them, or your new muscles will.
Rocket Road's pretty good. I was on a big birthday cake flavor for a while. I guess I'm a little bit over it. Especially a lot of times taking nowadays, instead of using like actual batter or whatever, it's kind of like some weird kind of like chemical sweetener that makes it taste like it technically or whatever. And I've been trying to enjoy a lot of other flavors that exist out there. So, but it's a good one.
Wither away. But in total, your body keeps your calorie budget per unit of you pretty stable. And to make matters worse, if you want to lose fat, your body sabotages you in small and big ways. First of all, when you begin to work out regularly, maybe going for a run in the morning, your body may subconsciously make you move less when you don't pay attention. Maybe you take the elevator instead of the stairs, you sit more when you meet your friends, or you sleep longer, largely balancing out your burn again, preventing you from burning much fat. You can overcome this temporarily if you do actually change your life.
That's a personalized one. That one's a little bit weird to be like, your body wants to save. Like, if you spent energy somewhere, it's going to try to save energy elsewhere. But like, sometimes you go, no, I have to climb the stairs because there is no elevator here. So like, you don't get the option to do that or whatever. But just like slightly moving less, I can't imagine that there's a significant amount of calories that you're gonna, oh, did you bounce your knee versus not bounce your knee? Like, yeah, you're gonna burn what? 20 calories bouncing a knee? Like, how could that add up across the whole day to anything substantial? How could that?
After sitting around for years.
But there's research or whatever, but there's other layers deeper too.
And suddenly start working out without eating more, this is a shock to your system. You actually do burn more calories and lose fat, so you can lose weight through exercise. But this is often very short-lived. Your body adapts and burns fewer and fewer extra calories each week until it restores its original calorie budget.
Yeah, this is also a very common perceived thing. Even when I was first working out, I would lose shit tons of weight, and then that plateau sets in, which then requires, even with gradually increasing exercise amounts, it still seems to kind of like, but also you're gaining muscle and things, so the weight loss is balanced in a different way.
After a few months, you burn a very similar amount to what you did when you didn't work out. If you stayed really consistent, your burn might increase slightly and your body composition might change, but most people struggle with keeping up the habit if they don't love the extra movement, which is why so many people hit a weight loss plateau. Objection: what about muscles? Muscles burn 3 times more calories at rest than fat. This sounds impressive, but tissue
Carbs, yeah, I mean, it is a significant amount of calories. So when they get to the weight loss part, because usually The simple explanation was always like biceps and pecs are made in the kitchen, but biceps and pecs are made in the gym, and then abs are made in the kitchen. The way to lose weight is to change your diet specifically, because if you eat, even sometimes tortillas will have hundreds of calories per tortilla, and you're like, oh shit, I eat like a few of those, depending upon how many wraps I might have. Right? You know, oh, a chicken salad wrap, it's got protein, only a little bit of fat, nice. But then the actual wrap it's on, you think it's not bread, but the tortilla has just as much as bread, and it's just condensed flour or whatever. And you're like, fuck. Or you snack on pieces of carbohydrates throughout the day, and it just skyrockets that total up, which it's tough.
Tissues like your brain, skin, or intestines burn way more. In absolute terms, a more muscular body composition may
I wanted to hear that again.
Than fat. This sounds impressive, but tissues like your brain, skin, or intestines burn way more.
That is interesting to hear, that your core internal organs and external, I guess, with skin, burn even more, because I guess they're like constantly creating skin cells. Your brain is also an incredibly calorie intensive piece of tissue, which is one thing I didn't know about, just from like, with a calorie hungry brain comes a long development cycle, which is why we suck ass as babies, comparatively to other things. I always use the giraffe because it comes out of the giraffe and just starts running. You know, it's just, I mean, like, all right, let's go. I don't want to get eaten. Let's go. Yeah, because that brain, it's not as big of a deal. You know, and it also makes sense why the majority of people's daily intakes are pretty similar to each other and pretty consistent with each other, because we all generally have the same biggest burners, are organs.
Absolute terms, a more muscular body composition makes a difference for how many calories your body burns, but it's relatively small. Muscles matter a lot for health, longevity, and performance, but not that much for weight loss. Bizarre. And now we're getting to the actual reason why
I mean, that does go against my theory of, I want to build a bunch of muscle, so that way when I do dieting more actively, I'll be able to burn more. Which, again, while somewhat true, not as effective as I was always expecting it to be.
Exercise is healthy. Why your body is sabotaging you.
But this is why they've done this entire thing almost has been like, exercise sucks. It doesn't do as much as you think it does. You're like, thank God, I just want to sit and never do any exercise ever. And it's like, well, hold on.
So your body has an activity budget per day that it wants to stick to. This setting evolved when humans had to move a lot. Not because they wanted to, but because they had to find food for survival. But when food is abundant and exercise is voluntary, what does your body do with the energy that you're not using to move around? We're simplifying a lot here, and this is relatively new science, but in a nutshell, there are many different systems in your body trying to do their job as well as possible. And if there's extra energy, they seem to use it. Unfortunately, this is bad. When your immune cells detect injuries or infections, they trigger inflammation. Fighter cells, alarm chemicals, and fluids flood into your tissue. This is crucial, but it also causes damage, so it needs to be cleaned up quickly or it can become chronic. And chronic inflammation is one of the major contributors to many serious diseases, from cancer to heart failure. If your immune system is on a tight budget, it has to be efficient with inflammation. With lots of free calories, though, it overcommits. Another thing is that your glands produce hormones you don't need, like cortisol, the stress hormone, which triggers your fight or flight response. Crucial for survival, but if you have too much of it, you get, well, very stressed all the time. Chronic stress is a major cause for a bouquet of health issues, including your mental state.
I just love this old man. It's just going crazy and then crying. I just think it's so fucking funny.
For our ancestors who moved a lot and had to deal with sudden bursts of activity, fleeing from a lion, attacking that bison, this cortisol was crucial. But if you live...
Really? That sounds like one of those things that people say about China, but it's possible.
A modern, sedentary lifestyle, your body is ready for action that...
Where'd you learn it from?
...doesn't happen, hurting itself in the process. Your body evolved to move regularly and is fine-tuned to a certain base level of activity. If this activity is missing, it still uses almost the identical amount of energy just on stupid stuff. This is why you burn a similar amount of calories whether you work out or not. A lot of the energy you spend working out is energy you don't spend on other physical activities and body processes. Working out is not a magic bullet, but it seems to restore an internal physical balance that seriously affects your body. And this is also why regular exercise is so incredibly healthy. The evidence is incredibly clear here. It reduces chronic inflammation and stress, it's good for your heart, may ease depression, and makes you live longer and better. Why humans are so hungry. When your ancestors evolved, they had to work hard for calories. Sometimes it would be easy and they could afford to chill out quite a bit. But in hard times, they had to move quite a bit to feed themselves, walk longer to find prey, or dig longer to find tubers. If extra movement burned more calories, this would lead to a spiral of starvation. The less food you find, the more energy you need to find food, which doesn't even fill you up because you moved more. It's like taking on more debt when you're in the red. It works for a while, but then you go bankrupt and die. So, for your ancestors, being able to move a lot without burning extra calories was a matter of life and death. Okay, but this means the obesity epidemic of the modern world is not primarily caused by laziness, but by overeating. Humans evolved to be mad for calories because of our extremely hungry brains and our extremely useless kids.
They talked about it too.
Kids are cute, but unlike other species, human kids have to be fed and cared for by adults for years before they become even remotely useful. Because the human brain not only eats up about 20% of all our calories at rest, twice as much as our closest ape relatives, it also takes a lot of time to develop through playing, learning, and honing social skills, all the things that make us human. Our species is so extremely calorie expensive to maintain that we became super efficient calorie harvesters. 5 hours of human hunter-gatherer foraging yields between 3,000 and 5,000 calories, while our ape relatives get no more than 1,500.
Those lazy fucking apes. Those piece of shit, big red-ass fucking apes.
At the same time. And we became so good at calorie harvesting precisely because of our big brains and years of social skill training. In a typical ancestral tribe, some members would spend the day searching for plants, others hunting or gathering honey, others nurturing kids. And at the end of the day, we'd share the calories so that no one would end up hungry. Being frenetic
That's not capitalistic mindset. What the fuck? Come on, what? You mean we did that for a very long time before anything? You mean capitalism is not based on our genetics? What?
Harvesters seems to be deeply part of what makes us human. It's not a bug, but a feature. But today it seems as if that feature has turned on us. We can't stop overproducing food and overeating. If you want to lose fat, reducing calories is the biggest part of the answer. We'll cover diet in the next part. So to conclude, you'll probably not lose nearly as much fat by working out as you hoped, but you will do something more important. Give your body balance and make you more resilient, and prevent or delay many of the diseases that will make your life miserable, so you can enjoy a higher quality of life for much longer.
So all I'm hearing is you don't have to work out. Got it. Easy peasy. I won't work out. Understood. I looked up the thing real fast, and it's a thing from 4 years ago about the mukbang banning because of food waste or whatever it is. But Global Times. Who owns Global Times? People's Daily Press. Who owns People Daily Press? Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. Well, that seems like it's useful. That seems like a good source, at least for what China is doing specifically. Because sometimes you end up with Radio Free Asia or something like that, which is not a trustworthy source on what's going on in. It's an American, like, not CIA, but it's an American like disinformation campaign done to discredit the Chinese state or whatever it is. It's pretty obvious. So, like, let's see. Oops, I hit subscribe. I didn't. Well, whatever. I wanted to search for mukbang. Why does it open a new window? Oh, I see. It's a search page. Mukbang. Give it to me. No results. Ban. Check consumers, certification, portable power banks. Something with free trade principles. Uncertified power banks. Selling out Taiwan amid tariffs. Extreme. Oh, here we go. China Consumers Association. Give me a second now. And this was recent, so I'm glad that it's not just the old one. China Consumers Association urges crackdown on extreme eating, live streaming, calling for an end to food waste. Tuesday put forward an initiative calling for a rejection of food waste and boycott of extreme eating online. Called for a boycott. Some online platformers are now flooded with extreme eating and live streams featuring binge eating. Noted some extreme live eating streams, including so-called Big Stomach Kings and Spice Challengers. Consumers are urged to reconsider the harm of extreme eating live streaming. Content creators must uphold moral standards and reject food waste by refraining from planning, producing, or posting extreme eating videos. The association has called upon platform operators to strengthen their content review and recommendation systems. By the end of 2024, unveiled an action to plan to boost food production while reducing waste. The plan targets key sectors demanded to build long-term mechanism by this. So it doesn't sound like a ban as much as a guys, please stop. But it's possible that there's actually more, what is it called? Actual, like, I don't know, punishments or something hidden behind the scenes or whatever. Let's see if I go back. This was the other one. This is the old one. This one has a legislation, but that was 4 years ago. I wonder if it says it went away. There's a bunch of food wasted. Weird. I mean, I was never a mukbang enjoyer, so. Honestly, it's probably a good thing to some degree. Complete crackdown on weird hobbies or interests, I guess, but The Guardian. Outspoken editor of Chinese state tabloid Global Times retires. Leading voice of strident nationalism with millions of social media followers. A controversial Chinese state tabloid editor became a leading critic of West China's policy emerging in the past. Announces retirement. Oh, in 2005. What the fuck? This is old as hell. Anyway. Neat. Okay. We finished the Big Tug video. What else we got? It might be time to go for the Minuteman video. It's a bit chiller in chat, which is fine. So you might be able to actually get through a 40-minute video comparatively to the other days where we could barely get through a 20-minute video. So, oh dear God, that's the URL. Hold on, let me do /pin. So that way it's pinned on top of chat. And then we do !react. I can do that right now, actually, since it's chill. It's chilling here. Action cues, actions. So my video link in Discord. Do the Discord webhook, Twitch announce. Let me just turn this off. I can even turn off the Twitch message. Oh, I tried to do it. /pin, but I guess it doesn't do it? Yeah. Weird. Anyway. You can turn this off too, because I'm already pasting it in chat. So no longer will Waffbot say it, and no longer will the announcement go through because we have the pin instead. Unless you think the announcement's important, but whatever. The pin I think is good. And my message shows the video link as well. So now I need to grab the title. And be careful not to grab more text than you need to. Ta-da. All right.
America. Okay. America is a land filled with natural wonders. Like the 105-acre Pando aspen clone in Utah, the largest living organism on the planet, or the 500 million years of geology visible at the Grand Canyon, and of course, most famously, that giant pile of sand in Chelsea. Boston reference for all my Bostons out there. But America once had many more natural wonders that have long since been lost to time. Entire lakes, biomes, and ancient stands of trees have been wiped off of the map, oftentimes as the direct result of extractive capitalism that has fueled the territorial and monetary expansion of the American civilization. But today we are going to be talking about one particular natural wonder, which at one time held a massive significance on the American landscape, but today has been almost completely forgotten. One that took millennia to form, created an ecosystem unlike anything else in the world, inspired cultures and traditions, and posed one of the largest technical challenges in America's westward expansion. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to tell you about America's lost natural wonder known as the Great Raft. Don't look at me, I don't know what you're doing. Yeah.
What an interestingly cool weathered ass wall.
Hit your head on the window. Okay. Yeah, knock over the Wi-Fi router. You know, I don't normally film these videos in the morning, but today you caught me at the coffee hour. Normally you catch me at the alcohol hour. Trying to get a bunch done in the early part of the day today because it's spring here in New England, which means that I have to spend most of the day prepping the farm beds. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about my promise from long ago to do a homesteading channel. I will still be doing that, don't worry, it's in the works. Still don't know what to call it. Open to suggestions, of course. Not doing Kaczynski Acres, I feel like that might get me into legal trouble. For some fucking reason. The year is 1806. The United States is a mere 30 years old and looks like this. She doesn't look a day over 25, if you ask me. It's okay, I can say it, I'm 25. Just 3 years ago, the United States made a big purchase. The Louisiana Purchase, to be specific. It was such a big purchase, in fact, that it doubled the size of the United States. The deal was sealed in April of 1803, when the United States purchased 830,000 square miles of land for a price of about $15 million. That's about 4 cents an acre, which is... I told you not to knock over the Wi-Fi router. Yeah, knock over the Wi-Fi router. Everyone take a good look at the creature that knocked over my Wi-Fi router. Do you have anything to say to yourself, for yourself?
I love a big kitty.
No thoughts behind those eyes. Yeah, okay, you're being ejected. That's about a price of 4 cents per acre, which is a screaming deal if you ask me. The seller of all of this land was France. You may have heard of them. They invented the rotary, the pencil sharpener, and one of the Guianas. You may also think to yourself, wow, that land wasn't really theirs to sell, was it? Considering the fact that it's absolutely nowhere near France whatsoever and literally already had a bunch of people already living on it. But like a junkie selling a stolen catalytic converter, France decided to sell it anyway. And like a kid on Christmas, the United States had to start playing with their stolen catalytic converter almost immediately. This analogy's not holding up anymore. You see, all of this land was a great opportunity for the young America. At the time, one of the driving mantras of the young country was manifest destiny, that America was destined to claim all of the land from sea to shining sea. One of the primary strategies that the American government utilized to further this agenda was settler colonialism, where they would encourage a ton of immigration into the country, and then they would tell all of those immigrants to go settle out west. By flooding the far reaches of the empire with American bodies, the US government could continue to expand the empire, and in doing so would likely knowingly, force these new settlers into conflict with the indigenous people who, you know, lived there. Once conflict inevitably did arise between the settlers and the native nations, it was used to further the American propaganda that these barbarians just hate Americans for some reason. I just set up my house right here in the middle of their land, and they just attacked me for, like, literally no reason. So for the low price of sacrificing some of their citizens, the American government could justify using their military force to continue a war of territorial expansion and
they're immigrant citizens, don't you forget.
replacement. Thank God nothing like that could ever happen again today. Now, because of this explicit goal, it was necessary for the young American nation to map new territorial acquisitions in order to better facilitate their settlement. Since the Louisiana Purchase was so large, it necessitated quite a few different expeditionary forces in order to actually map it. Probably the most famous of these being the Lewis and Clark expedition, as well as the 2 Pike expeditions aimed at mapping the Rocky Mountains and finding the headwaters of the Mississippi. I knew that Pike's Peak had to be named after a guy, but I didn't know until doing research for this video that his name was Zebulon.
What?
Zebulon. What the fuck is a Zebulon? Is that like one of those horses with the barcode? But our story begins with the much lesser known 1806 Freeman Custis expedition.
Also really well-paced editing style. He's reading a script, being a bit casual with it, and then mixing in just enough zoom-ins, little jokes, cutaways, or whatever, but not super long. None of them are too annoying. Definitely within every, like, somewhere between 5 to 10 seconds, you're getting at least a frame change.
I don't have much time. I'll explain this.
Change.
I'll explain this all in the next video, okay? I don't want to hear about it. But what I am here to tell you about, frickin' stickers. That's right, baby.
Every sentence is basically its own camera change to keep you interested in the next sentence.
We finally officially have some stickers after much requesting. Check these bad boys out, y'all. We got round 1 of the Mini Minute Man sticker pack, designed as always by my wonderful partner. We got a couple things going on here. We got a seal. We got 2 different badges.
Or even a substantial jump cut would also do it.
We got E Pluribus Gugum, and most importantly, we got the schmink. Oh my god, it autofocus on it. It thinks it's a cat. I mean, it's not wrong, it is a cat. Well, it's a sticker, but it's a sticker with a picture of a cat on it. Now, the possibilities with these stickers are literally endless. You can put them on your water bottle.
I don't like stickers on water bottles. I'm bad about that.
Oh, I know.
I don't like stickers on anything. I don't like stickers. Remember at one point, we had a laptop, Kara and I, and it was kind of like Kara's laptop. And she put so many stickers on it. It was crazy.
Oh, but it's gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny. Look, you can put them on your schmink. You don't like that, do you? Or you can put them on yourself. You're a star, Schminky. Well, actually, no, you're not a star. I'm sorry. You're actually a circle. What do you think? Not much, if anything, ever. Yeah, there we go. Schmink bottle. Anyway, stickers are live now. Go check them out. Link to that is in the description and on the little product doc.
Wearing suspenders as a young person. I mean, sure, whatever. I don't care. They look really big. Like his pants weigh like 100 pounds.
Supports me, supports the artist that made them, and gets to decorate your cool stuff. I normally come in to do a promotion at the end of a video, but this video has a pretty heavy ending and it would ruin the tone, so go impulse buy stickers now. And I'll explain more about this in the next video. You're in for a treat. If you liked Philip Zeba, ooh, you're gonna love this next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the Freeman Custis expedition. While it's been largely forgotten in sort of the general cultural memory, the Freeman Custis expedition was one of the most important and expensive expeditions of the time. It was commissioned by Thomas Jefferson himself, who viewed it as being almost as important as the much more famous presidential expedition of Lewis and Clark. The expedition was headed by Thomas Freeman. He was a civil engineer and acted as the expedition's cartographer. As the name would suggest, he was of course joined by Peter Custis, who was a student of medicine and joined as the expedition's naturalist. The These 2 men were joined by 22 others, including a captain, a lieutenant, soldiers, and an enslaved African man. The expedition was funded for $5,000, making it the most expensive expedition of its time. And while today it's widely known as the Freeman-Custis Expedition, at the time it was known as either the Red River Expedition or the Great Excursion. As the name would suggest, this expedition set out to map the Red River. The team set out to locate its headwaters and find a navigable course for ships to use into the American interior. Now there's a couple Red Rivers, confusingly, but today we're going to be talking about the Red River of the South. The Red River runs a total of 1,300 miles through the modern states of Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana. At the end of its 1,300 miles, it reaches a confluence point with the Atchafalaya River, which then drains through the Atchafalaya Delta into the Gulf of Mexico. On April 19th of 1806, the Freeman-Custis expedition set up the Red River in 2 flat-bottom boats. They left from Fort Adams, Mississippi, about 40 miles from the modern city of Natchez, and headed north. But it was not long into their ultimately ill-fated expedition that the explorers hit a snag. Log jams were common on the Red River. These big tangles of driftwood and logs and stumps became known as snags, and the Freeman-Custis expedition became pretty accustomed to having to navigate around these obstructions, either lifting the boats up over blockages or navigating through smaller tributary bayous in order to get around them. While most blockages could be navigated with relative ease, in mid-June, the party, which had now been reinforced with 20 additional men, hit a snag of monumental proportions. At first, it just appeared like a logjam, not dissimilar to the things that they had navigated around in order to get this far. But as they disembarked their boats to investigate further, they found that it was something much bigger. This tangle of old-growth cedar and cypress trunks was so big that it formed a completely impenetrable mass. Clearing it, like they had with some of the smaller log jams, was completely out of the question. According to expedition logs, when the team climbed on top of this structure, they found it to be, quote, so tightly bound that a man could walk over it in any direction. Since there was no way through this enormous tangle of debris, and the team had no idea how far it stretched, they had no choice but to circumnavigate it by going into the smaller bayous around the river. In most places, this enormous blockage spanned the entirety of the Red River, and the only way that you could see where the actual river bottom was by identifying where the trees were growing out of the blockage from the riverbank below. All told, the expedition, which consisted of now more than 40 men, spent 3 grueling weeks trudging through the hot, humid bayous of western Louisiana to circumnavigate this enormous obstacle. By the time they had finally reached the end and discovered the Red River flowing free again, they had traveled more than 160 miles. This would become the first recorded European documentation of the natural wonder that would become known as the Great Raft.
That's an interesting way to phrase it, specifically, because obviously humans have encountered it plenty of times, but specifically the Western, or the European humans, whatever, which makes sense. But it is, yeah, it's a simple thing, but it's like, oh, it does leave open the, like, oh, wait, it's the first time we found? Oh, right, because we're not the original people. Duh. But when you say it's the first time it was discovered, it makes it sound like those people they don't matter, they don't exist.
The Great Raft was a name given to a massive tangle of debris that clogged the Red River in modern-day Louisiana for more than 160 miles. It's believed that the Great Raft began its formation about 1,200 years ago, and it was, as far as we know, the largest feature of its kind in all of North America. While a giant logjam may not sound very glamorous, its existence had a massive ripple effect for the ecosystems and cultures that developed around it. The southernmost point of the Great Raft was somewhere around the town of Natchitoches, Louisiana. Natchitoches? Natchitoches. Natchitoches.
Natchitoches.
Shoddy make my...
Natchitoches.
From there, it stretched 160 miles north, ending somewhere near the town of Fulton, Arkansas, which is a smaller town near Texarkana. The Great Raft was composed of all kinds of debris, but primarily the trunks of red cedar, cypress, cottonwood, and even petrified wood. Because of how old it was all matted together with shrubs and sticks and grasses that began to create almost a meadow ecosystem on top of the structure. While the Freeman-Custis expedition noted that they could walk across it easily in any direction, it was later found, and is in my opinion much more impressive, that people could easily ride horses across the top of it. People climbing across loose debris is one thing, I can kind of believe that, but if it's tightly bound enough,
that you can ride a horse across it, it may as well just be the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get a shout out for the ground? Can we smash that like button for the ground? I'd like to give a big thank you to John F. Ground, inventor of the ground. John F. Ground bravely thought to himself, what if a wall was down here? It was estimated that the raft could be upwards of 25 feet deep in places, filling the entire riverbed all the way to the very bottom. Now, when you look at this thing, you may be thinking to yourself, how the fuck? And that's exactly what I was wondering. And there's actually two running theories for how the fuck. The first theory for the formation of this feature is probably the one that all of us would immediately go to, which is just this sort of runaway snowball effect of things falling into the river and then building on each other. You see, the Red River goes through a lot of red clay, which is where the Red River gets its name. This part of the world is very sedimenty and silty, so rivers are always meandering around, and so as the Red River would do this, it could, erode a huge chunk of riverbank. It pulls in like pretty much a quarter acre of forest, and then all of that washes down and gets stuck somewhere. Compound that year after year after year, and you have all this stuff starting to pile up, and eventually you've created a raft that no matter how big the flood is, it doesn't actually move it. It's just created an impenetrable mass that the river can't even get around anymore. But the other theory for how this structure formed has to do with this spot, where the Red River, the Atchafalaya River, and the Mississippi River all meet. Currently, the Mississippi River drains through the Mississippi River Delta in New Orleans, Louisiana. But it hasn't always. Like we said earlier, these rivers meander around all of the time. And at one point, the Red River and Atchafalaya River were connected in some way. So the theory is that about 1,200 years ago, there was a massive flood in the Mississippi River, as there is almost every single year, and it pushed debris upstream on the Red River. Like, there was just so much water that it just pushed it backwards and, like, lodged all of this debris that had come down the Mississippi and just pushed it upstream and made an impenetrable mass. And then from there, for the next 1,200 years, stuff just kept washing down the river and getting stuck behind it. Now, interestingly, at the point where all three of these rivers meet is Fort Adams, which is where the Freeman Custis expedition left on their expedition. Today, it's also home to the low sill control structure. You see, at this point, the Mississippi River should have meandered to be draining out of the Atchafalaya Basin right now. But that wouldn't be very good for the American economy, so they set up a dam structure to keep the Mississippi River flowing out of the Mississippi River Delta. So that dam is the only thing stopping the Mississippi River from naturally draining about 70 miles away from New Orleans and completely destroying the US economy. So we want to be really careful about that, guys. We want to be careful. So anyway, as you can imagine, a structure like the Great Raft existing in one place for well over 1,000 years has some massive repercussions for pretty much everything around it. Most notably of these being the ecology.
What movies do I like? Oh, I enjoy some stuff like Prometheus. I enjoy some stuff like, so like interesting science fiction stuff. Thrillers, I think, are pretty cool. So like Sounds of the Lambs or whatever type of movie. But then also I enjoy comedies or whatever it is. I used to, back when I was a little boy, I really liked like Dumb and Dumber kind of shit, right? Just some feel good, whatever. Bunch of the Mike Judge is like Idiocracy, which is also fine. But like the Zack and Miri Make a Porno or Superbad, whatever. That was movies I used to really like back in the day. Probably would like it. I would love it less nowadays. A little bit of a few different things. A good mix. Don't like musicals, generally speaking. There's a few musicals that I did watch over the years. So like the South Park musical, which is just the South Park movie. So usually like a humor-based musical. So maybe something like the, what's it called? Book of Mormon. That could be something that I might like. I never watched it before, but because it's a humor-based thing. Also maybe the same guys, honestly. High School Musical? Definitely not. No. Yeah, I really don't like that Disney movie kind of shit, Disney Channel kind of shit. I never liked that stuff. There's like, the classic Pixar, Disney animated stuff. That's always pretty good. Like the Turning Red, some of the newer ones, Luca, whatever it is, Up. Those are the movies that'll always like make you cry, like specifically like the first act and then like the third act or whatever it is. Those are big. I usually like those to some degree, obviously. Pretty normy on my movie takes, I would say. Somewhere nothing too super hot. maybe just liking this sci-fi angle, darker stuff can be seen as a little bit unusual. But yeah, we were trying to think about a good day to do movie days, and today is kind of a chill day. Seems like it's also a holiday, right? It's the end of a holiday, so people may have been out doing stuff, so they go home and sleep, or they're drunk or whatever. So they may not be tuning into the stream today, which is fine. I have no qualms about a quiet night. Probably won't go too long tonight just because it is quiet. But tonight could be a good day to turn into a movie night thing because people aren't looking to do too much chit-chatting, whatever it is, and we can just sort of get those things made or whatever. I don't know a way to save, because I could save the VODs would be saved of my cam, but they wouldn't be saved of like the movie itself. We could have a time code running, so you could technically queue it up yourself if you have access to it. I mean, everyone can find access to stuff, right? So that way, in case for someone really, really wants, if they missed it and really, really wanted to see, oh my God, I love, Long Legs, and I really wanted to see them watch it or whatever, you can tune into that. You might even have Kara chill out because it'll be like in the middle of her weekend, so she might be able to do that time slot pretty good. Because like on a Sunday night when she goes into work in the morning, it's not really the best time for her to watch movies, and then the work week is tough too. So we're thinking Saturdays in the future might be a good time to start those up, and it gives us a week to prepare if we do on Saturdays. I was just thinking, like, the fact that entire bed of wood kind of like turned a river into almost like a Long Island situation where they have built a platform naturally. It's a bunch of crazy pieces of sticks and whatever, and you would want to like smooth it out, but it's almost like, dude, don't fuck with it. Just make it like a giant boardwalk, basically. Like, just kind of build on top of it to some degree. And, you've just paved some really good ground. But maybe it would actually be a terrible idea because it'd all wash away accidentally under one bad storm, because that means that timber and other garbage will be constantly sliding into your, support beams, and just one bad combination makes the whole, like, kind of like how when you have a gigantic chunk of ice that's like you're trying to like empty out your ice maker and you throw it in the sink. It's all frozen in like one big pile, but all it takes is like one little piece to melt just right, and all of a sudden the whole thing like crumbles. That could be what happens. There's a new Final Destination out. Oh yeah, I know that made some big trailer news when it came out because it was a cult classic. Not a cult classic, but it's like one of those like campy ass scary movie things where it's just bizarre ass ways people can die or something. So
imagine a beaver dam.
Not my most. I think I may have watched parts of the first one, but I was never really a scary movie enjoyer, which is where I ended up getting an appreciation for some of the less, like The Ring as a movie I watched growing up, and that fucked me up because I had a very active imagination, and I did not like when my televisions had static on them anymore for a very long time. I did not like jump scares. It made me feel bad whenever they would happen. And they would happen like here and there and a little bit, but traditional, like The Grudge is a movie I never watched. Just creepy, scary stuff where like people, close the medicine cabinet. This crazy loud stabbing, violin ring, noise and something like that. But something like Silence of the Lambs still had some scary, like your heartbeats intense moments, but it didn't have like, it didn't feel like it had things. It was a bit more of a, not so much of a whodunit because you know who did it, but psychological thriller or whatever is a bad way to define a genre of scary but good. Is kind of how I usually end up putting it, like scary but not slop. Because then I started watching scary movies a little bit here and there. I don't remember, like Haunting of Hill House. I watched that series with Kara, and I wasn't scared really by it. I was like, oh, okay. I guess I'm an adult now, and I don't get scared by shit. So I think I could handle scary things. Not that like Final Destination, other than giving me intrusive thoughts like, uh-oh, I'm standing on this curb, and if I accidentally trip over my shoelace and my fall with my left shoulder going into the street, then my head might get immediately squished like a watermelon by a passing truck, or something like that. Like, I can imagine these really bad scenarios that could just be unlucky to happen. So that's about the scariest long-term effects of a Final Destination movie.
Good. Okay, now come back to me. By slowing the flow of a river, a beaver dam allows for water to reach much further and, more importantly, soak into the ground. When a river is running, that's great and everything, but when water is made to slow down and soak into the soil is where the real magic happens. This is why many...
Oh, I did not know. I'm over here being dumb, like water is wet, dude. Water be wet, water wets the ground no matter how fast it's moving. I did not know that when each individual water molecule is cooking and just pushing down that river, it does not soak into the ground as much. But I guess it makes sense. I always thought that, I guess, like the bottom of the river would be like molecules that are going slower and then therefore soaking in just as much as any other river would. But I guess, like, if I've ever spilt a water bottle on an incline or decline, I should say, you would see the water kind of just run, and you wouldn't see it soak into the dirt straight up because it's moving. It's, little pieces of it would soak, but for the most part, it's just moving.
Many rivers altered by man, like the LA River, have completely lost all of their ability to be an actual river because they paved it. So the water just goes so fast. They're like, why is there a drought here? It's like, well, why do you fucking think there's a drought here? Also, you put like 800 million people in the fucking desert, okay? I don't know what you want me to tell you. Because of this, beavers create immensely productive ecosystems that can last long after the beavers have abandoned the structure. This is why these animals are known ecologically as a keystone species. This one species essentially builds an ecosystem, and the reintroduction of beavers into places that they were...
Beavers make it wet. Beavers get it all soggy.
hunted to extinction often comes with massive positive benefits for the local ecology and all of the human industries that rely on it, from tourism to hunting and fishing.
Wait, did they say hunting it into extinction?
Of beavers into places that they were hunted to extinction often
putting beavers back into a place where they were hunted away
comes with massive positive benefits for the local ecology and all of the human industries that rely on it, from tourism to hunting and fishing. Now I want you to apply this principle to the Great Raft. It was essentially a 160-mile long beaver dam that lasted for over 1,000 years. That's pretty big. It's impossible to understate not only how crucial this structure was for the local ecology, but also how much it altered the environment. You see, the huge amount of water that still needed to travel out to the sea was forced to take new paths, and so it overflowed the banks of the now clogged Red River into the surrounding landscape. This, of course, not only slowed down the water, allowing it to soak into the soil, but actually created more rivers and lakes that expanded far beyond the banks of the Red River. As this water escaped the banks, it created a meandering network of tributaries and bayous that flowed through the surrounding landscape, spreading the benefits of this slow-moving fertile water far beyond the banks of the Red River. But the most interesting part of this, in my opinion, is that as these tributaries meandered into low-lying areas, they created massive lakes. While it's unknown just how many lakes were created by the Great Raft, some of the most notable were, time for me to read off my laptop because I can't memorize all these things, Cato Lake, Cross Lake, Lake Bestenso, Wallace Lake, Black Bayou Lake, Fairy Lake, Clear Lake, and Soda Lake. This collection of lakes, when combined together, were known as the Raft Lakes. Some of these, like the enormous Soda Lake, were seasonal. During rainy seasons, they would fill to a high water line, and in more dry seasons, they would return to a productive wetland. Other lakes, like Cato Lake, were permanent and hosted enormous old-growth cedar and cypress swamps. These lakes, beyond the fish, reptiles, and amphibians that called them home, also hosted massive flocks of migratory birds. And of course, the forests around this massive 160-mile logjam benefited as well. Forest diversity would have skyrocketed as more water became available. Trees like oak, sycamore, willow, and even persimmon became far more abundant, as well as the species that relied on them. Even the raft itself began to turn into its own unique ecosystem, and it's likely that the entire structure, from the saturated lower levels to the nooks and crannies in the middle to the grassland on the top, created a unique microbiome that may very well have been the largest of its kind in the entire world. I think I'm beginning to emphasize to you just how important this structure was, but just to spell it out, the Great Raft wasn't just a logjam. It was, in its truest sense, a crucial physical part of the environment. It defined the landscapes and created the ecosystems around it for more than 1,000 years. And the significance of this structure was, of course, not lost on the people that called this area home. Unsurprisingly, the Great Raft did not go unnoticed by the indigenous North American groups who called this area home since long before the structure even existed. One of the primary groups to live in this area during the time of the Great Raft were the Caddo people. Their ancestral lands followed the course of the Red River from southern Louisiana into Arkansas, and a combination of oral history and archaeological evidence suggests that this group have occupied the area since about 800 or 900 CE, which, very interestingly, is around the same time that evidence suggests the Great Raft began to form.
Gunpowder invented must be this line? The Caddo form. Starting right around the Great Raft area. Whoa, this is super duper old. Yeah, gunpowder, I mean, especially if you consider that to be the Chinese invention of gunpowder. Holy shit. Yeah, because it got Machu Picchu, the Black Death. Yeah. Printing press. Okay. I guess this is the beginning of the Great Raft, and it was like not that great.
Is around the same time that evidence suggests the Great Raft began to form. This could suggest that the raft's formation had such a massive effect on the environment that it could have caused a shift in lifestyle for the cultures living in the area that directly led to the formation of the Caddo people. This group lived in small towns along the tributaries and waterways around the Red River. Like many other native groups in this part of the world, the Caddo people built mounds, like this one at the Belcher site in Louisiana, or this one at the Caddoan Mound site in Alto, Texas. If you're interested in mound building cultures and civilizations, you should check out my recent videos on the Great Circle Earthworks. It's a mound that's great and it's a circle, and my video on the sacred geometry and astronomical alignments of the Octagon Earthworks, which is also an earthwork in the shape of an octagon, wouldn't you know? And as a little spoiler here, these videos took a very long time in production, and so I try to have like one really big project in the back burner at all times while my team and I work on slightly easier videos. And now that these two projects are done, the one that we're working on is Poverty Point, baby. So get ready for that. It'll still be a little while, but my team and I are working on a full video on site at Poverty Point now, so get excited for that.
That's crazy that this dude has a team. It could just be him and an editor or something, but the fact that has a team and he's just some guy who made TikToks. From my understanding, he's some guy that just made TikToks disproving a bunch of weird pseudoscience and like, ancient astronaut theorists who would like, like my dad be like, wow, this pyramid, wow, it must be aliens. And he would go through, because he studies geology and anthropology and all these different things. So he goes through a bit more of the peer-reviewed reasons for why certain things aren't the simple answers or whatever it is, or are the simple answers instead in some cases. But yeah, always a bit of a guilty pleasure watch. Not so much guilty, but more or less guilty about it pokes fun at some of the easy targets, I guess you could say.
It'll blow your mind. Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a video about...
There's definitely not a lot about Native Americans or indigenous Americans in the news in general. Also because, we completed the genocide a long time ago, and the remnants of those descendants that exist have been in some ways demoralized, down to the like constantly impeded upon treaties, and then minimalized a bunch. But there are still, some communities obviously that do their best to uphold what they have, but it's just very clearly a shell of the former thing. And it's one of those like the great crimes of this hemisphere for sure, especially considering the modern state still exists.
This giant pile of dirt.
These mounds are piles of dirt in the same way that...
And that's why people in Israel and the West Bank are like, hey, come on, you did it. We want to do it. And it's like, no, you should not do it. We should not have done it. We should do more to make up for the fact that we did it. But like, it's one of those like, I got polio, you should get polio too. Like, no, you shouldn't. Take your vaccine.
that the Parthenon is a pile of rocks.
Damn, sorry, Brad. Jeez, man, I was just trying to be funny. The Great Raft was central to the Caddoan way of life. Firstly, it provided the foundation of their diet. The far-reaching benefits of the Great Raft created pretty much a gigantic food forest. The lakes and bayous were teeming with life, from fish, reptiles, and crawdads to water birds like ducks and geese. The forest was also teeming with animals who benefited from the Great Raft's biodiversity. Deer, rabbit, squirrel, turkey, as well as countless other animals would have called this forest home. And even the forest composition itself would have been a veritable Garden of Eden, with an immense variety of wild plants, fruits, berries, and nuts. All told, you can see why the Caddo people only partially relied on agriculture, as the environment they lived in was so productive on its own that it didn't really necessitate them relying on agriculture. However, when it did come to agriculture, the Caddo people were very good at that as well. The intermittent flooding that would have taken place in this area created really fertile agricultural ground. This group would have grown staple indigenous American crops like the Three Sisters, corns, bean, and squash. Cornses, as well as other parts of the eastern agricultural complex like sunflower and tobacco. And the creeks and movements of the Great Raft also functioned as a calendar, indicating to the Caddo people when it was time to plant different crops. Now, much like the Great Raft acted like a barrier with water, slowing it down and allowing it to soak into the ground, it also functioned in a very similar way with people. Since the Red River was blocked, other tribes and groups navigating through this area would have to cross over this formidable obstacle. This would have slowed people down and make them stay longer, which put the Caddo people right in the middle of a highly profitable trade corridor between the fertile plains of the Mississippi and the grasslands of the Southwest. This allowed them to mediate and participate in trade with two vastly different regions of their world. All told, the amount of goods flowing to and from their land, as well as the fertile earth they occupied, made them a highly successful people. And the same phenomenon that helped slow down people in water also helped keep this culture safe. The existence of the Great Raft and the complicated network of bayous and lakes around it helped protect them from foreign invasion, whether it be invasion from their neighbors or the later invasion of Europeans. Because of how much of the Caddoan way of life was centered around this structure, it was of course incorporated into their folklore as well. According to their oral histories, the Great Spirit created a flood that built the logjam, potentially leading some credibility to the theory that it was backwash from the Mississippi that started the beginning of this raft. What's pretty amazing is that this is a lasting oral memory of the creation of the Great Raft, handed down generation by generation for 1,200 years. And because of its significance, the Caddo people viewed the Great Raft as
like some dude just like, you know, whether he made it up or was telling a story, the fact that a version of his game of telephone exists to this day is just from him going, ooh, just creating words with his mouth. It comes all the way down through history.
As a being in and of itself. It was constantly shifting and moving and changing, and their coexistence with this structure could be directly linked to their success in this part of the world. This structure created the foundation of their diet and their trade network. It kept their culture safe and prosperous for 1,200 years, and potentially the formation of the Great Raft led to the formation of their people, almost born parallel alongside one another. Because of this, it's not hard to see why the Caddo people viewed this structure as a sacred entity, something like a god on Earth. With all this, we have a solid overview of the world created by the Great Raft, a one-of-a-kind feature that took specific circumstances and over 1,000 years in order to fully form. It created an immensely productive system, both ecologically and culturally, that changed the landscape for hundreds of square miles and for which no direct parallel exists today. It is impossible to understate how important and spectacular this feature would have been.
I would say, yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to it.
And now is the really upsetting part of this video. I'm sure you've noticed I've been using a lot of past tense. After all, this video is probably called something like America's Lost Natural Wonder. And that is because nearly everything we just talked about has been wiped from the face of the earth. Had to add a jacket. Got cold. It's a totally different day now, which is why it got cold. From the first official mapping and documentation of the Great Raft in 1806, the United States...
Looking for the raft. Don't see the raft. Is it? No. Is this the... Wait. Is this the raft? Is this it?
States government viewed it as nothing more than an obstacle. You see, one of America's greatest strengths is the fact that it has a bunch of navigable rivers that go deep into its interior, which especially in the early days of the country acted like highways, connecting the coast with the breadbasket of America. The clearing of the Great Raft would not only make the Red River navigable for ships and paddle steamers, but also open up the fertile lands along the banks of the river, which could be developed into both small-scale farms and the much more lucrative slave plantations. The shipping lanes would not only be able to export product from these plantations, but also be able to import men and materials much farther upriver. One of these strategic locations was Fort Towson in Oklahoma, which was, as its name suggests, a fort. Since this was a vital stepping stone for the United States government to continue their invasion into native land, it was necessary to open the river to allow for men, materials, and munitions to be able to reach this fort. Now, while the removal of the Great Raft was deemed a necessity, this was a much easier feat on paper than it was in practice.
I'm imagining the Louisiana deltas and all that shit. I guess it must have been a direct line that was blocking so much other pathways, and there was not a other route to go through, considering of the benefits it could have provided in different ways. But obviously, they did not see it that way.
The sheer scale of this structure pushed the engineers of the time to the absolute limit. In 1828, just about 20 years after the raft's initial discovery, Congress approved a staggering $25,000 to facilitate its removal. And by 1832, they found just the guy for the operation, none other than Captain Henry Shreve. This may be a name that you're actually familiar with. The guy was a pretty brilliant inventor. He improved and refined the designs of ships in order to make them specifically suited for the challenges that these waterways posed to them. And his ingenuity was able to challenge massive paddle steamer monopolies like Robert Fulton's on the Mississippi. And it is after Captain Shreve that the Louisiana city of Shreveport gains its name. Shreve had plenty of experience removing log jams before. This was not...
I kind of assume that any famous inventing guy is some guy who steals other people's inventions, because that seemed to be the best way for motherfuckers to gain notoriety. So whether or not he had teams of people that he just took all the credit for or whatever, but that usually seems to be the way it goes.
Not the first one he'd seen, but it was the biggest one he'd seen. And so this specific obstacle required a specific tool in order to clear it. In 1829, just a few years before he'd be chosen to clear the Great Raft, he debuted this. It was called the Heliopolis. It was the first true snag boat, a boat whose specific purpose was for removing snags. Now, log jams were not only a navigational impediment to boats, but they also posed a very sneaky hidden obstacle as well. These muddy, silty rivers
I kind of never noticed the little numbers in the top right. It must be like sources? Citations, yeah. Okay.
could easily obscure massive logs that were lodged in the sediment below. And with steamship captains completely unable to see them, they could act like battering rams, punching directly through a wooden steamship's hull. The most famous example is probably the steamship Arabia, a steamship that hit a hidden...
It's so crazy how, like, shallow the overhang is on these boats. It just seems like one rogue wave, one little ripple, it just let a bunch of water onto the ship, and then more water onto the ship. And if it ever dips a little bit, oh no.
snag on the Missouri River in 1856. What's interesting about this ship is after it rapidly sank, the Missouri River meandered away, and the Arabia was rediscovered in the 1980s in the middle of a farmer's field. It actually has a whole museum dedicated to it now. Because the ship sunk and was buried in mud so rapidly, it almost created a bit of a time capsule. It's a really cool sight. I've thought about making a video on this, but I'd want to actually go to the museum for it. So I don't know. If that's something y'all are interested in, I could tolerate going to... Where the fuck is it? Is it in Missouri? Is it in Kansas City? I was just in Kansas City. Don't tell me it's in Kansas City. I'm so pissed. I literally could have gone there. I was just in fucking Kansas. So anyway, I digress, as I do so often in these videos. But the Heliopolis had to not only be able to remove snags, but also protect itself from being impaled. The ship had two massive reinforced hulls, and between them, an enormous iron battering ram that would be used to smash into obstacles. On the deck, it had a windlass crane, which was connected to the power from the ship's engines. It was a pretty
Windlass crane. Windlass crane?
revolutionary technology at the time that gave the crane immense pulling power. The ship was even equipped with an onboard sawmill. Captain Shreve and his crew of 150 men aboard the Heliopolis began dismantling the Great Raft in April of 1833, and they used the ship's arsenal of tools to go to war against this structure. The team made slow, agonizing progress, battling up the river mile by mile. But compared to how long it had existed, Captain Shreve's cranes, rams, and sawmills made short work of this ancient structure. And by 1836, Shreve's team had destroyed 70 miles of the Great Raft. It was at this point that he requested more funding from Congress. You see, the debris they were pulling out, they'd chop and burn and then just kind of throw back in the river. And while some of it would just float out to sea, others of it would get tangled together and almost start to reform the raft farther down. Congress did what Congress does best. They took a guy who knew exactly what he was talking about and making a very logical request and ignored him. And sure enough, by 1839, a large portion of the Great Raft had reformed on the southern part of the Red River. Who would have fucking thought? Then Congress did what Congress does second best, and that is spending like fucking 8 times the money that they could have spent if they just listened to the guy in the first place. For the next 30 years, Congress would spend $600,000 fighting the Great Raft, and it wouldn't be until the 1870s, almost 20 years after Shreve's death, that the structure was finally erased. The final push, headed by Lieutenant A.E. Woodruff, used snag boats, cranes, and nitroglycerin to finally destroy the last
Not using nitroglycerin is just an old-timey thing to do.
remnant of this ancient monument. And as the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, the Red River flowed freely for the first time in 1,200 years.
Gulp.
It is impossible.
I'm going to go back real fast to the timeline. So, the expedition is when they found it. But where was the dude? Was the announced thing here? Was that? I don't recognize this word. I think I fucked up. I guess the destruction must be just the beginning of the destruction to the end. So you're talking, what, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50? So 30-something until 50, 60, 70, almost 80. So from about 30 to 80, you could say a little less than both. So 33 to 78. That's 40 years. They're like, oh, we want this waterway opened. Let's spend 40 years fighting it. Doesn't seem like you actually got a lot of use out of that fucking waterway. I guess during the Civil War they liked it, but like they wanted it for the frontier. But like it took you 40 years to fucking work on it. It wasn't like it was a fucking imperative thing and you didn't need to do it. Because you didn't, you made your way around and did all this shit without it for a long ass time. Hell, there could have even been smaller sections that you could have done it to get just enough whatever fucking one boat through or whatever the hell, right? They had to do a complete deconstruction. Doesn't seem like it was a well-timed measure. Like literally within 40 years is like half the time it took China to completely build a high-speed rail across the entire country of China, crisscrossing back and forth to multiple cities and areas and regions. So it's like, obviously, a whole different era of industrialization or whatever it is. But like, you get the idea that like doing something that's worth doing, that didn't seem like it was worth doing because you didn't really even get a chance to use it.
Refuse snag. It is impossible to quantify the consequences of the removal of the Great Raft. To the young United States, the consequences were negligible. Save for some taxpayer money and the loss of some minor bayous, the pros far outweighed the cons. But to the cultures and ecosystems that had developed around the Great Raft, its removal was nothing short of apocalyptic. With the raft's removal, the Red River adopted a single course, and almost immediately the lakes and bayous on its periphery began to dry up. Among these, Black Lake, Lat Lake, and Saline Lake disappeared almost entirely, and with them the enormous diversity of fish, migratory birds, and wild game that had sustained not only the indigenous people, but early American pioneers. As these once productive lakes vanished, they left behind cracked, dry mudflats. Along with the lakes, many of the bayous also began to run dry. Among these was Big Cypress Bayou, Bayou, which ironically was so wide and deep that it was easily navigable by paddle steamers before the removal of the Great Raft, something that did not go unnoticed to the first Europeans to settle in this area, as this bayou had a paddle steamer town built along it, the town of Jefferson, Texas. But after the removal of the Great Raft, Big Cypress Bayou receded more than 15 miles into the now much smaller Cato Lake, and this completely gutted the town of Jefferson, Texas, as it essentially cut off its main artery to the American trade network. In essence, the American government was willing to sacrifice this small town and its inhabitants in favor of the much more wealthy and aristocratic planter class. This bayou, as well as many others, once flowed through the largest cypress swamp in the entire world. Pre-industrialization, ancient cypress swamps covered millions of square acres of the American South. These ancient, slow-growing trees can live for more than 2,000 years. In fact, this area was so naturally abundant that ancient cultures were able to erect enormous monuments without the invention of agriculture. But today, nearly every single acre of this natural wonder has been logged and drained. Almost every single one of America's ancient old-growth cypress trees has been turned into lumber, or much worse due to its rot-resistant qualities, mulch. Today, cypress swamps cover less than 1% of their historic range, and nearly every acre of it is second growth, feeble and stunted due to the mismanagement of our water resources. While some old growth does still exist today, it is truly a rarity, the last of its kind in the entire world. Some of the raft lakes managed to survive the destruction of the Great Raft, such as Cato Lake, Cross Lake, Lake Bestenso, and Wallace Lake. All of these lakes shrank significantly and only exist at all today due to the construction of man-made dams. Second growth cypress has been able to reestablish a foothold on the shorelines of these lakes, but the ancient shorelines that developed for over 1,000 years have long since been left behind as the water receded. I camped along the shore of Cato Lake this winter, actually, which is the only reason I even know about this structure at all. And as I went down the Wikipedia rabbit hole learning about the madness of this story, I learned that Cato Lake even had one more insult to injury. As if all of this wasn't enough, Cato Lake was one of the first areas to ever test an overwater oil rig. In fact, just off the shores of Cato Lake today is the aptly named Oil City. In my opinion, a poetic example of our culture's insatiable need to squeeze an area until there is nothing left. While to the Americans, the removal of the Great Raft was a triumph, to the Cato people, it was essentially a death sentence. As we spoke about earlier, the Cato people had developed their culture for over 1,000 years to work alongside this massive monument. It had also kept them safe from the European invasion up until this point. And now...
Dude, that's crazy. A group of individuals, a society, city-state, that's living for 1,000 years. America has lived for like, what, 250, whatever the fuck it is? It's like, god damn, dude. Four times as long. That group just completely upended. That's fucking crazy.
Both of those things were gone. Due to their unique geographic position, they had seen what had happened to all of their neighbors around them. The vicious conquest of the Spaniards in the west, as well as that of the French, English, and now American in the north and east. While their unique environment had kept them safe for many years, they knew that it wasn't long before this invasion came right to their doorstep. In 1835, with much of the Great Raft destroyed, the way of life of the Cato people began to collapse. Every system of survival they had developed for over the last 1,000 years was destroyed with snag boats and nitroglycerin. And the United States, just like every other colonizing force in history and today, knew this. They knew that one of the best ways to control a people is to cut off their supply of food. While yes, their primary goal of the destruction of the Great Raft was to open up the Red River, it was not lost on them that this was a spectacular opportunity to continue the ethnic cleansing that they had waged from the Atlantic coast. After all, in the eyes of the American Empire, the Cato people were nothing more than the Great Raft, an obstacle that simply needed to be cleared. Sure enough, in 1835, the United States government came knocking on the door of the Cato people. By this point, they could see that their starvation campaign was having the desired effect, and they knew that the Cato people would be near the point of desperation. And so, as they so often did, the United States government offered them a deal. The deal was very simple. Sell your lands and move out peacefully. Tashar, the head chief of the Cato people, spoke about this treaty and said, "My children, for what do you mourn? Are you not starving in the midst of this land? And do you not travel far from it in quest for food? The game we live on is going farther off, and the white man is coming nearer to us, and is not our condition getting worse daily? Then why lament for the loss of that which yields us nothing but misery? Let us be wise then, and get all we can for it, and not wait till the white man steals it away, little by little, and then gives us nothing. The Caddo people were...
I mean, it's not wrong, but they mourn, they cry, because... yeah, you lost everything. But it's like... It's a very reasonable thing to do. But still.
We're painfully aware that this treaty wasn't a generous offer by a benevolent neighbor. It was merely a formality. If the Caddo people refused, the United States government would just take what they want by force. In an attempt to save their people, they were left no choice but to...
I mean, it's easy to forget how long this period was, and how systematic it was, and how planned it was. It wasn't just a thing that kind of happened quickly and then it was over. Every mile of this land, we did this shit over every small purchase. Dude, it's fucked up.
Sign a treaty of cession, yielding almost 1 million acres that their ancestors had inhabited for over 1,000 years to the hands of the US government. During the negotiations, the Caddo people lacked their primary translator and were forbidden from having their French Creole translators present. It's impossible to say how much this handicap affected the results of this treaty. When ink was put to paper, the Caddo people were given horses and provisions of an estimated value of $30,000, as well as the promise of $10,000 additional dollars for the next 5 years. This promise, like many made by the US government even to this day, was broken, and much of the money promised has still never been delivered. Much of the tribe fled to Mexican Texas, but after it declared independence in 1836, they faced violent reprisals from the Texans. The group...
So this is during the destruction thing. I guess they fucked it up enough that it started causing immediate damage to them. And they flee Texas that fast. Wow.
Group then tried to make their way back towards their homeland, but the United States wouldn't allow them in. After all, the United States government had already extracted what it was that they wanted from these people. And so the men, women, and children of the Caddo people became refugees in their own homeland. Eventually, they were forced into Indian territory that would one day go on to become the US state of Oklahoma, which is where many of the descendants of this group and members of its current community live to this day. Their tribal headquarters is in the town of Binger, Oklahoma, and the tribe gained federal recognition in the 1970s. Today, many members of this group have been able to keep their cultures and traditions alive against the odds. Many of the rites and rituals that the Caddo people developed over 1,000 years in the hot, humid bayous of Louisiana are practiced today on the dusty plains of Oklahoma.
Yeah. It's just it's a tombstone, basically, in comparison. Obviously, it's better to have it than not have it. And I hope that it's, good for... I hope it's meaningful.
Today, the murky waters of the Red River still flow freely. It works its way through farm fields and small towns, and eventually through the major city of Shreveport, Louisiana, which boasts a population of almost 190,000. Once you get past the agricultural land on the sides of the Red River, you'll find a few small, shrunken lakes, almost always with a large man-made earthen dam facing towards the river. These lakes have vacation cabins, campgrounds, and fishing and boating opportunities. But the Great Raft, which created these lakes and much of the land around it, has been almost forgotten. There is nobody alive for several generations who has an actual memory of this structure's existence. And while for those who live along the banks of the Red River today, there may be a lasting cultural memory, in the overarching American consciousness, the Great Raft may as well have never existed. But of course, the conquest of the American Empire didn't stop with the destruction of this raft. After the Red River was clear, it was used as a staging ground to conquer new lands, and eventually complete their manifest destiny from sea to shining sea. And as those aspirations grew bigger and those conquests farther reaching, it left the Red River behind. While it is still a massive river that supplies a livelihood for many people, Today, it's a relatively insignificant minor waterway. It's not a colossal hub of trade, the backbone of our national economy. And while of course industry, commerce, and trade all still take place along its banks, it leaves us with the question, was it worth it? And this is an open-ended question, to which we may each have our own answer. If I were a resident of Shreveport, Louisiana, I might be motivated to say absolutely. After all, the post-raft world is the only world I've ever known. Then again, if I were a different resident of Shreveport, I may wonder to myself what my world would be like if the raft did still exist. I mean, the ecosystem around this structure provided for groups of people for over 1,000 years before their arrival. So is it unfair to say that it could have done the same for us? As for the descendants of the Caddo people who once called this place home, I can't speak on their behalf. But as someone who currently lives in the United States and whose ancestors didn't arrive here until long after the destruction of the Great Raft, I, like all of us, have to reckon with the fact that this country, as well as all of those in the New World, are built on the single largest genocide in human history. Whenever I bring up this topic, I am frequently met by people in the comments who are really hurt by it. They'll scream woke or white guilt to prevent them from having to have an uncomfortable conversation. But history is uncomfortable. It's impossible to tell the story of the Great Raft and leave out the greater implications. It would not be enough for me to merely call this a giant logjam that was cleared to make way for the city of Shreveport. While believe me, I fully understand the discomfort that comes with trying to reckon with our place in the post-colonial world, the worst thing we can do is self-censor and try and pretend it never happened. And the brutal irony is...
Dude, beautiful. Yeah, I mean, there's so much about the, like, get the CRT out of our schools. Like, don't teach our history. Our history is our history. It's like saying to a religious person, don't say they killed Jesus. Like, it's an important part of it, for better or for worse. It's a part of it. It made a big fucking deal, you know? It did a big deal thing. I wonder if a version of those who put their head in the sand to avoid those uncomfortable feelings he's talking about, I would put it in a different way. People glorifying it, glorifying the celebration of it, feeling proud of it is another way people look at it. I hope that they feel bad and shy away from the pain of that, but instead I'm worried they have national pride as we celebrate 4th of July about it. But I wonder if a version of either the celebration or painful blind eye turning to it is what gives them the ability to then ignore the problems in Gaza that's happening today, for example, and the many other problems that have happened before it and most likely will continue to happen after it. It's not specifically an American thing. I mean, it's definitely an American thing, but it's not specifically an American thing.
Is that the removal of the Great Raft set off a domino effect that would make even American citizens reliant on the systems of power. Like I said earlier, if you want to control a population, the thing you gotta go for is the food. Huge swaths of North America would have had
What are they doing right now in Gaza? What have they been doing since the beginning of it all? Controlling the food.
Absolutely no problem sustaining people with the resources that were naturally there. But the extractive industries that have kept the ruling class fat and happy has ruined that for all of us. A system has been created where we have no choice but to be dependent on them. And this is where I find a beautiful irony in those that have a hard time hearing me talk about these harsh truths. They'll say it's a thing of the past, or, well, that group lost out, but we gained everything. And while there's no comparison to be made against total losses, it always makes me wonder if they see that they've lost as well. The post-industrial world is not a good one. We've not been given some new sense of sovereignty through our technological advancements. When my family came to America from Italy in the early 1900s, they may have thought they were coming here for some American dream. But you know what they did when they got here? They mined coal. My great-grandfather, like many others in Appalachia, died of black lung in his 50s. It's important to tell these stories because they're stories that are still unfolding today, both right here on our own soil and overseas. And I say these things not out of political conviction, because it is my hope that we will all come to see the one great universal truth, and that is that there is no such thing as left and right. There is only up and down. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you all very much for watching this video. I know we got a little heavy here at the end, but again, that's very...
Huh? Is he saying there's that class consciousness is more important than political consciousness specifically? I guess that's, I mean, I would see that, yeah, state sanctioned. I would see that as left versus right, sort of. But I guess right can include those who fight for the class of the ruling class. But it's an interesting way to put it. I am not a theory knower, so I'm not going to act like it's wrong or whatever, but I'm just double checking.
very intentional. You can't tell stories like this and sugarcoat it. It's a lot deeper than just big logjam existed. If you enjoyed this video but aren't done doing your dishes or folding your laundry, I have plenty others like it. Feel free to check them out. And if you learned a thing or two in this video or appreciated what I had to say, you can leave an interaction on the video. Likes, comments, and subscriptions help make the video do better in the algorithm, so things like this can compete with all of the bullshit. It's your way of helping promote free educational content, and it doesn't cost you a cent. I'd also like to give a huge thank you to my editorial team who helped make all of these videos possible. I may be the person who's in front of the camera, but there are so many people who spend so much longer staring at my mug to make all of this happen. I literally...
Again, gives me some confidence that one guy trying to do it all, and I'm like, dang, I suck. But it's like, hold on. They're not just one guy doing it all. So I still might suck, but don't feel so bad about it.
Could not do without you guys. I love you and thank you for your help. And lastly, I'd like to give a big thank you to my patrons over on Patreon. Patrons get early ad-free access to all of my videos, and all of your names will be in the credits of this video as a small token of my appreciation. If you'd like to become a patron, link to that is in the description of this video. Ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay curious, stay inquisitive, and most importantly, remember, the most affluent of countries operates on a depletion economy which leaves destruction in its wake. Your people are driven by a terrible sense of deficiency. When the last tree is cut, the last fish is caught, and the last river is polluted, when to breathe the air is sickening, you will realize too late that wealth is not in bank accounts and that you can't eat money.
Dang, who said that shit? That's crazy. I was gonna say, like, I'm sure wait, this person's Patreon, their characters don't show up. We gotta eat bugs. Hey, eating bugs is a thing that we did before. This person got fucking roasted. We ate bugs before. We eat bugs now. Oh, another one. There's a lot of interesting things I saw in like the agriculture world that uses bugs too. It was type of, I think it was, oh yeah, it's a chicken feed thing. So you would put a bunch of compost in like this weird, like, hold on, does this work? I think this works. Yeah. So like you have a compost bin, but then there's like this section that goes up. And as they fill it up with compost, they have these like fly larvae that grow out of it. I was doing it sideways, but it needs to go at an angle. So these fly larvae that grow in it, and they always grow out the top, and they come out the top. And then there's like this like little hole here, so they come out and they fall down the hole into this giant bucket, where then they collect little fly bodies, and then a little larva for flies, and then they give those to chickens or whatever. So you can use your composting thing and allow fly larvae to get into it, grow into grubs, which then crawl out and die or fall into this bucket, and then you can just tip the bucket over every now and then and give it to your chickens, give your chickens protein. So you just take a bunch of, like, I don't know, cut up carrots or whatever the fuck you got, other garbage, and then you grow protein out of it, sort of, by just letting the ecology of the world around you fill it up with a bunch of gross insect pieces. Which is a neat thing to think about if you wanted to collect kind of like this ever-rotating pile of free material out of your waste. I was trying to find a nice clean spot of this frame to draw something real fast, but didn't do a good job. Oh, I want to try this out. So let's see. So I wonder if because I was trying to add something to the back of this. Yeah, that works. Oh, it's interesting that it follows me. Oh, and it lost me. Okay. When I use the medium filter, it zooms in like that. But the little loading thing, just to prove that I'm not actually there whenever I go to pee, whatever. That was the idea behind that. Maybe that destroys the illusion too much to have that there, but whatever. Oh, it's a slow day. It's a slow day for sure. Oh, yeah. Another thing I was looking at bringing back years and years ago, there was not years and years, a little while back, there was a plug-in application called Snap Camera, which is like Snapchat filters that you can use in OBS with your webcam on your computer and shit. That all kind of went away after a while. They kind of like stopped supporting it, but people have like collected it and saved it. They could make for some interesting effects. And I was just sitting here kind of Googling on the side, and it looks like some people have saved some versions of it that might be able to install. You ever seen Sushi Dragon? He does 100 things with that. But it also like it always turns your camera down like 30 FPS or whatever, which is weird, which I didn't like. And I already have enough problems with my shit. Like, I've dropped 416 frames across this entire stream, which is 0.1%. But I always wonder if you see things that hitch and do weird things. I haven't watched it back enough entirely, but. Might call tonight early tonight just because it's a holiday and it's a weekend. And things are kind of slow. I feel kind of slow. I got good sleep. I don't think I'm getting sick or anything. Just a slow day. You know what? If I'm gonna have a slow day, today's the day to have a slow day for sure. Maybe I'll have extra energy tomorrow to make a TikTok or something. I had a joke idea, but it ended up being a little too difficult. It involved bouncing off a lot of mirrors, but not so much. Yeah, I don't think even anybody that I'm aware of. I mean, there's a couple of people on, but whatever. It's just the two of us in here, I think. So, no stress, no raid. I'm sure you got somebody who you can go find. So, I'll be back tomorrow, same time. Whatever. At some point, we might look into changing the time slot, which would suck for people that like this time slot. Whether we might just move it around like an hour earlier or something, or maybe not. It could be beneficial for me to get closer to regular human hours instead of starting my bullshit at 1 a.m. Like if I had more of a traditional workday thing. So it would be hypothetically 8 hours later than I normally do it, which would definitely probably make it so like other people couldn't come. But who knows? There's no guaranteed thing happening with that yet. It's just a potential. So howdy. Uh-oh. Hey, East Coast Dreams. You must be tired if you live on the East Coast like I do. It's late. Hopefully you had a nice 4th of July. We were watching some stuff, hanging out. It was a bit of a slow day, and I'm feeling a little slow. So we were just kind of like wrapping things up, but how you doing? If you're in the Tampa Bay area on the East Coast, check out You Work Nights. You work now, so now you're celebrating? Oh, nice. Yeah, we had just some like home cooked hot dogs and hamburgers, some real small stuff. I think they're like turkey dogs or whatever. Or vegetarian hot dogs and like boga burgers, whatever. Just stuff we had in our freezer. We hadn't never really cooked in a while. So it was a bit of a vegetarian 4th of July. Fireworks, it was really, really rainy around us. So there was more thunder than fireworks. Also, I was kind of sleeping near the afternoon, evening hours, and waking up ready for the stream. So it would have been probably, at best, would have been like the 8 p.m., 6 p.m. time slot to do them, but I was dead asleep at that point. So yeah, I was working nights for a while, a whole bunch of years way back in the past, and then recently, like the last 2 years before we got laid off. A story as old as time. But now I do this, and then I ended up doing it in the overnights again, and I'm like, son of a bitch. What have I done to myself? It just seemed like the best time slot to try to not step on other people who are in the same circle as me, but also find a bit of an opening. So that way, in case those same viewers somehow are up and about and doing stuff, they can check out me. But it hasn't worked out great so far. But hey, that's another reason for me to spend time working on, again, either the TikToks that I do every day or work on my own stand-up YouTube videos where I have a topic that I cover. I probably won't be able to cover topics as hard political as I originally thought I could, just because I'm not enough of an expert. It's a good time slot if you're a night owl. Yeah. I mean, I've always been a bit of a night owl. I have like a weird, like, I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up in 4 hours, but then if I'm super engaged, I can then kind of rock it out and keep going. But sometimes if things are slow, then I'll get a little sleepy or whatever it is. So I end up with some weird sleep schedules for sure. But some people have thought that me being a night owl has given me more of a negative than a positive in my life. It's one of those things that like could technically be bad for your organs or your brain, vitamin D, you should see the sun. And also, like, I want to like do stuff at the local DSA and a few other things. So always being on an opposite schedule can make things a little odd. But then again, if I'm busy streaming during those same hours that I would want to do stuff with them, then I wouldn't be able to stream those days, whatever. Which I guess isn't the worst case either, because I mean, these streams aren't like money. Humans meant to be sleeping at night. Yeah. The circadian rhythm and all that. Yeah. Touch some grass. I feel like grass makes me feel itchy, probably because I don't touch it enough. I used to think that I had an allergy to it, but I think I was just inexperienced. But yeah. I'm just really bad at like scheduling stuff with friends and things. It's easier to just either cancel plans or never make plans. So I'm at the mercy of waiting for people to randomly invite me to things. So I should be the more outgoing one and reach out to them. I would love to have like Richie Floyd. He's our city councilor. Like he's a city, not mine technically. He's a city councilor for St. Pete's city of city of St. Pete, and he's a DSA member who got elected because they put him on. He's an awesome dude, very knowledgeable. He's got some really cool, like he was trying to get the mayor of St. Pete to get city-run grocery stores before Zoran's campaign was like known about or whatever. He'd been working on it since last year or whatever, which is like, oh shit. Because when I heard about the thing, I went to him and said, hey man, I heard this, this Zoran guy doing a bunch of stuff in New York. It's cool. And he's running for city-run grocery stores. I think it's an awesome idea. It's like, oh yeah, we've been doing that for a while. And I'm like, what? What's a city-run grocery store? It's a grocery store that instead of being ran by Walmart or ran by Publix if you're in the South or Kroger or whatever it is, it's run by your municipality. So your city uses city-owned land to open up a store that would be a grocery store. It uses the same food suppliers that would supply those other stores, and it would buy the Kellogg's, it would buy the fruits and vegetables, it would buy all those things, and then it would employ city employees to work at the grocery store to do grocery store things. And then instead of it running at a profit, or like with Walmart, instead of it running at such a profit that it underpays its employees so much it requires those employees to then be on food stamps or SNAP or whatever it is, which they may be losing now anyway, it lets the profits sort of like not exist, and then turn the savings down to the inhabitants, or at least the wages could be decent, or a bit of both, where the wages are actually competitive with the or better than the other stores are, and then the money goes into your into your own economy thing. Also, a thing I learned is the electric company would give deals for the electricity of the city-run or the non-city-run grocery stores. Like the Publix or Walmart gets a deal on its electricity, so a lower per kilowatt rate than I get from my own home. Those are subsidies that would no longer be being given away to a company. And the city-run land would be free comparatively to some amount of cost that would be for a company. Again, putting those savings off into the people. So go in fair competition. They have existed alongside other stores before, and like also, who gives a fuck? Is how I would put it. But I know other people would give a fuck about that. But like, the Walton family is really the richest family in America. So it's like, but you don't pay your employees enough that we have to give you government subsidizing to those employees. That's kind of fucked, bro. Like, why are you the wealthiest family for what you've done, and then you underpay your people, so that way the rest of America has to then help subsidize it for you. Like, you're the richest family. You're the one that needs the subsidy the least. What the hell? They're not all over the place. Like, there was ones in Kansas, I think they tried for a little bit. There's one in Florida still, actually, somewhere. And they're definitely a thing that's in, like, other countries and shit. But sometimes government-run things can be intentionally underfunded to make them worse, depending upon who's sort of behind it. But Zoro would definitely be a person that would make it interesting. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, the plan, because like one of the negatives of the plan that's been the common thing you always think of is like, it'll be like Cuba. It'll be, no diversity of choice or whatever. But like, it's not like there's a diversity of choice. There's an illusion of choice in your current grocery store, because General Mills and Kellogg's are like the only places making fucking cereal, and they sell to Walmart what Walmart's willing to buy. You can walk up to the manager and say, "Hello, Mr. Walmart. I would really love it if you could bring this particular brand of frosted, oats that I would love to eat." And they'll be like, we'll really look into that. And they'll see if for some reason there's enough of a demand question for them to buy whatever bulk amount to then put on the shelf. But they don't just do it out of the goodness of their heart. They just buy whatever wholesale things are available in that area for them to put onto those shelves independently anyway. So there's already the limited stock of whatever 5 companies are selling to you that are there. Oh, the goat's here. What's up? Is that cheese guy you banned yesterday, by the way? Oh, I see. Interesting. Dude, there's so many people. There's so many names under the same guy. Technically, cheese was not banned. It was his other account, but yeah. Don't mess with the Zoran. There's an R in there. How was your 4th? Happy goat. Not again. Again? That was yesterday's thing. Fair. I mean, we had some veggie dogs and veggie burgers in our freezer. And we got some corn on the cob as like the one specialty thing. Because Kara just got, well, not just, but she had gotten somewhat recently her dental implants in. So now she could actually eat corn off the cob where she normally had to eat it off the cob. So she could actually, bite into it. And it's great. It's kind of what you buy the implants for. It was good on the cob, honestly. I mean, I hadn't had corn on the cob in a while anyway, just because I'm a lazy fuck. I'll buy it in a bag and steam it up, right? Instead of like cooking a whole cob. It was his favorite topic. You let him pick. Oh, you're down for it then. You're into it. Did he ever make it over to the dirt person's stream? Peaches and cream corn, though. What? Wait, are you making a joke off of cream corn by adding peaches before? Oh, there's like different types of corn that have... Huh. I know that there's like the... kind of like the more like autumn colored corn, but I didn't know how edible that stuff was. That, you know, that is an interesting way to put it, because sometimes, like back in the day when I used to be like, dude, this mouse is gay, bro. My mom would be like, come on, don't say that. You know that's hurtful. And I'm like, no, I don't mean it that way. Right? And I would fight to the death my right to say gay as a pejorative for stupid. But then like a year or two later, you know, that message is always kind of ringing in my head. And then I see another thing about it, or I say another thing about it. And it slowly makes me go, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't say that, because that's just unnecessarily antagonistic and hurtful, right? And then it makes it stick. Oh, gotcha. Okay. The corn that I had today was just a yellow corn, but it was sweet as shit. I imagine we've slowly modified our corn to be insanely sweet compared to what it may have used to be, because it tasted... Maybe they just call it sweet corn or whatever compared to other corn, but yeah. I guess I look forward to seeing the corn later. I wasn't sure if tonight was just a quieter night just because it's a holiday in general, but I was already kind of like slow myself. But we had just watched the big log jam video, heavily modified, I imagine. You know, I think I do remember that a little bit. No, yeah, I think I remember, because like, yeah, it was something kind of like, obviously being stingy, but you would just say being Jewish or whatever. Yeah, it's crazy. I forgot all about that. I feel like I stopped that one a long. You know, because at one point in time I did have Xbox Live. Pretty sure it was always a paid service, which was always a thing that I hated about Xbox Live. But you would get like, you drink enough Mountain Dew or whatever, and you get like the bottle cap points, and you could get like a free month or something. Or you might get a card, you know, from like a birthday present or something for like a month or two to play some Halo online. But I don't think I ever did full-on gamer words, like especially like the big gamer words back in the day. It's possible I did, and I just memory hold it out of like the cringe. I just never wanted to think about it, but yeah, PlayStation was one of the ones that, because PlayStation for a while back in the day, PS3, I think was the first time they had the PlayStation sort of whatever online thing. I never had a PlayStation 3. I had a PlayStation 2 and then just went Xbox ever since. That was just whatever. Dude, yeah. I mean, it would be hilarious just because my voice would be prepubescent. So, but didn't PlayStation have it? Like, wasn't it free? You did not need to have a monthly subscription to play online. I like the Great Rap video. Yeah, I mean, it put a lot of things into perspective, and that's a good thing. Good topic for the 4th, kind of. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was free for a long time. Yeah. Well, because I was like, I'm already paying for internet. Why the fuck do I got to pay for internet again? Well, it's not your internet. You're not providing that internet, you asshole. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess I don't know what it was, because I really liked my PS2. Obviously, the PS2 had so many good games on it. The PS3 was that was the one that had the Spider-Man font, right? Yeah. It just, I think that was when we were getting more into PC gaming as well. So we just didn't get those consoles as much. We did get a 360 at one point. Yeah, they're great. And then it wasn't. Yeah, they got them hooked. Yeah. There also was some really good PS exclusives that I always missed out on. For example, Bloodborne was one. I think a lot of the Dark Souls games were originally PS exclusives, which is why I avoided them for the most part until Elden Ring. Although they did come out with PC ports eventually, but I was less interested because it was just a thing I never really got involved with. The Spider-Man games. I did play a Spider-Man game on the GameCube that I really liked. It really made you feel like you were Spider-Man, as they famously say. I know a lot of the new Spider-Man games seem to be great, but it's like, well, I never played them. I think I've watched some Let's Plays of them. There was like also a bunch of like The Last of Us as a PS exclusive. That was a big game. It obviously made a lot of waves. But again, you could just watch a Let's Play on YouTube, and it's just like you're playing it. Let's be real. I think Just Cause games I never played, but also seemed like they were fun. I guess I had Lara Croft, the Tomb Raider series, and more modern one. Last of Us is good. Yeah, I mean, it looked good. There was also like Between Two Souls that had like Elliot Page, I think was the person, or at least it reminded me a lot of Elliot Page in the acting or whatever. Honestly, it was such a like generic style of a human back then. Xbox had Halo. It did have Halo. Halo 2 was like, to me, that was peak Halo, but that's because I was high school age for LAN parties or like bring your Xboxes parties. Some people love Halo Reach. Some people love Halo 3 because that's their Halo, which makes sense. Pretty boring. Far Cry 1. I played Far Cry on the computer. I don't know if that was because it got ported at that point or if it was just, I think it came out on the computer. But it was like the Far Cry games were always like the no. I'm getting them mixed up with Crysis a little bit because Crysis was always the like, this will benchmark, this will melt your PC. You cannot run it on maximum. That was always the game. Every generation of a Crysis game was like that. But Far Cry was pretty intense too because like the water effects were like cutting edge or whatever. Yeah. I mean, there was some interesting stuff about Far Cry 1, but then it got into like weird alien things you're fighting, and you go, what? I was fighting like humans this whole time. What happened? Same thing with Crysis, honestly. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched the show at all. I watched girlfriend reviews on all the different Last of Us series back when that was like popping on YouTube. They just called a child ugly. I guess it's a kid, right? The person. Some people are cute babies and some people are ugly babies. That might be an unpopular opinion, but some babies are ugly. Like the aesthetic of a baby, but if they're just not chubby enough or whatever it is, they don't have the right dimples. Sometimes they just look a little like, oh, the hell? They might grow up to be a regular person, you know, stretched out and expanded. Totally fine. But sometimes it's like, oh. 21, basically a baby, right? No. I remember at one point, it just sounds weird, but I was driving near a high school, and I could just see like the high school kids getting out of high school, and I'm like, oh my god, they're children. Oh my god, they look like infants. What the fuck? I just could not believe, because I felt like I was a full ass man at that point, and I'm like, what the fuck? They're obviously babies. Maybe it was just literally a bunch of freshmen, but still, they did not look like adults at all. And I was like, oh wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, I definitely was. I could have been dumber for sure, you know, didn't get into car accidents, didn't do drugs, you know, whatever. I just played Dota. I played Dota. Like, not Dota 2, but I played Dota. I booted up Warcraft 3 and went to the custom game section. And I booted up my third-party program band list and make sure that we all could play Ice Frog's most recent map updates and could get into a random lobby to play Dota with just completely no MMR, just people who are just all deciding to be inside of the Scourge or the Sentinels. It was crazy. I did that a lot. And I'm sure I was complete ass. I wonder if MOBAs to some degree thinking these damn kids. What's the biggest troll by a celebrity you think that happened this year? Okay. I don't normally follow a lot of entertainment style news, but I'm thinking. I can't think of anything, unfortunately. Damn it. JoJo Siwa coming out as not a lesbian. Yeah, I can't think of like a certain like TV show actor. Let's see. My mind also goes to politics and news bullshit too, which is my own brain disease. Because, I mean, to me, trolling is intentionally doing something to confuse or mislead individuals, right? Honestly? Yeah, I mean, catching politicians lying. Easy peasy. Although that does just beg the question, do they know they're lying? Or are they stupid? Or are they both stupid and lying? True. Because definitely Elon Musk is the #1 type of celebrity who wants to troll endlessly, right? But yeah, don't worry, he'll end the war in Ukraine the first day. I remember counting down the 24-hour mark in my head, being like, "Huh, weird." I love the tweet of like, "Putin, stop!" I love that one. That was great. But again, not really a troll. It's one of those things where it's like, it's so funny, right? But like, does he know he's being funny when he does that? I don't think he does. I don't think he realizes what he looks like when he's no way, because he looks so stupid when he did it. He wouldn't make himself look stupid. I'm convinced a little different about that salute. He thought he was, he thought he had been untouchable at that point. The most obvious thing was him getting mad at Trump after getting kicked out of the White House. You're not you and you're hungry. Like the ADL saying that actually what Elon did was not a Roman salute or whatever is like a troll because they know what they're doing. They do say publicity, there's no such thing as bad publicity or whatever. Did it twice, back to back. From both angles, turned around, just so you can see the other side. Because, you know, does his heart go out to the flag with a straight hand? Do I think he wants all the Jews dead? Well, technically, the Nazis wanted all the Jews out of the country, and then the killing them was kind of like just like a bad constellation like prize, because they just were running out of food, and it was just being really inefficient and not useful. Because not every camp was specifically the death style camp. A lot of them were just labor camps and other things like that, right? And they wanted to denaturalize citizens, and they wanted to you know, deport them and shit, right? There's all that kind of stuff. But then the logistics of moving that many individuals and doing these things. What the fuck are you talking about, dog? Palestine, then? Because you're saying that Palestinians want all Jews dead? That's so fucking wrong. You're disgusting. You know that's not what they're fighting for. Like, do you think he wants all Jews dead? So he'd be for Palestinians then, right? Which is like, what? Do you think Elon would want them all out of America? I think Elon definitely wants his white ethno-state that he lost in South Africa, for sure. He also came back to cry about his white genocide, which is a complete fabrication in South Africa. Again, let's follow the thread here, shall we? You said wants them all dead, right? And also doesn't like Jewish does not mean, because you're conflating the ethnicity of Jewish and or the religion of Jewish, either one, either both or one or the other, with the state of Israel, which is an anti-Semitic thing to do. Do you think people of the Italian descent are beholden to Italy? You think they're beholden to the land of Italy because they have Italian descent? You think they have a dual loyalship with America? They don't love America, but they love Italy because they have Italian heritage? Because that's kind of what you're trying to say, which is a racist thing about Italians, which you seem ridiculous to say that. And yet you would say that about Jewish people specifically. I feel like Elon is a fascist, and he's a moron. Whether he wants the specific policies of the original Nazi movement, or whether he wants the policies of a more traditional white ethno neo-Nazi style, new Nazi style thing, up for debate. He gets what he can. He fights for what he can get, or whatever, right? I'm not gonna like go, oh well, technically he doesn't want Lebensraum, therefore he's not a Nazi, whatever, you know. Yes. Many different groups, obviously not just the one. There was the most great. Then nitpicking over the tiny dibs and dabs or whatever seems unnecessary when we are both on the same thread here. But I would think deeply on that topic where you conflate Jewishness with the nation of Israel. I would definitely think about that. You know, as you go to bed or take a shower, just think about how that looks, because that is one of those things. What side he's on? What does that mean? What side? What do you mean? There's multiple sides to the fascist movement? What do you mean? Oh, on that topic specifically? Yes, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. On that particular, conflict, yes. Well, conflict. The air quote war that it is, / continued genocide in that area, yeah. which is unjustifiable by many leaps and bounds. Not only being a international crime on many levels, not only is it completely visible, it's just on his face, easy to see, especially with the most recent atrocities. So when people say that, when you conflate Jewishness with support of Israel as a government, that's racist. Because if you think that people who are Jewish in America have some kind of like tether to have them and the Israeli government, you're just doing that based off of the idea of the Jewishness being a epigenetic thread that connects the to it. Consider the idea that an Italian person in America, some gabagool who's cooking up pizzas in New York, he does not have loyalty to the nation of Italy. You don't consider him to be secretly working for the nation of Italy to undermine America. He's an American. He's a New Yorker. He is who he is. If something happens in Italy, he might be aware of it, but he is still an American. He's nothing attached to it. No, they're Americans. They're here. They have an open invitation to go to Israel specifically, because Israel is a country. It is a government. Right. It does. Also, the idea of allowing it to be, or specifically continuing to make it a ethno-state where this ethnicity and religion has a higher tier of citizenship compared to others, where there are lines where Palestinians cannot go. Palestinians who are then wedded with Arabs who are wedded with Jews. The Jews then lose status in society, and their rights are diminished, and you can't bring a Palestinian into areas they still wouldn't normally be allowed, or Arabs into areas they wouldn't be allowed. There's multiple tiers. It is literally an apartheid system where there's like different levels of citizenship, different levels of rights given to different people based off of their ethnicity, you know? It's kind of fucked. They can make their flag a fucking butt cheek, you know? What the hell does that matter? That doesn't actually mean anything. Like, obviously they're trying to imply something, but that's their own fault. That is their own problem. That is their own mistake. That is their own lie. Also true. Good point. Yeah. Depending upon how you draw the lines and cut the populations up, New York City is, you know, at least top 3 for the most number of population of Jews, more so than Tel Aviv, unless you like greater New York City area versus New York City versus Tel Aviv, you know, whatever. Like, there's some ways you can divide it where it's like it beats it, or other times where it's the second most or whatever. But again, like, as far as like the world's concerned. 9 in 10 American Jewish support Israel. There's definitely been I'm farming bots at this point by getting all your alt accounts to come in here and follow the channel. I guess don't apologize for following. It's just like, I think technically ban evasion is a thing that's a thing that I'm not supposed to allow or whatever. But I mean, again, I have 2 viewers, so it's fine. I know Hassan's talked about it a few times. Because, like, if you ask an Italian, do you support the nation of Italy existing? And they go, sure. I don't think I'd see a reason for it to go away, right? So there's specifics to engineering a thing. Let's see. Huh? Also, this is an older study, but that's usually what happens. It can cause conversation, but it's one of those things where, let's see, I forget. There's a few different ways to phrase the question as well. This is like, oh, do you think October 7th was bad? Yes. Do you think Israel had a right to respond to October 7th? Sure. It's kind of like where the 90% numbers come in. I'm trying to understand this one graph I'm looking at. Is this supposed to be a graph of 100-year-old people? What the fuck? No. This is the percentage. Okay, that makes way more sense. I really hate this infographic. This is a Pew Research thing, and the sentiment has moved around a bit, but it's also case in mind because the media specifically, like Joe Biden was the #1 Israel guy. All the media was pro-Israel. They believed whenever like, you know, a hospital bombing happened, they would go put a microphone right in front of the IDF soldier, and he's like, well, we had a reason. And they go, well, they had a reason. And that's all that they did. So to some degree, the U.S. sentiment has shifted significantly since then, including the Jewish population of people, because, again, they can see the difference between a state and not a state. Yeah, there was that one thing that came out. It was like, let's see. I think I misspelled many a thing, as always. Nope, I hit the wrong thing. Yes, I definitely did. Wait, I typed a whole different thing. What? They... Yeah, this is what it is. Whoop. Come here.
This morning, Zohran Mamdani is officially the Democratic nominee for
I'm pretty sure this is what it is.
mayor, and he's now facing new attacks from
It's not about Jewish people
President
specifically,
Trump. The president is now threatening to arrest Mamdani if he blocks immigration arrests in New York City, something that Mamdani has promised to do. But there is a lot more and a lot more questions about, as he is now continuing to campaign, that Mamdani is also facing continued and serious questions about his stance on Israel. CNN's Harry Anton is joining me now and is running the numbers on this, taking this and looking also more broadly, because it speaks to the broader views in Democratic politics specifically, also speak to what's going on with Mamdani and this race for mayor in New York City.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, look, Andrew Cuomo during the primary attacked Mamdani as being insufficiently pro-Israel. I'm not quite sure the former governor understood how much the politics have changed around this issue among.
Excuse me. First off, hilarious. When we call it the Clinton News Network, do you think that means that it's progressive? Do you think that's what that means? Because everyone agrees that Clinton is like a centrist, Republican ass piece of shit. Like, ew. CNN is like the conservative part of the Democratic Party specifically. Do I need to pull up all the interviews where they literally look at Mamdani and call him a Muslim? And say that they call him a Muslim, parentheses, pejorative. And they say he said some stuff about, globalizing jihad. And it's like, that is not, first off, he didn't say the thing. Second off, it's not jihad. It's a different word. You're just completely Islamophobiaing back like it's 2001. But anyway.
Democrats, what are we talking about here? All right, who Democrats sympathize more with? Israel?
So this is a Quinnipiac University study specifically, nothing to do with CNN, right?
Israelis or Palestinians. In 2017, the Democratic Party was a pro-Israeli party. Look at this. They sympathized with the Israelis by 13 points, more with the Israelis than the
So that's 13 points over. So if there's election, it'd be a 13-point
Palestinians.
win.
But look at this sea change. Now Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians by 43 points.
Anti-aliasing, no.
Oh my God, that is a change.
No, anti-aliasing, sorry. De-interlacing, excuse me.
Margin of 56 points
That's
over
crazy.
the course of just 8 years. So all of a sudden.
And it takes, it is a poll and swings and roundabouts, whatever it is. But big, how old is this too? 2 days ago?
It's the pro-Palestinian position that actually reigns supreme in Democratic politics, not the Israeli position. And that is part of the reason why Mamdani was able to do so well in this primary. Those attacks over Israel, simply put, did not ring true for Democrats. They're now on the side of the Palestinians.
Well, Clinton would be considered Dem right. Because Clinton is, like, you could argue Biden would be somewhere around, like, the Dem center, air quotes, but like when you compare it to Clinton is to the right of, like, Clinton's out there fucking saying that gays shouldn't get married. You know what I mean? Like there's obviously famous clips of her going, off Omega hard, but from different eras. Yeah, it is very right. And she sees things from a right perspective. And, they did the Iraq war and shit. They're just as pro-war as the rest of the American government machine. Right. That's true. Happy go. The American parties in general have a further right lean comparatively. Although, that is... as we sprint towards fascism, so are they in their own ways. So there might be a bit of a catching up ground in the most recent, between 5 years ago versus 5 years in the future from now. We'll see the difference there. Yeah. So, but do you think that also political test, hilarious, whatever, right? Compass thing, though they're a novelty at most, but. Never said I was a centrist piece of shit. Oh, did I say you were a centrist? I mean, at some point, if you were saying something what I consider to be condemnable, I guess I could have done that. But, libertarians, like at least according to the most normal version of looking at them, are people who want small to almost no government, right? Individual liberties. We should be allowed to do drugs. Nobody should stop me. CNN is centrist, is what Boomerang's saying. Yeah, I mean that's where I would put it because they poo poo on a Bernie Sanders. It's funny to watch like Jake Tapper give a really contentious interview to people who like win the Democratic primary, but then every other time they have any kind of Democratic person on specifically, they give them a puff piece because they're normally a centrist person in the Democratic Party. Or they're fighting against a progressive. But even when a progressive wins the thing that they're supposed to, like they told Bernie Sanders to sit down and shut up because he didn't win the primary. But then Zoran wins the primary. They go, well, maybe he's still not right. Maybe he's still not good. Maybe he's still like a Muslim, pejorative. And it's just like, oh my God, you can't even pretend to follow the rules that you've set out for yourself from before. Proudly radical and his stream forced me to take. Oh, gotcha. It said you need to know where you stand or you can leave. Oh, okay, gotcha. Was Proudly Radical the stream that you were in before? You were here. Pro legalizing all drugs but anti-abortion. I don't. I would think a libertarian would normally be pro rights to decide. I mean, libertarians want to like sell children, right? They want like, hey, this children's my property, so I should be allowed to sell it. Libertarians are like pro child brides and shit, right? That's kind of technically like if the father could like, sell his children off. The father, not the mother, but the father could do it. maybe he's pro abortion if the father wants it specifically. Maybe that's where he draws a line. You're not down for that. You're not down for child selling? But it's the household, it's the family, it's the individual rights of those people. What if they signed the contract to do it, right? Wouldn't that be then now considered legal? You don't agree with you do not agree with decriminalizing drugs. No human can own another human. Okay. Age of consent, comma 18. Interesting. That's good, right? That's given the circumstances, that's good. Romeo and Juliet laws, I'm sure exceptions apply within a range. So you don't want to decriminalize drugs, but you are pro drugs. Let's see. Tapper the flip flopper defends Joe Biden age until the Dems went against him. Ooh, yeah, I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have defended Joe Biden's age, but depends on when, I guess. If it was like the day before, then that's not great. Oh, Jake Tapper, gotcha. Yeah. Then he makes the book. Sorry, yeah, I should have continued reading. No, not all. Could have been somebody else. Weed is cool. What is well, whatever. I mean, that doesn't matter to me so much. I mean, do you like not to get, I guess, into a super long side tangent, whatever it is, but like fentanyl, not so much. Which one? Ketamine is the one that they use for like PTSD therapy and stuff, right? No, not fentanyl. Fentanyl is kind of like just like a painkiller specifically, right? Just a really harsh opioid. Mushrooms is cool too. That's a classic. That's like a Joe Rogan classic. Psychedelics, but also psychedelics have been supposedly have obviously like any type of medicine would have some level of medicinal use. Hell, like scorpion venom will have some medicinal use. I'd be thinking of that or MDMA. Yeah, well, because fentanyl is the one where they act like when a cop sees it, they pass out and fall over, and they take 4 Narcans up the nose. and then they save their life, air quotes, right? He'll argue anything. I won't assume he's always honest. Zombies, walking zombies. You mean people who are on fentanyl are walking zombies? That can be a little dehumanizing. It seems like you are very pro-human rights by the fact that humans couldn't sell their humans, so... I could see how you'd be worried that people would be diminishing themselves to the point where they become, air quote, walking zombies, but... yeah. Would you be pro like clean needle centers and other things like that to try to help people? Because I would hope that because based off all the things that I've seen, could be cherry picked information that's being fed to me or whatever it is, but lots of other cities and nations have really good, really positive effects by offering stuff like clean needle centers, which then have trained medical staff who are there to not only provide some materials for these people, but also to give them a touch point so that way they have resources to have some education about these things, the way it makes them a zombie, or they have education or support to help them get to places that can help them get off of it. And it's definitely a process, right? Because the same way that like when I want to lose weight, the only way for me to lose weight is for me to actually want to do it specifically. One step at a time, Happy. How about mandatory detox? That does seem less libertarian, right? Because mandatory detox would be like the state captures you and then forces you through a very painful medical process that if you're not prepared for could do not only just damage, but in cases could kill you, right? Right. I mean, you would hope that in these mandatory situations there would be proper monitoring to prevent such a thing, because a detox also many ways is not supposed to be a cold turkey detox, but a detox is supposed to be, if it wasn't supervised, right? But but a good supervised detox could be managed reduction in the total amount of drugs taken, right? Because, like, for example, alcohol is one of those drugs where when your body gets so dependent upon it, cold turkey does kill you. Like, it's a pretty high mortality rate specifically. Technically, benzos is one of those as well, although Jordan Peterson went to that, in that very unique time in Jordan Peterson's life, he went to that Russian detox center where I believe that was the same time where his daughter was like shacking up with Andrew Tate and then also got COVID. I think that may have been like a 6-month period in time altogether. All those things happened all at once. I could be reconnecting pieces that are similar, but maybe they're a year or so apart. But I feel like that was a very specific window in time. Not cold turkey. Well, that's good. That would be good. People don't die in detox consistently. That's not consistent. It could happen, but it's not like it happens all the time on a proper facility. I would imagine that any medical facility, there will be complications that could lead to death. Detox would increase the likelihood of other complications happening, but if well managed, you could keep that rate at a reasonable hospital style level. I think that makes sense. JP is actually brain rotted. JP, I mean, I think back to when I first watched the H3 podcast where he had PewDiePie on, and I'm like, oh, cool, YouTubers talking about YouTube. I love the idea of getting back into YouTube one day. Hooray, interesting podcast. He's got the Epic Mealtime guys talking. He's got the other, YouTubers I don't even watch back in the day. Boogie. He's got, JonTron. He's got all these people. All these people's names are crazy nowadays. But like he had Jordan Peterson on, and I watched that podcast episode. It's like an hour or whatever long, and I'm like, interesting. I even sent to my brother, like, hey, this is a really interesting conversation and an interesting person. Yeah. And I'm just like, oh, and he's like, hey, be careful. This guy is a quack. This guy is a problem. And I'm like, huh, he didn't seem like such a problem to me. I was this close to walking down that right wing pipeline at that point. Three Arrows did a great video on Jordan Peterson. There's been many a video on Jordan Peterson. I've watched like one of the longer videos that Some More News did on Jordan Peterson. I think it may have been multiple hours. I forget. Tinkerbell is the fairy of porn. Dun, 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 dun. Where the hell is it? You know what I'm looking for. You know what I'm looking for. They want it to be, this is it.
I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool, which was also a river. Her genital region was exposed dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was stroking herself absent-mindedly. She walked over to me, with a handful of pubic hair compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush. She pushed this at my face. I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further, I let her have her way. She stroked my face with the brush gently and said, like a child, "Isn't it soft?" I looked at her ruined face and said, "Yes, Grandma, it's soft."
Whoa, wait a minute. That's soft. Hold on, Grandma. That is soft. Whoa, wait a minute, Grandma. That's soft as hell. No, this is read via AI of his voice, but it is from his book specifically. I forget exactly where the quote is from. This is a man taken seriously by many people, apparently. Is a bit taken from his book, Maps of Meaning, The Architecture of Belief, specifically about an incredibly bizarre dream. Oh, man. He was a professor of psychology. I don't think it was philosophy. But he may have had a psychologist type of license, or it was. Deprogramming a JP fanboy, yeah. Sure, no. That is definitely a Democratic poll. Yes, that is not specifically a Jewish poll. Although you could argue that if you look at the split between Democrat and Republican of Jewish population, it's heavily one-sided. But regardless, I was just going about the overall. And remember, he lost his license. It was one of those things because he made a really, even on that podcast episode, he made a really, really big deal about the new law about like not misgendering people and acting like people were getting jailed for it, even though I believe to this day, no one has been jailed for it specifically because you don't get jailed for that. And it's just one of those polite things. Like, oh, my name is, Richard Nixon, but please call me Dick. And like, okay, Richard. Like, wow, okay, you're the dick now. What the fuck? It's one of those just like polite things. It's not a reality, yeah. He, technically speaking, didn't lose his license, simply refused to renew. Oh, interesting. I see. Yeah. Which could be, I guess, a misnomer to extrapolate out because, if it's plus 42, there could still be a holdout of however many individuals, which could be more biasly on one side or the other. But generally, it gives you a pretty easy look, at least a turn of Democrats overall, and Democrats include in majority the people, Jewish people. So it gives you a decent shift in not only the entire population, but probably that population as well. There's definitely, because there's been also different things, because like Even people of Israel have had different views, obviously on Netanyahu, pro and negative as time moves on. They have their own views on whether or not the war should stop or not, but their reasons sometimes are just because they want to get the hostages out. So there's lots of ebbs and flows. This is a multi-year situation at this point, right? So there's a lot of different things to look at. Right. And everyone generally implies even Jewish Americans because they're Americans, just like the Italian Americans are Americans. Yeah. And I guess just as getting back to that point just a little bit, the like specifically claiming dual loyalty out of people who are American who have never even been to Israel, but based off of just the ethnicity thing, is used as an anti-Jewish or is anti-Semitic sentiment, specifically because it's using their ethnicity to try to create this monolithic thing out of the entire body of people who are just they have their own motives and operations. So by using that as a sweeping brush to paint an entire group, that's where it's seen that way. And then it's also been used more nefariously because people say they can't trust Jewish people because they would be more of a foreign agent working for that nation than our own nation, even though they go, I mean, never even been to Israel. What do you mean? That kind of thing. So that's how it has not only naturally has a lean towards that type of negative connotation, but then has been used actively among some gross people, and people also sometimes not realizing that sentiment has just been slightly disseminated because of the news coverage and people framing it that way. Even though it causes problems, they frame it that way without realizing it causes problems because it's been framed that way to them, and that's how it perpetuates into this big circle of things that keep happening. So I was just pointing it out to like, hey, something for you to be aware of and something for you to think and chew on, just so that way in the future you don't rub someone the wrong way by doing something that you don't mean to do. Like you don't, like I used to. I mean, I've said different Americanized slurs for the Romani people without realizing it, and then I'm like, oh shit, okay, try to remember Romani specifically because I don't mean any harm by it, but I've just been naturally, I don't know, anti-Romani, sentiment has been baked into my lexicon, right? Yeah. I try to give good faith. And also, like, I've had my own journey where I've actively tried to be a contrarian jerk about a lot of things. So even if somebody is being a contrarian jerk about something, not saying you are in this situation or others, but I would want to try to do the same thing my mom did, where it's like, hey, don't say gay, but not like in the Ron DeSantis way, but in like the I think this is stupid way, right? Yeah. And then that slowly, even if it's only a part, I would hope to help somebody find the light or whatever it is, find the path to less harm, even if I play one small role in it, whatever it is, or a big role. Hey, hell yeah, awesome, right? It's the least I can do. Not to like undo major crimes that I've committed, but it just seems like a good thing to do. It was like, because like one of the decisions to try to restart this channel, not only because I thought making content over was fun, but like back in a year and a half ago, I was doing it kind of like a Ludwig way, where like I'm going to play games and I'm going to do a game show where I answer questions and then have to add random ingredients to banana bread or whatever. Make a video once a week with goofiness or something. But that didn't really spark joy, and it felt like it was more of a chore, and I wasn't good at it. So I didn't have a really good start at it, and it just seemed vapid and kind of whatever, right? There are better entertainers out there. There are better people. There are also people with better situations and luck to also start that off. But then as my own political journey continued to progress, and then also we're kind of in the point where we're getting close to the like shit or get off the pot, where it's like have your own children, and we're like, oh, maybe we won't have children. But then like I would want to have a reason to live. I want to have like a major goal to make an impact in a positive way, and whether that would be adopting somebody down the line or just trying to disseminate better opinions, trying to dispel some of the things that I grew up learning, and then making an impact that way. So that would be a good way for me to feel like I matter in this world, whatever it is. So that's kind of a little bit of like the secondary side of that goal, to not only be charitable to others and whatever it is, but also to continue to perpetuate that growth among everybody down the line. Is don't intentionally hurt someone and try to not be ignorant. Yeah, completely. Yeah. But not ignorant to reality implies like, but you're still a man, right? Like that kind of part of it, which is ultimately it doesn't matter, right? It's one of those things where it's like that can be like saying like, oh, we don't want to intentionally hurt you, but I can't ignore reality. And like the idea of manhood is a concept or whatever, right? Like it's one of those like technically David Bowie was usually considered androgynous, right? Or maybe I'm misreading because I usually hear that ignore reality or ignorant to reality as in like you can't see the whatever to the facts. Yeah. About to get a fact here. There's an interesting. I'm sure you could like create an entire 3-hour essay on trying to reclassify individuals like Prince. What was Prince? Was Prince Pan? Was Prince Bi? Was Prince? Who was he? Don't be ignorant about Jewish people loving Israel just because they're Jewish. Right. Yeah. Well, right as in don't be ignorant thinking that just because they're Jewish they like Israel. Right. Because that would not be that's not a Jewish thing. Like if someone says, "Oh yeah, a Jewish trait is having dark hair and loving Israel," and it's like, "Go, wait a minute, hold on, how is that genetically aligned?" Yeah, you go, wait a second. Yeah, and even like the modern understand, even like a lot of like because there are people at my work who I find out later when they decide when they tell me about why they're taking Christmas and they're going to take the shift or whatever, they're very Jewish and they have. I mean, this is also an anecdote, so obviously a grain of anecdote here, but they didn't know shit about Israel. They didn't give a fuck about Israel. They never did birthright. They're just American. They're just American as shit. One of them was sitting back there looking at weird game purchases for their Switch, and the other one was just trying to work baseball games to make money and like stand in the locker room. His little side gig was like he would because there was a rule in the Major League Baseball about phones and like stealing signs or something. So it was a big rule that even in the locker room, these guys could not be on their phone. So he's paid to stand around the locker room and go, no, 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 whenever they pull their phone out and they got to put their phone back in the locker, whatever it is. And that's his job where he just does that. So he loves doing it during baseball season specifically, but that would be one of his little, he used to do all kinds of weird little side jobs and stuff. Yeah. Which I think is a very interesting thing. Cause he's a sort of like, nice dude, but kind of short, not athletic, whatever it is. And he's got big, thick glasses. He's just, he's just a little guy, and have him there hanging out with these like, Dominican, super athletic dudes and being like, no, 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 sir, you cannot have your phone out. And they're like, okay. It's just kind of a funny image. And I also imagine all the guys are naked except for him specifically. That's just how I picture it. But I assume it's not quite like that. But yeah, the words have changed quite a bit. But one of the interesting reasons I bring up when it comes to that part of the things is I bring up the David Bowie androgynous because we always in the media, we as Americans would always look back and say, oh yeah, he was very androgynous. That was the word people use to describe him. That and whatever the word is for having two colored eyes. I forget the name for that one. There's a specific like not disorder, but just the name of that genetic whatever disposition thing, whatever. But I found out recently that it's in the what is it? I completely fucked it. The term androgynous dates back to at least the it's in the Jewish tradition. The term androgyny is translated as this, literally man, woman, refers to someone who possesses both male and female sexual characteristics. I remember seeing that it was in the Talmud specifically, which is this like 600 AD document or whatever it is. And it's because some people act like there's always been two genders. There's always been two genders. And I'm like, oh, well, like there's like 6 or 7 genders listed in the Talmud, and androgyny or androgynosis, whatever it is one of them. And like, that's David Bowie. Like, we've known about that for 1,400-ish years, give or take, right? Obviously, people in like India have had their third gender for a long time, wherever it is. To drown in a river. In Minecraft? Do they have rivers in Minecraft? A biological male can get pregnant. Or me. I can get pregnant? I guess be similar. I figured you would have gotten banned by now if you did, right? I guess like because a lot of times people will come into Hassan's chat and they'll like tell him to video game himself, but be very direct about it, right? Literally say it. And then their whole account will get banned across the entire website. I assume it's because his channel is big enough that he has Twitch staff kind of monitoring him. So when he pulls it up and has somebody breaking severe TOS, they see it and zap it quickly or something. But because I would think that the moderation system would be really good if it's able to like notice messages site-wide and then act within 30 seconds or so. But so that's why I assumed that I've always known it to happen fast, but I'm thinking maybe it only happens fast because they specifically watch certain channels. Because I've heard some people say, "Oh, there's Twitch chat in my staff, or there's Twitch staff in my chat." Because they just get used to seeing the badge or whatever, and they know that person just happens to hang out there. I'm pretty sure you're right on that. There might even be some other versions of that. Because I mean, technically, people can get pregnant like inside their body, which usually leads to problems that need to have the pregnancy terminated. Otherwise, they'll both die. But yeah. Yeah, there's that too. Also, I think there's some slight debate or whatever it is, but like, yeah, the prevalence of intersex is often compared to the prevalence of red hair, which is both roughly 1 to 2% of the population. That's one of those things that I never learned, right? And I also used to use the old term for intersex people. Again, one of those things I just didn't know. And that's like, wow. Like, I know lots of redheads, right? What was it? Oh, shit. Who was the person who was on? It was Alexa from Boy Boy. He found out after doing like a weird 23andMe or whatever it was, one of those things that his, like, he has like a chromosome thing where he is intersex or something like that. Specifically, I forget the exact thing that he is, but he is one of those like, oh shit, did not know that. Like, he might have even literally been born with multiple organs, and then the doctors made a decision or whatever it was. It's just like, oh shit. I do think that that is a good way to look at it, because there is your genetics, whatever it is, right? That's the thing that matters, because whether or not you're going to have HPV problems or not as a virus, which can also happen. Like, there are people who have like the dry earwax gene. There's all kinds of different things that can happen to people that are related to your sex, as in your types of how you form. And then there's also other things that happen that make you have a propensity to have this one thing or not have this one thing. There's the people who don't create the types of body odor because the bacteria on their body doesn't produce this one thing versus producing this one thing, which is like kind of super duper unfair. That's everyone else gets to be stinky, but only one group gets to do it. Some people can do that thing where they can like fold their tongue into like a little 4-leaf clover. Other people don't have the gene to do that. There's like lots of different genes out there. Some people taste cilantro weird versus others. Because there's lots of different variations among the incredibly complex genome of a human, right? Many of which we kind of just ignore because they're just whatever. And also, it's an evolving science as well. But definitely the idea of our understanding of masculinity as a trope, right? What was it? What's the guy? I think it's yeah. Because you got like this is FDR, right? This is a picture of male U.S. President FDR as a baby. Times have changed. What we think of something is different. We are an ever evolving society, you know? Also, like, just literally, like, what is it? Like, look at these femme dudes. Look at all these femoids. What is this? What is this? They look gay as hell. Back when men were men. Yeah. I think long socks are coming back into fashion. Back in my day, it was no shows. That's what you wore. Oh, I should throw this title off. This is confusing people. Well, not that there's people here to get confused, but it's just one of those like, oh, that's not what's happening. Yeah. But I was always blown away seeing that baby FDR picture because it's like, holy shit. Even the shoes. And pantyhose. Yeah, that's kind of what it was. Yeah. I mean, like, because we used to you would always joke that it takes a lady like 15 minutes to get out of her clothes, but like, it's got to take the dude a while to get out of his clothes too. Like when you're going into the smush closet in the Jersey Shore back in the day, it was not a wham bam in and out kind of deal. It would take a while, and then also what would stink? They only took baths every so often, right? Like that's ew, that would not be good. And also the syphilis that's all over the place and all the other diseases. Oh no, I definitely may have missed something. 5 canals, two on the left for female, 2 on the right for male, and then 1 in the center for intersex. Interesting. They had a literal gradient. They had a little rainbow of subuteri. You know what's crazy? Genetic twins. That shit's crazy. And then I was talking to somebody about it, and they're like, I'm a twin. And I'm like, what? You've never mentioned this before. I'm glad I didn't go off and say, I hate all twins and they should die or something crazy like that, right? Because he was like, I'm a twin. And I'm like, well, I'm glad I didn't really go off on him. Sure. Yeah. Are you a fraternal twin or a genetic twin or identical twin, I guess it's referred to as. Because I think that's wild. Because you just have a clone if you are an identical twin. Because, oops, they just made another one of you. What? That's crazy. Dang. That's just unusual to hear about, but rural healthcare, I guess. Shit, man. I don't know. But was it a fraternal or identical? Do you know? I mean, maybe that's not a thing you really want to talk about too much, but you were blue. Oh, man. I was orange. I had jaundice because I was a premature baby. For some reason, my mom was all messed up, or we, the 2 children that she had, were all messed up. Yeah. I guess it's not one of the topics they want to bring up a bunch, I guess. So, and ultimately, but we were both trying to get born 3 months early or something. So the solution was, just lay horizontally so the baby can't fall out. It was kind of like a part of it. They gave her drugs and stuff to stop any kind of contractions and whatever it was to help keep us from getting pushed out. And maybe those drugs are why I am the way I am. I don't know. But we ended up being born about a month early, both of us, 3 weeks ish, give or take. You know, you never really exactly know. At least maybe nowadays you do, but I feel like back then it was kind of like, well, it's about so big, you know. It's it was probably about how when did the guys last bang? Oh, every day. Oh, now we don't know. Yeah. No. I mean, yeah, it's like, I mean, I'm not a person who's like attempted to have a baby or whatever it is, but when people talk about having miscarriages, you know, especially super early on, I'm like, well, you know, what are you going to do? But some people take it really hard. So I don't want to be like super flippant about it with people. Because some people like they have gravestones for like the unborn babies that they, you know, the siblings that they never had or whatever. So, but like in childbirth, that's pretty far along. They had a name or whatever, right? Like it's one of those things, right? Well, that's true for sure, especially back in the day, all over the world, and then also to some degree, depending upon where they are. But there's also problems with America's pre or postnatal care, where we have some of the most mothers dying after childbirth. Not even like the day of, but like, oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just it's an incredibly complicated and delicate process. So also modern life is not really especially modern American life is not really conducive to being polite to it, such as maternal leave not being a mandatory thing or being a very limited thing. So stand there at the Dollar Tree ringing up people while you're 8.5 months pregnant, right? That's not good for the baby. That's not good for anybody, you know? Not saying that this would happen to you, but just saying in general, yeah. She had lots of kids taking. She just, you know, she's just playing the odds, you know, which is kind of the way it used to be, right? And also, it seems like people had like the Vietnam syndrome, where they would just kind of grow cold to the different children, or at least that's how they paint the picture of it in retrospective. Obviously, maybe everyone's different, but you just get so used to children just, oops, it got the flu. And we don't really have a way to deal with that yet, so it just didn't make it, right? And then also, yeah, right, yeah. But that's still a crime, in my opinion, right? But difficult to exactly pin any one individual. You know, you could say it's a crime of the state, whether it be the individual state or the entire United States. Especially to have it happen on a systemic scale. Because when it's like a thing can happen, whatever. But like when you go, oh no, look, if you think about what are the chances of your pregnancy going successfully, and it varies drastically by state or by zip code of a certain degree, then you go, wait a minute, we can see this coming. This is almost by design in some ways, and whether it's the chemical plant that's pumping shit into your well water, whether it's by race and socioeconomic situations pushed onto them, whether it be, you know, workplaces or lack of regulations. There was a bunch of stuff I've seen over the years, so I imagine there's probably been more since, but yeah, there's I mean, this is just the CDC thing, but it's oops, I need to turn the brightness down on this. So there's like a CDC specifically, or not the CDC, but black women specifically have a specifically higher post pregnancy mortality rate, and that can be for many reasons. Maternal Health Week. That's the Maternal Health Week. What an interesting thing to set up a week for whatever. They're preventable deaths specifically. Racial disparities exist. There are things where people feel like black women are not believed when they say they have pain. There was even the famous story of, I think it was Venus. It was post, or maybe it was Serena. Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Serena Williams says she almost died after giving birth to her daughter, Olympia. Williams gave birth to her first child by emergency C-section after the baby's heart rate dropped dramatically during contractions. While the surgery went smoothly, the 6 days after were quite uncertain. The tennis star's recovery was complicated by her history of blood clots. Williams self-diagnosed blood clots in her lungs after she noticed a shortness of breath, but the blood thinners doctors gave her to address this caused bleeding in her abdomen. She returned to surgery and even after being released from the hospital, had to spend the first weeks at home with her family in bed. But Williams says she considers herself fortunate. In an interview with Vogue, she said, quote, "Knowing I've got this beautiful baby to go home."
So, like, interestingly put via Sports Illustrated in the news story that was here, she did not. What does that mean? She did not almost die. Thank you, 7 years ago, guy on YouTube. What was it? That people, like, they didn't believe her, right? That's why she was discharged from the hospital. She's like, "Oh, I'm an athlete. I'm having these pains. I'm feeling this, abdominal issue." And they go, "No, your lungs are fine. Go home." And she could have bled out to death if she didn't keep pushing on it. And that's where that thing happens. That's a part of it too. They think they feel pain less specifically, so they'll give them less painkillers or be more rough with them during simple things. What was it? Wait on people. There was something about like how false. Well, this is going to give me like an article I can't read or whatever. Because there's something like they were expecting like the skin to have like a different toughness, so they'd use like bigger needles or something like that. I forget the exact specifics, and it's just like, because I mean, like, obviously, like, there's like, black people have a higher propensity for like sickle cell anemia, so like there are differences in races or whatever, but like it needs to be like a part of the education or continued education. The New York Times, okay, I'm not sure why it's not loading. The white lady asked a 9-year-old if it hurt when his neighbor shot him. What the fuck? Oh shit, did you get a thing? Oh, that's fine. I'll allow that. That's fine. Thanks for giving me the heads up. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Also, that's even just thinking about that, that's super funny because that would be a thing that, like, even myself back in the day, I would be like, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I guess I'm used to seeing, like, when you fill out a form, it says like race, and I'm like, white, non-Hispanic is I put down. But yeah. What am I thinking of? Oh, back in the day, I'd probably be like, I would take that specific white people are insane and be like, what? You didn't say not all. You didn't say not all men. You didn't say not all white people, whatever. And there was a few different people that pointed it out where it's like, if you see a statement like this, that's obviously just putting out a generality or whatever it is, but you feel personally attacked, that's kind of like, it's kind of on you to some degree, right? Because if they say like, men are pedophiles, right? They even say white men are pedophiles. That's just statistically the heavy-handed average, right? But I don't got to take that personally. What the fuck? I'm not thinking about that. I mean, that because like even if you thought that there was like a different pain tolerance, like for me it's a 4, but for them it's a 2, right? Whatever. You would never think that it being shot would never register. Like you wouldn't think it's a 0, right? They would literally be fucking Superman. What the fuck? I mean, that's got to be like, sure, but getting even grazed or hit by anything like that would still register, even if you had you know, a 15% DR or whatever, right? Even if you had like, you know, a passive buff or whatever it is, you would still take damage. To think that it just wouldn't hurt at all. Maybe I mean, again, I'm doing the thing where I immediately try to, in a charitable way to myself, be charitable to others. But other ways, it's almost like I have like this disbelief built in, which is unfounded or whatever it is. But it's like this urge to bring something extreme back to the center, because that's my built-in centrism coming out. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, again, my mind goes like, well, maybe it's a shock thing. Like maybe they might be in shock. But that would be, and also sometimes you ask stupid questions, right? I do remember distinctly being in my 8th grade classroom with the wheeled-in TV showing 9/11 happening, right? And this is like, I believe, just off of memory, off of vibes, the first tower got hit. We had to go to our first class, which for me was like an English class. And then in that class, then was there. And then that's when the second tower got hit, right? Oh, it was like a week later. I see what you're saying. Oh my God. That's wild. That's wild. I mean, unless they're baiting a question, like, because like kids like scars, little boys like scars, and it's like, oh yeah, did it hurt? Like, oh yeah, it hurts so hard. Like, again, me trying to find a reason to give it a. But maybe it was like in a dissertation or something. So you definitely should not be like being so casual. What? Yeah. Oh God. But I remember when the second tower hit, I thought it was Katie Couric, but I actually recently, for whatever reason, went back and pulled the whole Today Show 9/11 thing. And I kind of fast forwarded to the exact moment of the second tower, and I kind of listened for a while because I could have sworn Katie Couric said, wow, what are the chances? Like, but it might have just been my teacher in the room or something, or perhaps even another kid. And then I've just always associated with Katie Couric, unjustifiably. But I did not hear it when I fast forwarded back to it. So unless there's somehow some fuckery with the tape, I now have to think about it being in a different way. But it's one of those things where sometimes you just don't think and you just say something, whatever it is. This is really funny. But wasn't there a story? There was a story I missed because I was like in between stuff or like out of the loop for like a day or two, whether I was doing like a trip or something, I forget. But there was like something where like some white lady was like saying the like N-word out in public or something like that. And then there was like defense of it. There was some like big story. I forget what it was. Well, it's like, well, you know, because I do remember that there was people saying like, what kind of plane was it? Like, was it like a little plane? Like, well, I don't really know. Well, I heard a boom. I looked up, see a fireball. So I don't know what it was. It could have been something big. I don't know. It's crazy. Oh my God. Like that's like the person on the phone who's like reporting it live or whatever. But when they saw the second one, they're like, no, that was a jet, dog. That was big. That was a 747 or whatever. That was one of those planes. You know what I mean? Because apparently there have been like small planes that crash into buildings. I think even the years after, there was like some weird little plane in Tampa that crashed into a building just because, oops, bad pilot. But yeah, so then hearing like, what are the chances of a second plane hitting a building right next to it right now? And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Dude, oh man. That's it. Yeah. No, I don't. Whatever. I don't need to drag all this. I don't want to. I'm not going to platform the story, obviously. Just like, dude. And then what the fuck, you know? Like, I know so many good people who would never ask for money but are in a bad spot. You know, I know so many people who would never call a child an N-word, but then this person gets to kind of just like, oh my God, yeah. Somebody gets to just do this shit and then they win. Like if life is making sure that you're financially comfortable and getting to do what you want to the fullest or whatever it is, this person is winning in some degree, right? But they're doing it at the expense of humanity and others. Like when I hear about people scamming, like the guy from the Fire Festival, he did the whole scam, got arrested, went to jail for the scam, Then he gets out because he's rich or whatever, or he's just white collar crime. And then he immediately, starts another scam and then gets caught again, I think. But it's just like, bro, this guy lives and breathes scams. The people that rug pull, that do crypto rug pulls, they learn the technology just enough to then fucking steal from people and try to, you know, I mean, obviously they're stealing from a bunch of other weird, greedy dumbasses, whatever it is, but still, they're just thieves. And like, that's like thieves, like in the bad way. The people who like set up those websites that call grannies or whatever it is and try to steal their information to then steal their social security checks, whatever it is. Like just the level of stuff. Like there were some people who called my grandparents pretending to be me by really poorly by just saying, "Hi, I'm your grandson. I'm in Mexico. They're arresting me. I need X number of dollars." And they went, "Jason?" And they go, "Yep, it's me, Jason." And they were like, "Dang, what's your birthday?" And then they were like, "June?" You know, and then they nope, and they hung up. But it was just like dang, if they had a 1 in 365 chance to get it right, and they didn't. So then, you know, or like my wife, she had a missed call from her grandfather, and she's like, "Oh my God, my grandfather never calls me. It must be something horrible. My grandmother must have died." And she's like distraught. And I'm like, just call him back. You don't know what it is. Like, you don't know what it is. So then she called him back, and they were like, "It's him." And then he's like, "Okay, can you sit down for me? I want to ask you a question." Why did I get arrested in Mexico? I didn't. That's the thing. But dang, I should be like, "Okay, cool. I can hit him up later for a cool grand if I just tell him, yep, my birthday is exactly this date." And they go, "Shit, here comes the money." I'm like, "Hell yeah." And they go, "Oh, you guys got scammed. I don't know what happened." But so they're like, "Okay, Kara, sit down. Did you call us at this, or like, are you currently in Mexico," or whatever it was? And she's like, "No." And they had gotten a scam call where they were thinking that like they said like that the scammer said that, I guess they knew her name or whatever, but they said that she had gone to this place, is being arrested with her gay lover who, the reason why it's not me or whatever, and that they need money now or she'll be in trouble or something. And they were freaking out. And they tried calling her phone, but they didn't get an answer, thinking that it could literally be her. So then when she called back, they were kind of confused or whatever. But that made my wife relieved that it was just them getting scammed or almost scammed. And it's just like, how evil do you have to be? Yeah, I'm her gay love. Yeah. I do have gyno. I got male boobs. So maybe she's never really seemed to, maybe she just loves them from afar. She never really has seemed to like embrace them specifically, but maybe when I'm not looking, she is. Yeah. Maybe one day I'll be shirtless on stream so I can show off the goods. Because I mean, like, I think it's not TOS to show male boobies, but it's TOS to show female boobies. What a world we live in. What a world we live in. So there's just people out there who would just openly rob old people. And that's just like, no, thank you. Fair. Okay. Also, it is TOS to show just like a shirtless dude. I feel like I've seen shirtless dudes before on stream. I feel like I have. It is? That's crazy. What? I was like, like it's not like a pool party. Or maybe it literally is like the hot tub thing where like under socially acceptable reasons, like you're in a pool or you're in like a water park or something, you can be shirtless as a man, but otherwise you should be shirted or whatever. Yeah. Weird. Or working out. Interesting. Okay. Workout stream plan. I am a sweaty person too, so I don't know if I feel like being sweaty means you want to wear a shirt just because. Yeah, I mean, that's just America, I guess, technically, which I assume Twitch is like mostly catered towards, and also perhaps because of where their headquarters is located or taxes are paid, they generally have to pay attention to. Because like obviously other sites can get around weird weird laws because they're located in some weird place. Although wait, Twitch TV, isn't that in like some weird like country? Because the TV means like specifically like not Tanzania or whatever, but it's that's the only TZ I can think of, but it's some other place. Let's see. What does .tz mean? I put TX. TZ. Internet code for the domain of Tanzania. Damn, I was right. You don't like that it is allowed. You don't like that in a workout situation it's allowed. I thought you were saying like the double standard or whatever is bad, but you mean like specifically even that it's allowed at all. Okay. I mean, to each his own. I don't necessarily have a major problem with the male body or whatever it is, but or bodies in general. Yeah, you don't like that it's allowed. There's some weird shit that's allowed on YouTube. At one point, Carter said, do not Google the word transparent because it's a bunch of pseudo porn. The same way there's like nude yoga or whatever because it's like allowed, or like breastfeeding education videos because it's allowed, which is just a way for like to get around the booby rules or whatever it is. The word transparent can kind of somehow transcend the meaning in a weird way. I mean, man, if I did have a kid, I don't know how I would deal with internet's protection. I guess I would just have to be educated on setting up proper parental locks. That would be just what it is. That's interesting. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those like it's a large world. So stopping every possible gray area and or stepped over the line area, clearly stepped over the line area, it's going to be one of those like you'd have to do massive damage. Like, oh, you have a slight, benign tumor in your abdomen. But in order to get it out, we have to cut through all your muscles and it would do lots of damage and create scar tissue that might end up being much bigger than the individual malign tumor naturally. Benign tumor. Malignant's a bad one. But benign is the what doesn't matter one. So it's one of those things where you go, well, just kind of leave it be. Because like, okay, let's create intense provisions to like allow every piece of media to be individually human checked before it can make its way up, which then drastically increases the cost and slows things. That you'd be like, oh no, I've done more damage than good. The EU has a lot of really interesting and good provisions, or at least better than what we have here in America for lots of different data protection, lots of different just lots of different tech stuff. And I don't know if it's because they have a different board of people who are trained to really look over that policy, because we have the problem where our elected officials are like, does TikTok look at my, go through my Wi-Fi router? I don't like that. Does it need the password to my Wi-Fi router? And it's like, well, yeah, it connects to the internet through your Wi-Fi. And it's like, oh my God. Oh, everyone mumbles about it and freaks out. So it's like, damn, we are very different places. I can definitely see how that might become a bigger problem as time goes on. Just to have that lack, just a complete ignorance, despite it having sweeping powers. Oh, we've definitely no longer calmed the stream down. I guess I've kind of woken up a little bit with all that back and forth we were doing. Do we want to keep going, or do we want to? It seems like not everybody, because we have Boomerang who's in here, obviously not celebrating. I don't know. Going where? It was like, a see you tomorrow situation, just because it was super slow, it was super quiet, and I was kind of still, I guess, still slowly waking up or whatever. But yeah, we just finished we had just finished The Great Raft. Yeah. That's the watch later list. This is the daily list here. Yeah. We've made some progress on some stuff. We finished this one. It was a you know, I mean, sometimes holidays are days that make sense to do stuff on, and sometimes holidays don't. Here, let's watch the women's pockets are useless. This is one that looked fun, just because it's the whole it has pockets thing. Let's get it moving. Let's keep it going. I got a job to do, god damn it, and that is to watch YouTube videos and pretend it's my job. I think the very first day I started streaming again, some of my old regulars came back and they gave me a couple of subs. So this month I'm gonna make like $4.50. So hell yeah. I'm looking for this box. This is pin this, and this is now. Oh, I did the wrong thing again. Fuck. It's /pin, which is an actual command, which does not have an API that's allowed. And then I do this. There's a reason you wear men's clothes? Yeah. Because I think yesterday we were talking about stuff, and then I didn't want to just jump to the conclusion, or maybe I was just being my awkward self about it, but it seemed like you were hinting that you were trans, whatever it was, which I think is like, oh, that's neat. I have like a 50% trans audience, maybe. I don't know. I wasn't 100% sure, but I was thinking that was, yeah. Oh, okay, got it. I guess, yeah, okay. In my upbringing, the time period it was, and then being locked in a job for 15 years, there's a whole, like, because we went online to buy, like, because my wife mentioned, oh, there's an ally pin for straight people who are allies. Because I was like, do you want to go to Pride? And I was like, am I allowed at Pride? Wouldn't that be like me, like, stepping on the toes or getting in the way or whatever it is? But like, no, there's allies at Pride. I'm like, okay, cool. And then she's like, there's even an ally flag. And then she pulled up, you don't hit, yeah. She pulled up a thing of flags, and there was so many more flags than I had ever understood. Some of them, I think, I mean, maybe it's rude to say they're silly or whatever it is, but there's some of them just seemed a little silly, just because it's like, I forget, like, I don't know, like vampire sexual, or there was like some stuff that's like, okay, that's certain individuals, not the ally flag. We didn't buy any flag, we didn't buy any, but it's one of those like, oh, okay, I guess this is a thing, you know. And then I was like having my boomer talk with her, where it's like, okay, you know, this is. Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah. Because there was like this is where I started, I guess, sort of workshopping a bit, because as a boomer who, you know, millennial aging, whatever, when people, I was like, okay, I understand bisexual, but what is pansexual? And they explain it, and I'm like, oh, so it's kind of like it's kind of like a bisexual is like an agnostic, where a pansexual is like an atheist. Because a bisexual is just not ready to go all the way yet. You know, they're just a little bit chicken. They're just like, they haven't completely fully committed like the atheist has. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things. The dog gender ones are like autistic teens. They're not like populated. Like, people say that they are the gender :dog, or like, my dog is this gender specifically. I guess I can go to a few different ways. And that was the thing before too, where people were like, oh, look, this is my dog, her name is whatever. And they go, whoa, did you just assume your dog's gender? And it's like, I guess. You know, she'll let me know if she doesn't like it. I think she's cool with it. I don't think she knows words. There's also been times where I've tried to imagine, how would I explain that I need to go to work to my cat and what that means. And none of that would even begin to work, which is why I think it's funny that people think that aliens can come down and talk to people. Because it's like, it's literally like you trying to talk to a cat. Hell, it might even be like you trying to talk to an ant. Like, it literally can't even conceive the idea of like a consciousness, let alone fucking existential dread, right? Like, there's like so many layers between that you're just basically a non-existent life form comparatively. Although it's possible that a bunch of dumbasses could show up at our doorstep and we're like, aha, you're stupid and we're smart. It's just as equally possible. Let's see why women's pockets are useless. Ooh. Bisexuals attracted to 2 or more genders. Pansexual attracted to 2 or more genders, but you want to be extra clear that includes trans people. That's basically how I saw it. Because I'm just like, bisexual just seems like pansexual just seems like the sequel to bisexual. It just seems like bisexual that got like kinged in chess. Like it just seems like it's just a more powerful version of bisexual. Because if somebody really is aware and is very plugged into the full, scene, and they go, no, but I'm bisexual, so you better get those motherfuckers out of my face. I only want those, clearly specific. It's like, it seems like you're open to both. You're open to both styles, right? You seem like you're open to anything. What the fuck, But maybe there could be some still slight differences in the way the culture works or the way that other things are. Yeah, you got the early edition. You got you got the first edition, right? You got the it's more rare when you put it inside the PSA grading box. Yeah. Which flag do you like better? Do you like the pan flag better, or do you like the bi flag better? Wait, don't we have those over here, Kara? So wait, do you like the top one, or do you like the bottom one? We got a whole host of flags when we were at Pride. Carol does a good job of making sure we get all the freebies possible. The top, yeah. Okay, so you like this one better. Oh, is our thing misprinted, or is the purple in the middle supposed to be a smaller line? Because this one's very even, right? This one has like a different build to it. It's meant to be that way? Okay, Kara's confirming. Kara's a better person than I am. Here, you can put these back. Get this out of here.
Women's pockets.
Oh, God,
if they even exist, they are usually too small to hold anything useful. You think this is an exception, right? Wrong, because I DIY'd my own pocket since the original one barely fit a phone. Sideways. Why? To figure it out, I'm measuring pockets out in the wild, fact-checking conspiracy theories with history, and solving my pocket problem.
Do you have a conspiracy theory or a historical reason you think that they're smaller? Because she's fact-checking. We love fact-checking here, right? Sexism. That's a great one. That's honestly a great one. One of the ones I remember growing up on is you can tell if like a cardigan or whatever is for a woman because the buttons are on the other side, because either men would be dressed by somebody or women would be dressed by somebody. But either way, it's important that the button is on the side for the other person to approach it, for one or the other. You've done the math.
Once and for all. At some point, this is gonna go terribly wrong. I could feel
like
it.
Dave Weisserman. I've seen enough. It's sexism.
Coming. Thank you to Delete Me for sponsoring a portion of this video, and to our patrons for supporting the channel. So, I've been buying pants for most of my life, and despite my best efforts, I usually look like that meme. You see that? I too cannot fit my hand in my pocket properly, let alone my phone.
I like the, what is a cardigan? A cardigan is like a button-up hoodie with no hood. Is my best way to describe it. It's a light, clothy, knitted style jacket. It's, bougie white people. So a crime? Oh, you mean like, okay, a hoodless hoodie or whatever? Well, it's not. It looks nicer than that, right? Technically, like it looks. Just. This is kind of what I think of when I think of a cardigan. It's like a little mini sweater, just something light, something simple, something. Whatever. You could just call it a sweater. You don't like it? It's very business casual, right? Kara loves cardigans. Ew, no? Okay. What do you want? You want like a fucking biker jacket? What do you want them to wear? You know, they get cold easily because they're women and they're weak, right? They're thin blood. They're always constantly bleeding every month, so then they're always getting cold. They're anemic. You know, they need it. You know, they need a little something to keep them the goosebumps away. You know, it's with a K, but yeah. I'm just embracing misogyny. It's so much fun. Yeah.
Phone or my wallet, useful
Yeah.
things. And you might be wondering, why not just buy a purse or a sling,
No.
right? It's out of principle. Because you know that conspiracy theory about how the pants sold in women's sections have really small pockets to force the people who shop there to buy purses instead? I hate that.
That seems like a dumb reason. I feel like it's been way longer than that. Oh, is a Supergirl named Kara? I didn't know that. Because I don't like women, and I never watched Supergirl. I also just don't like DC stuff, so I never really watched Superman either. Apparently, Crypto or whatever is like a cool thing. I remember Crypto was a cartoon show, and I thought it was so dumb looking. There was a bunch of CW shows that had Supergirl in it, but it just looked like a CW show, so I assumed it was just a soap opera for teen dating stuff. She's well written. That's awesome. I mean, Superman has that thing that everyone likes to easily point out, that he's too good, therefore hard to write. We don't talk about the CW. Yeah, dude, there were so many people at my work who are like my age-ish, give or take, on either side, and they're all like, "Oh, we love Arrow, we love The Flash," and I'm like, "Okay, I guess I'll try watching it." And I'm like, "What is this garbage? What is this shit?" Ugh. Like I binged a bunch of it on a weekend, and I was just like, maybe it gets good. And also, I'm just lazy and laying here. Like, you ever had one of those days where like you had a bag of, I don't know, Cheetos or something, and then like your hand's so dirty you just leave it in the empty bag, like it's a sling or it's like a holster or something, because you don't feel like getting up to like throw the bag away, but you can't take your hand out of the bag because then it's gonna leave like shit everywhere. It's like one of those weekends, you know. Kara is angry Superman. Okay, which is to say not Superman at all. Yeah, that's interesting. That also, at least from my perspective, the first season only gets worse after that. Is this what network was the Supergirl show on? Was that CW or was it something else? I feel like it would be in that same sort of universe, obviously, just because. One of the other things with Superman is like every villain just seems to be like world ending, because in order for it to be like, it can't just be like Spider-Man who's like stopping random muggings or jewelry store robberies. It's like he literally moves as fast, or about as fast as the Flash. He can rewind the Earth's time. He can see through walls. He can chew bullets or whatever, right? That's Flash and Arrow. But it must have been, I guess I can just look it up. Supergirl TV show. I mean, honestly, I'm not watching it on any of those networks anyway, so it doesn't matter. CBS. Okay, got it.
But I think about
But yeah, so the enemies were always all so world destructing that they all kind of blended together, where it's just like, I'm a different guy who can punch real hard, and I'll punch Superman and make him kind of stunned and upset for a little bit, and then I'll escape being hurt in the first act, and then cause a major problem in the second act, and then seemingly get above him on the third act, whatever. Flash and Arrow seasons only get worse. Yeah. No. I mean, I did watch the first season going, this is acceptable, but not great, but hopefully it gets better, and then it got worse. And then I started watching The Flash, and the same thing. And it's like, literally the main villain of The Flash looked like a fucking, let's see, Flash 1. Oh my God, don't look at what I typed. They might not have all the pictures of the people. Yeah, they definitely don't. IMDb? Here we go. Like, photos, hell yeah. Dude, like, this might not even be season 1 anymore. This looks very not season 1 from memory. But, like, the fucking he just looked like a soap opera villain. He looked like he had a bunch of like plastic surgery. The mom looked like fucking Kara's villains are suicide. Is that the name of the villain? Kara Zor-El. Zor-El, no. Zor-El, no. He's not handling the death of Krypton well. Oh, I get you. It's an internal struggle. It's an internal villain. It just looked like the most soap opera maybe I'm thinking of the Arrow, man, honestly. Whatever. It just looked like it was. And then like the guy died, but then he didn't die and he came back and he's evil or whatever. I'm just like, oh my God, this is Who Shot JR. This is just this shit.
About it every time I interact with my pockets. And one such time, kind of recently, I turned on my critical thinking and realized that doesn't make sense. Why would seemingly every single pants company conspire to prop up the purse industry? Especially since a lot of these companies don't have a stake in it. And if they did, then why not take it a step further and shrink men's pockets so they also have to buy bags? The way this realized—
Dude, men buying those like shoulder sling bags? It's not the fanny pack, it's like the titty pack. Images. Yeah, it's like this. They wear it across their body. It's the booby bag. It doesn't look comfortable. I guess it's handy, though. Just hold all your shit. And then you never have to worry about the show. Oh, the show sucks. Oh, okay. Well, then, hey, one less thing to watch. Okay. Gotcha. Easy peasy. Yeah. This is modern fashion, I suppose. I would have fucking loved this because I could use it to help hide my man boobs. Because it would like kind of help hide where that under boob shadow would be. That was always one of the things I hated about. Like I loved when I could wear a backpack on the front of my body. There was always some weird scenarios where like you're doing something and you kind of walking down the hallway and you kind of just do that. And I love to do that because then I felt like I was like invincible. This is the shape of Africa. That's interesting. And they're like, okay, let's get, it's probably like a black trader company, but it's like, let's get a black lady to model the Africa one. There we go. Get up there, put it on. Like this seems, if you showed this to me, I would be like, that's not fashion. Like 5 years ago, I'd be like, no way. No one would be doing this. Even this, I would be like, no way. Wait, is that Photoshopped on it? No, it's not. It almost looks Photoshopped. Well, maybe it is, honestly. There's a lot of things going on in this one that are weird. Like that. What the? That doesn't look natural. A lot of things don't look right there. But whatever. I'm getting sidetracked.
Has shaken my sense of reality. Because if the fashion companies are behind this, then why are my pockets so small? I started by looking past the conspiracy for a second and actually trying to figure out if the things I've complained about for years is even true. Are women's pants pockets really disproportionately small? Like there's a
Okay, if she's going off of like women's legs are smaller than men's legs, so women's pockets should be smaller than men's pockets, that's stupid because the objects we all use, fit into a pocket. It doesn't matter how proportional it is. The phones are the same phones.
world where this is just a huge misunderstanding, right? What if pants pockets are just proportional to pants size? And if people who are buying women's pants are smaller on average than men, then their pockets would be too. Except I found this article by The Pudding. They're an incredible data journalism publication, and they measured 80 pairs of jeans from the 20 most popular brands in the US. They found that pockets sold in the women's section were 48% shorter and 6.5% narrower than men's. That's suspicious. But the point of a hypothesis is to do everything you can to disprove it, right? And the problem with this report is that it only focused.
Yeah, I've heard that it's been explained to me, not like in a particularly super truthful way or whatever it is, but it's been explained to me that it's because bunched up pocket material looks like there's extra stuff there, so it's less attractive. You want it to be tighter, so there's less material there, Same thing with like back pockets, whatever. There's like a certain idea behind having smaller back pockets make your butt look bigger, or bigger back pockets make your butt look smaller, depending on what you want. That's like some like princess seeming shit that my network would try to talk about. But I don't necessarily buy that. But
on jeans with a 32-inch waist. This evidence for a pocket problem might change or even vanish if we look at a wider range of styles and sizes. Someone should do that.
I think I fit into a 32 back when I was maybe like in 9th grade, maybe. No, probably honestly like 6th grade.
I did. I went to the local thrift shop, which had a conveniently randomized selection of brands, styles, and sizes. For 2 hours, I looked at jeans, joggers, and dress pants across the full spectrum of sizes they had available. I lost count of how many pairs of pants I looked at, but it struck me how each pair contained a fragment of
But how many pairs of pants did she walk out of the store with because she bought them?
someone else's history, now up for sale. And while I was fine for a pair of pants, when it comes to your personal information, it's a different story. Luckily, their recommend you buy how to move on longer. If you pee to get for sponsor, the pictures on Photoshop. Now, let's see what I learned from the thrift store. Once I got back from the thrift store, I loaded the pictures on Photoshop. I was able to use the ruler to correct for any perspective distortion and scale. I also used it to convert pixels to inches so I could document the approximate surface area of each pocket. Now, a lot of pockets, especially men's ones, have this kind of sloped bottom. So to approximate the area, I'm using a height made of the average of the long and short ends.
Just do some fucking calculus, bro. Integrate for the curve, dog. Come on.
After that, I recorded the waist sizes, which was very
I literally don't know how to do that.
very easy for men, and incredibly inconvenient for women's pants, because a bunch of brands use numbers like size 00, which doesn't make sense, and
I never understood that. There's even like some of the nicer shirts I have will have like a shirt size that's not just like whatever. It'll have like a very specific number, and I'm like, I mean, honestly, maybe that would be good if they all did it, because small, medium, large means different in everything. Because men's pants, it's supposed to be inches around and then inches for inseam. So if you're a 40-30, you got a 40-inch fat ass and then a 30-inch short leg, right? That's how it's supposed. Keeping it by like the actual dimensions makes it so much easier. But then when they change the numbers around or whatever, like zero should never make sense, because there's no way you can measure something to be 0. Yeah. Men don't carry purses. That's kind of where she got originally in there, but now men kind of do, according to that one image of a bag. But not everybody wears a bag all the time.
also isn't standardized across brands. And somehow that wasn't the most infuriating thing I learned from this experiment, because guess what? Pants sold in the women's section do in fact have disproportionately small pockets. Uh-oh. So after analyzing 69 pairs of
You were right. You were right.
pants. Nope, that wasn't intentional. Here's what I found. In this graph, we see the size of the pants mapped against the size of the pockets for men's pants and women's pants. And you see this gap here? That's statistically significant. Except for sweatpants, which actually have pretty consistent pockets across genders and sizes. But for all the other pants, buying from the men's section gets you like an extra 17 square inches of pocket. That's like a whole other phone. Just look at these pockets. Wait, I'm gonna move to the men's one. Now there's enough space to see me. The deeply outrageous thing about this photo is that these pants are the same size. What? This isn't just the thinly veiled euphemism for the gender wealth gap. It's just that for the same pant size, men's pockets are just deeper for some reason. Why? So since we just debunked my hypothesis, I decided to hear what my friends thought.
Right.
How big are your pockets?
What measurement would you like me to respond to this with?
Melissa, how big are your pockets?
Turn them inside out right now. Bunny ear those suckers. Come on.
Okay, it depends on the pair of pants. Like some of them, I could.
Does she just call these two people in every video? Is that what she does? And then she gets the phone recording and then also a camera recording off to the side of them?
Fit my hand in. Some of them don't exist. One pair of pants that I do have that has pockets are just extremely oversized though.
Show me them pockets.
Look, full hand.
Oh my god, that's so much
But also, these jeans are so oversized.
Putting your hand in your pocket is the bare minimum. Like, you have to be able to fit things in your pockets.
How much are you carrying?
Everything you need for your quests.
You can fit everything you need for your quest in your pocket?
I don't understand.
This is my phone, right? Goes in my pocket.
Okay, he's using his phone to record this, which is why he couldn't use it.
Yeah. And then like...
You went down to the elbow. Do it again.
You know, I could. Hey.
I need you guys to see how big my pockets are. Okay, ready? Ready for this? That's
Just show the coin pocket so they feel like it's fair, right? Go, oh, see, it's barely anything. You can barely put the tips of my fingers in there. Yeah.
what I'm rocking right now.
Can you put a pen in your pocket?
That's crazy.
There's no space in there.
I got my pen in my pocket, but I need something to write with. I've got my notebook.
No.
I can put my notebook in my pocket.
You. Where do you hold all of your stuff, Melissa?
A purse like a normal person? Do you think I could fit all of this in my pocket?
I mean, I couldn't, but that's why you wear cargo pants. And then you look like you were from the. That's crazy. That's crazy.
What do you keep in there?
You just need to be prepared. So like, I got a notebook, I got my pencil case.
Hey, you ever want to play baseball? You can.
What the hell?
Chapstick in your
I mean, if he doesn't put a banana in his pocket.
Do you ever need half a liter of water?
No.
That's not comfortable,
Spare
though. No one
notebook?
does that.
The daily planner, and then we got this stuff for all emergencies. Sometimes you need hand sanitizer, sometimes you need a little mirror, a little spare perfume.
Do you ever want to play some video games at your friend's house? Do you want your glasses case?
I feel like I'm discovering sexism.
Lip balm, another lip balm, some hand cream.
How are you
Like, ask the guy to sit down, and then you'll see how tight his thighs get against all that stuff.
carrying so much?
Vloggy camera. Okay, wait, this shouldn't be in there.
Is that a camera charger?
Why do you have that?
But listen, you expect me to put all of this in my pocket?
You want some dried
Stop, there's
mango,
no more
gently
space. There's
baked?
no more room.
There's no more space.
There's so much space in your pocket. I'm ready for my quest.
Looking like Mrs. Incredible. So I had a theory, okay?
Theirs would be all hot and sticky. But the point stands. They have a lot of fabric space for pockets.
Women's pants are generally smaller, so the pockets must be generally smaller. But that doesn't explain the sheer difference that exists. Because we're out here fighting to fit a ham in a pocket.
I didn't realize it was this bad, to be honest.
I just don't think.
How do you've never, I mean, maybe they just lived a different life. They lived through COVID in their youthful years. They never heard the "it has pockets" type shit. Yeah.
I'm just a bit thirsty.
That pants being smaller really justifies how much smaller the pockets are. You are the worst person in the world.
Sorry, what were you saying?
My theory is if they wanted, who is they? I don't know. If Big They wanted to get women to buy purses, it's work.
Big they. That's that's the non-binary's cabal. The big they.
Because I love my bag. I'll be honest.
I was working through COVID. I literally went to work every day just like before. I went to work every day just like after. They didn't fucking give a shit about us just like before, just like after. It was very normal. I didn't go out and do things just like normal. I always joked around that I didn't have a big impact on me. And I felt bad for those who were very extroverted. And it was, you're the reason pockets are small. You didn't even realize it. That's how big it is.
Honest,
That's how
I
deep it
am
goes.
so doubtful that a big pocket on my pair of pants would stop me from buying a purse.
Why do you think the difference exists, Taha?
I think there's like maybe some degree of like work pants were like the original denim trousers. My guess would be that like women's trousers
British people
were like designed to be fashionable, and men's trousers were like just worse versions.
Oh man, if it's like, we want women to wear skirts, but they're keep asking to wear pants. So we'll just make them as shitty as possible and give them small pockets so they'll hate it and only wear skirts again. Perfect.
Of good work pants.
Well, wait, even skirts have bad pockets. Shit.
Interesting.
Hey, you're saying interesting as if I have answers. I'm just saying things.
But it does make sense. Hold on. You might be onto something.
Wait,
I'm
okay,
just saying
he said,
things.
But it does.
I was like, wait, I didn't hear what he said, but then I remembered what he said. Work versus fashion.
Does make sense. Hold on. You might be onto something. Both of these are good leads as to like where I should go next. So thank you guys. Also, Taha, you in your pockets.
If you ever want a snack, I've got some snacks.
But usually people have snacks in their purses. They'll have more snacks than you will, not your hot, sweaty thigh ass snack.
I'm leaving. Bye. So that whole conversation made me realize two things. First, I'm not trying to pocket Max. Taha really showed that you could have too much of a good thing. Instead, oh my god, I want something in between what I have now and the TARDIS. Specifically, I want exactly enough space for my everyday carries. That's my phone, wallet, keys, AirPods, lip balm, multi-tool.
Keys? Excuse me, what is this cartoon fucking baby key? You have one key? Oh, they live in a city. They don't have a car key. They don't have like a fob. They don't have, you know, a shed, you know, a key or whatever. They don't have all that other bullshit. They just have literally what you don't need a ring. You just need a key. You don't need a key ring. You just got one.
Notebook and pen. Yeah, this seems reasonable. Right? Anyway, the second thing I realized is that in order to know why this pocket problem exists,
that's not a bad one. That's not a bad reason. And you can just save that little bit of money on not having as deep a pocket. But you still have to make it look like there's a pocket. So either you just leave it sewn shut with nothing there, or you just keep it as thin as small as possible. The weird ones are when they give you a pocket, but then leave it sewn shut. So you have to like rip it out yourself. That's one of those like, now you just done extra work. Maybe it sits on the hanger better if it doesn't have the pockets open. Like that's the next level.
I need to know when it started, because Melissa's hypothesis implies that we once had pocket equality before Big They introduced purses. On the other hand, Taha's suggests that it's always been this way. So I need to figure out who's right. So I hit up the library and found
just find some vintage ass pants.
Two incredibly useful
true.
But specific.
Well, expect an efficiency in the way that is leaning towards one outcome over another, right? Yeah. It's cost efficient. It's not like quality efficient. It's not ethically efficient. It's just one very specific efficient.
Pockets, an intimate history of how we keep things close by Hannah Carlson, and The Pocket, a hidden history of women's lives by Barbara Berman and Ariane Feneto. While tracking these down, a library employee literally said to me, "Wow, there are 2 books about pockets?" I felt the same. Anyway, I spent the next 2 days piecing together 700 years of fashion history to figure out where women's pockets went wrong. And I still don't know the answer. Don't leave, I can explain. The issue is that there have been like 3 major turning points in women's pocket history that have influenced the style, shape, and size of the pocket. And I'm not entirely sure which one is behind the problem we have today. Luckily, we can figure it out by making them. That's why I'm carrying all of this. Let's do this. We are doing all of this on my floor because I don't own a table big enough to cut fabric. Anyway, the word pocket showed up around the 1300s and referred to this little purse or pouch that people kept around their...
This isn't that big. You could use this. You could do this on a table. I was thinking to myself, like, do we have a table that's big enough to cut fabric? And we definitely do. I don't know why they my voice like that, but we definitely do, because we have like the shed, the studio shed, or known as Studio Sniffin'. It has it has basically a 6x4 table of 2 workbenches.
Wait, I found this website, Manuscript and
I guess pants are pretty big.
Pictures.com, which has a bunch of medieval illustrations. And in them, you can see these small belt bags carrying daggers or coins. So interestingly, these old school pockets weren't gendered. Their shape could depend on your functional needs, and their material could depend on your social class. I chose leather because I'm like a working person.
Okay, we're going way back. Hold on, we're going back to like the flat ass 2D drawing level people. That's crazy.
Forgot that leather's really hard to sew. I should have known that I'm actually just a YouTuber at heart. So now I need to stab individual holes into this and then sew it. I'm using this awl from my bookbinding phase and this linoleum cut from my stamp making phase. Who said...
Dude, literally Kara has both of those phases. Are all women the same? Whoa, wait a second. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Having a million hobbies isn't useful. Let's go!
We just got to get Kara on her YouTuber phase, and then we're finally aligned. Yeah.
Ta-da! Here's a little drawstring cord. Now it's time to see if my stuff actually fits inside here. Start off with the notebook, biggest thing. Let me know if I fail right away. Promising. Okay, then we got our phone, AirPods, pen, multi-tool, lip balm.
What the fuck? Order today. No, thank you. Medieval elephants. They're like, it's like a dog. Okay, got it. That's not bad. Huh? That's, well, okay. What is this? What the fuck? Yeah, that's what I like to see. That's wait, are they strapped on top of it? What the fuck is it? Oh, that's it? That's all you got? Ooh.
And keys.
Elephants, obviously.
This is deeply satisfying. Like I said, this pocket predecessor wasn't associated with a specific gender, but that did affect the way you styled it. Men would wear it directly on their belt. Like this. It kind of looks like a medieval fanny pack. Anyway, but that wouldn't be the case for women, who would actually dangle it around mid-thigh. Like this. This does kind of suck. Like, I give this pocket a 4 out of 10. Whether I dangle it or wear it around my belt, it just feels kind of unsafe, which is probably...
Did they wear belts? I guess they might as well add belts to everything else they wore back then.
Probably one of the motivations behind our first major turning point, moving pockets inside our clothes. At first, this meant just tucking the bag beneath your tunic or dress and accessing it through a slit in your clothes. But then
it's just like, imagine if it's like full of heavy shit, then it's just like, you know, like running around and it's just like constantly like wailing into you and like swinging around, throwing your center of gravity off and shit. There's been a couple of times where I've attached something to me, but then it's like kind of knocking into my knees and shit, and I'm like,
men's fashion evolved into pants and suits, likely from a tradition of protective padding underneath plate armor. On the other hand, women continued to wear dresses. So over the years, tailors actually began to integrate pockets into men's clothes, even dedicating some to specific objects like pocket watches or coins. That is actually why some of your pants might have one of
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be pocket watches, right? That little tiny pocket.
those tiny pockets in the front, like this. On the other hand, women's fashion saw a far less drastic evolution, including their pockets. Okay, so I've got my little sewing machine, and then I got my pocket pouches. They tend to have really cute designs, so I found this little pumpkin print. It'll be cute, trust me. So we got the front design attached
Dude, women are the same. Kara loves pumpkins too. Wait a minute.
to like the backing. Now there's something funky about these pockets where you
There
don't
she
access
goes.
it from the top, you actually access it through a slit in the front. Boom! I just need to do all of this again. So while men have their
I don't think I understood how these pouches work.
pockets integrated into their clothes, like this, women got these cute little pouches that they would tie around their waist. So now I need to add something to tie it around my waist.
It's just the same thing again, basically. Just more form-fitting.
I think I'm doing a great job, guys. No! My bobbin ran out of thread before I was finished. We're back. Done! Moment of truth. Probably should have tested this beforehand. These are called tie-on pockets, and you just tie them on. Ah, this is so cool! Let's see if stuff fits inside of them. Let's get our notebook. Get in there. Oh! Room to spare. Maybe our wallet. You know what? I have a second pocket. Let's put the AirPods in there. Let's put the phone in there.
You have this like whatever century ass, you know, tie-on pocket, and you put your AirPods in it. This is an interesting combination of things. I mean, this is basically a fanny pack, right? This is just a fanny pack.
tool going in this one. Don't want to scratch my screens. And pen, key, boom.
But she needs to pull her shirt over it, and then she's perfect.
Lip balm, boom. Whee! Now, there are times where women would wear their tie-on pockets over their clothes if they needed to access it regularly. But most of the time, they would wear it underneath their clothes so it was a little bit more secure than the pouch. Boom! This is amazing. I'm giving these pockets like an 8 out of 10. I have so much room. Oh my god. I think the best thing about these...
But if she just did the same thing with the old pocket, I guess because they access through the front, it's a little different. But like otherwise, it's just the male version of the previous one. But instead of having it on its own string, just attach it to your current belt. Seems like a small change. but it's, I guess, still a noticeable change.
These pants is that I always forget to empty out my pockets before I put stuff in the laundry. Would be less of a concern with these. Interestingly, when these things were washed, they were classified as underwear or like an undergarment. Now, if I wore these every day, I'd be a little bit concerned about how durable this strap is, but overall, these are great. So why did we get rid of them? Well, the second major turning point was when a change in fashion pushed pockets back outside of clothes. At least women's clothes. This design's gonna have tassels, and that is because we are in the Regency era. Think Jane Austen. There was this new style of dress that hung a lot closer to your body, which made tie-on pockets like this sometimes too bulgy to wear. So instead, some women began to carry their things in purses or reticules, which is what we're gonna make. Okay, so I'm using this kind of thin fabric, so I'm going to layer it with this thicker fabric so that this bag doesn't look like a weird, sad, floppy mess. 4 panels! Now I
1600s. Vaguely.
Some women began to carry their things in purses or reticules, which is what we're gonna make. Okay, so I'm using this kind of thin fabric, so I'm going to lay.
I was told that purses were invented by the guy that made butterscotch from that other video.
Layer it with this thicker fabric so that
Did a YouTube video lie to me?
look like a weird, sad, floppy
Maybe that was the designer handbags that were made by him.
mess. 4 panels. Now I just need to put them together, I guess. And then at the corners, I'm gonna add little tassels. I can kind of just stitch this here, and then I'll have a little tassel. I'm a little bit stressed. I did that wrong. It's inside of the bag. And there we have it. I need to put the stuff inside of it. Phone, AirPods, lip balm, notebook,
And that's not designer? I don't mind. Looks
pen, keys, and multi-tool. And ta-da, there we have it. They would wear it like wrapped around their hand like this. Ta-da! That looks awful. Compared to the other pockets I've made so far, this sucks. So these things were generally embroidered or beaded. In my case, I have all of these tassels because they look nice. They're actually one of the precursors to the modern fashion handbags we have today, which is really interesting because you know that conspiracy about how we ruined pockets in order to push purses? Well, it turns out we probably invented purses because we ruined pockets. For that, and also because I did a terrible job, I am giving the reticule a 2 out of 10. Now, fashion eventually moved past that Regency era dress, but I see the reticule as this sort of symbolic fracturing in Western women's clothes. Because it's important to note, many women never abandoned their tie-on pockets. They continued using it until the 1900s, but it meant others found that they preferred going pocket-free. This back and forth between fashion and function continued into our third major turning point. The bicycle.
Wait, this is now the early 1800s, but you're saying that there was used up to the 1900s. Well, I guess there's just another type.
Or when women finally got to wear pants. So for this one, I'm not just making pouches or purses. I'm making a whole pair of pants. Never done that before? How hard can it be? Anyway, in the late 1800s, early 1900s, 2 things were happening. The bicycle boom and the suffragette movement. Now, dresses got in the way of both of those things.
Have you ever wanted to make a whole pair of pants, Kara? Is that something you've wanted to do before? That would probably be kind of interesting. Just like, yeah, check out my pants. I made them. Like, whoa.
Literally because it's hard to bike in a dress, but also symbolically. So some women dropped their dresses in favor of bicycle suits or suffragette suits, which had pants and even...
Those are some crazy fits. Holy shit. Oh, shit.
Literally because it's hard to bike in a dress, but also symbolically. So some women...
It's a little old-fashioned, obviously, but I don't hate it.
Drop their dresses in favor of...
Then that's interesting overall. Almost looks like horse stuff. Like equestrian wear.
Bicycle suits.
And then that's like a zoot suit. What the fuck? That's crazy. It might just be the artistic style going a little ham as well.
Or suffragette suits.
Lesbians.
Which had pants and even pockets. I'm going to make a pair of pants now. I don't know how to just make...
I mean, a pair of pants would look weird without pockets. Kind of, right? I mean, it just would be a little odd because you're just used to seeing them with it. That's kind of why we have the whole fucking pocket watch pocket, because it's just kind of like you expect to see that there. I mean, I guess like khakis sometimes have it like almost like a hidden slit for the pocket.
Make a fun, easy video. Promising start. These are belt loops, and then this is the front of the pants. With that done, it's time to start adding the pocket, and look at this. sizable number. You know, if I make a pair of
Such interesting material, because pocket material is always this weird material that's almost papery, and then it has like, it creates all this weird lint in its own unique way. It's just this different material. I wonder if it's just cheaper material because you won't look at it, because it always feels bad. But I guess it's durable because you got to get your hand in and out of that a lot.
pants out of this video, I don't even care if this video gets views. I just get a pair of pants.
I could, yeah, because that was also a thing, was making your own clothes. I always forget that that was a big deal because the whole clothing manufacturing system was not necessarily like ramped up yet or whatever. Fake pockets and no pockets is brutal.
At some point, this is gonna go terribly wrong. I could feel it coming. We've got a zipper on one leg. Really coming to terms with the fact that I don't know how pants work. I found a tutorial. I'm gonna trust the process. I have a feeling the process is gonna fail me.
Dude, we went through my clothes recently, kind of make some room in the closets and stuff. A bunch of old clothes I'll never fit into ever my rest of my life, no matter how much weight I lose. And we found some jeans, some like legit jeans, and I was like, oh my god, fuck these things. They're so fucking heavy. I've bought like the stretch fake jeans since then or whatever, and it's just so much better. It's just so much better. I'll never wear denim ever again. I don't care.
But we'll see. No, but this is supposed to be on the other side. Oh, what if it's like this? Oh, hold on. The process might work. I just need to review this tutorial. So I fold this. What? These are the front of the pants. And theoretically, if I do this, and then I go... They should have never let me have this technology.
Oh, did they do the front zipper thing? Like dudes? You love jeans? Oh my god. Have you tried fake stretchy jeans? Some people call them jeggings, but those are like usually more tight to your body, but just like stretch fit denim, which is mostly not really denim, because it is so nice. Not only because it gives you room to breathe and have your body expand, but like even Old Navy would sell them, but they just feel good. I mean, I guess I also live in Florida, so it never gets cold. It's always hot and balmy. So having something that breathes more than denim does. Heavy good because you work. Okay. Yeah, I could see a problem with your pants being very terrible, or just not, like if you get bumped or you run into something, you would want it to be a little thicker. I could see that. But it just makes it a chore to move through. But yeah, I don't work anymore. Yeah.
It has been an hour. I still don't have pants. How are people buying pants for like $10 on the internet?
What an interesting question.
They are so much work. We have the front of the pants, we have the back of the pants, and now I'm gonna put it together, including the pockets! This is taking so much longer than I thought it would. Ugh. I'm finishing that tomorrow.
But you're not working on a construction site, so that is or like a logging site or something, you know, imagining that, right? You might think to yourself, maybe you want something a little tougher, you know, a tree fucking piece breaks and a bunch of splinters fly out. You want something a little thicker just to take that impact. Sparks are flying around, or whatever it is, yeah.
I'm almost done, but I'm tired.
But for casual wear, fuck
the
that.
women were with their bad pockets. It is a new day, and I have new pants. Let's go! Much like the suffragette suits, these pants are meant to have the silhouette of a skirt, but then, boom, they're pants with, boom, pockets. But does it fit all my stuff? Phone, notebook, pencil.
Those look nice. I mean, you can argue they might be a little old-fashioned looking, but otherwise, I mean, you could just make it as a statement, right? It is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I think it looks good. I think like I've seen, not to bring everything back to Hassan, but Hassan wears some really big pants nowadays, right?
That's a pen. Wallet, multi-tool.
That's like a Japanese whatever bullshit kind of.
Keys, lip balm.
Like when she bends over, I feel like they get a little, but yeah, it might. You know, that kind of has a style to it. So
Kind of a miracle I haven't lost this in the process.
they could have this as long as you accessorize it and you kind of dress it up with this color in mind. But Black would be a better everyday wear or whatever, but oh, Kara, everything doesn't have to be black, you little goth. Oh,
Process of
you.
making this video. AirPods, and you know what? Bonus round? Kobo e-reader. Who's
You know, for your first time making a pair of pants, if she's actually being legit, she did a fucking great job.
ready for their quest now, Taha? I gotta give these pockets a 10 out of 10. Unlike the folks in history who saw these as an unnatural attempt by women to be more like men. Unfortunately, that anxiety was supercharged by the battle for women's rights. I guess you could call it identity politics. This whole debate around women in their pockets was messy and confusing and unfortunately unresolved, at least in time for the advent of mass-produced clothing, which is when I think women's pockets went wrong. Because after making all of these pockets, oh my god, can I? Now this is luxury! But yeah, after making all of these pockets, I've come to appreciate them as experiments. Ones in response to the pretty strict fashion constraints women have been held to over the past 700-ish years. Unfortunately, just as they were starting to explore the functional integrated pockets that had long since become the standard for men, industrialization basically hit pause. I have found articles from the 1800s with basically the same pocket discourse we have today. It sucks! And while there have been women's pants with decent pockets, from these to some I found at the thrift store, they're probably always going to be a nice surprise instead of the expected standard, since fast fashion has only deprioritized functionality in our clothes. So I guess that's it. Women's pockets are useless because they were never given the chance to evolve into something useful. And unfortunately, we kind of just need to accept that. Unless
you want to buy men's pants and alter them, keep the existing pockets, and change the pants themselves. It's easier for a woman to go into men's pants than men's into women's because of how the pants are made.
While working on this video,
I mean, removing things is easier than adding things, right? Generally speaking.
I kept wondering why pants were even gendered, and if women's pants pockets are never gonna change, was there anything stopping me from buying men's pants instead? So I hopped on a call with a friend who has first-hand experience designing clothes.
My name is Gloria Allen. I have a sewing and DIY channel on YouTube, and I'm on all the socials, and I teach people how to sew. So let's say pants, for example. The body shape of a woman's typically different than a man. The hip to waist ratio, for example, like women usually have a more narrow waist and a wider hip, versus men just kind of have a straight figure. There are other things like the rise.
You might have heard the term rise in reference to
I've
low-rise
never
or
heard that.
high-rise jeans. But
Oh, okay.
Let me show you what it is.
I have.
Here's a pair of pants. This is the rise, the distance from the waistband to the crotch. This is a front rise, this is the back rise. They're different because you have a butt. Generally, men's pants have more rise, which can impact the fit, but it isn't insurmountable.
When they say more rise, but which one? Is it just more on both? Because I have like a negative ass. I got like a Hank Hill ass. It just feels like a Hank Hill ass. True. Yeah, I mean, other than just they made the waist too tight. I can't fit them. Like that's about it. Yeah, anti-ass. Yeah.
If you can find a pair of pants that fit your hips, then there's going to be a bit of a gap at the waist because women typically have a more narrow waist. So you're going to have a gap at the back. It can be solved with one stitch cinching the back with a pleat. If you try too much, for example, if the pants are way too big at the waist and you try to cinch it in, you might end up with like...
I always get hips and waist mixed up. I'm always like, which is which? They're not... They're very distinct letters and they have a different feel to them. But damn it, I have not mentally got a way to keep it tight. I don't know. Yeah. One is belly button high and one is like the extent of your hip bones on the far, your sort of your widest point, like on the sides of your ass, kind of like. Yeah. That's what they're like. Women have the cinched in hip, but then a wider waist because they got those. Well, they say birthing hips. Maybe hips is like the ass and then the extent in the sides of the legs and the hip is the middle part. Oh, well, that's a new thing. Well, it was a new thing. Maybe now it's gone back out again, but yeah, some people wear that shit up to the fucking belly button and shit. Yeah. That's like mom jeans at one point was high rise, high rise, I guess, because they pulled them up so high. damn, I didn't think about it. I always thought high rise was like because you wear them high, but they need to be high rise because they are so like they're belly button high or more. Then that means you need that much crotch because your crotch is actually, you know, just that much lower than your belly button comparatively to your like hip huggers.
A pointed butt. Like it might just be more triangular. If anyone's trying to learn how to sew, alter, or make clothes from scratch, YouTube University is the best place. There are so many educators out there, myself included. For my videos at least, I specifically try to make videos for beginners, so someone with zero experience can sew any of my kits. My goal is to make sewing as accessible as possible to everyone.
So while it sucks to know that women's pockets are likely doomed, it's good to know that the next time I'm looking for a pair of pants with functional pockets, I can just go shop at the men's section and do some light tailoring. I don't have a BBL, I'm built like a rectangle, so it's not gonna be a problem. And I know that this is a Band-Aid solution, but it beats the actual Band-Aids I have to wear because I stabbed my fingers so many times while trying to make this pair of pants from scratch. Now, with our questions answered, there was only...
I mean, making your own pants is, you know, you're getting close to one of the most ethical ways to make pants. I mean, like, probably all the fucking materials are still farmed and manufactured using other materials. You know, might even... Fuck. What if like, the bolts of fabric use even more slave labor than the pants you would buy? Shit. Yeah.
one thing left to do. Hello, friends.
Hello.
Why have you called me at such an
I hope something like industrial bolts of fabric or whatever it is are more machine made than forced labor because it's more of a gigantic sheet and less of a intricate, small detailed thing.
reasonable hour?
Because I solved sexism.
Wow. Big feat.
Do you see it?
Are you wearing an apron?
I love your little oven mitts.
I hate you guys. These are pockets throughout history, and I'm here to show you that I can fit things in these. Are you ready?
What, you look like a jester.
Starting with not a half-liter water bottle, a full-liter water bottle.
There's no way that's fitting in your pocket.
A promising
How
start.
is that even possible?
Did you want a snack?
Okay, you gotta throw a gaming controller in there.
Let's do a little medieval pocket, shall we?
What is going on right now?
Oh, you need to do some audio-visual work?
Just, you know, if you can, nothing wrong with doing if you can. It's not like it's, you know, if you grow your own tomato, you can be like, oh, cool, nice. You don't.
I have a camera.
Well, that's not a pocket, is it?
I have a Zoom H5.
This is a bag.
Oh, this is getting really heavy, actually.
You're holding one of the pockets.
I have to agree with him on that one.
Fine, I'll put it down. Also, because I'm a little bit worried that it's gonna break.
Wait, she hasn't even put the essentials in her pocket. She just put random
Oh, yeah.
The death and life of great American cities?
You should have weighed yourself
Wow.
before you did this.
Sounds like there's no room. Sounds like you don't have enough room.
There we go.
It's sticking out.
I could fit in thousands of books with an e-reader.
I feel like you're on the verge of a breakdown.
I think we're witnessing it right now, Tom.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Is this a win?
I fixed pockets.
I mean, just calling them, be like, yo, check it out. I made these pants. That would be like, whoa, sick, nice. What the fuck?
Is this a win?
The last thing I need, my phone. Goodbye. Thanks again to Delete Me for sponsoring a portion of this video, and thank you for watching.
So it's 3 to 5 people, give or take, that do it. The motion design stuff, all those different graphics, that's the stuff that has always been like one of the scary parts. Because so many videos use lots of really well-made graphics that almost seamlessly kind of glide through the video. And you almost see them as like a whatever, but they're like impressive. And they are a skilled thing to do. Not only design, but then to animate and whatever. Fit them in. And then also like designing these. Because it's like there's a whole infographic section where you have to be able to take a complex idea and turn it into some simple, easy to follow arrows and shit. So making that not only into an infographic, but then an animated infographic is always impressive. Roman emperors thought tomatoes were poisonous because they would eat them on silver platters, and silver would mix with tomato juice to make it poisonous. Oh. What the fuck? Did they have like food testers who were like, blah, 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 every time they eat them, and they go like, okay, I guess I shouldn't eat those. Because like, I mean, better they just get sick because they eat them. Interesting. Oh my god. I did not know that silver and tomatoes are acidic? But then again, other things are acidic. Must be something to do with a chemical something with silver. Weird. Yeah. They're like, I don't know. I was not as gigantic. I mean, I guess I was debating sexism and stuff like that, but it just didn't seem as like a gigantic topic, or whatever. But I guess it does. It is. Yeah. Sexism. Who cares? Who cares? Gotcha. It was something like, yeah. I'm curious. I haven't watched Epos Vox in literally forever, but I've always been morbidly curious about AR glasses. Kara's even talked about how she would love, because when there's like doing like the Ray-Bans bullshit, Ray-Bans comes out and it's, just a camera on the top, or it'll have speakers that go to your ears, but not really a full like display. The Google Glass was the first attempt. The Google Glass was the first attempt at, or one of the first more modernish attempts at making one of those like computers you wear in your face. But that was cringe because it looked weird as hell. Having glasses that you could wear that would do live captions and or live translations would be what Caro is most hopeful for. She loves reading captions on videos, movies, and she wishes they were there in real life as well. So I think this might just be an explainer, but I'm curious. We'll see what it is. I think I already opened it. Okay.
All right, look, I'm not going to pretend that I'm cooler than I am. Movies like Die Hard 4 appealed to me a lot as a teenager due to the hacker aesthetics and introduction of cool nerds. And watching Tony Stark build stuff in 3D.
Why is his audio such shit? Oh my god, I have not. He's supposed to be like this audio, and he got into a big fight with an a microphone maker about like EQing his mic or whatever. This sounds like a tin can.
Using augmented reality.
Maybe he's using glasses to record this.
Absolutely woke something up inside of me. Augmented reality, or AR, has always appealed to me, and I've kept a close eye, pun intended, on AR devices from Google Glass to the mystical Microsoft HoloLens to modern VR and AR headsets. But I hadn't yet invested in it. Then I saw this YouTube short where graffiti artist Bond used a 3D modeling app on the Quest 3 to build his tag shape, then project that onto a wall in AR and actually tag it with graffiti in real life, basically using the design layers as virtual stencils. And I knew this was the future. I pulled the funds and ordered a Quest 3 that day. Now, I'd honestly rather have an Apple Vision Pro for this, as the pass-through capabilities are significantly better there, but the Quest 3 provides great performance for the price. Now, alongside the Quest 3, I have 2 more AR devices at this point, and I thought it was time to make a video about how the heck these things work. In this video sponsored by ARM. Today, let's primarily focus on the AR side of things, as it works in a few different ways, and perhaps in the future we can dive in on the full VR experience that something like the Quest provides. For AR, let's take a look at a couple examples of how this can be done. First, I have the Ray-Ban X Meta glasses. These have a camera and speakers.
I don't think I've kept up with the Quest 3. I think I had a Quest 2, but the Quest 3 is still just like a full headset, right?
Nothing over top of my eyes. They're just normal sunglasses in that regard. Instead of giving visual feedback over your view of the world, these glasses provide audio feedback using teeny tiny directional speakers. These speakers honestly sound pretty great for what they are. They sound as if I was wearing earbuds directly into my ears. The camera is used for taking photo and videos, of course, with a vertical aspect ratio and a decent level of H.265 quality for the size of this thing. That's what I use them the most for. POV shots of making stuff is always fun. But from there, you can easily share photos and videos directly on social media, or even live stream directly to Facebook and Instagram if that's your thing. Beyond that, the more unique features come in with the AI assistant that runs on these. You can use your voice to take photos and videos, make calls, control media, and that sort of thing. But you can also just ask it questions to, do web searches, research, and so on. You can then take it a step further and have it analyze what you're looking at. Obviously, you got to point the camera part at it, but then the AI assistant can look with your camera to directly see your perspective.
Meta, what is this? Oh. It's like, what the fuck?
And give you some information about the world around you.
Hey, Meta.
What am I looking at?
You were looking at a collection of arcade machines and video games.
Hey, man.
Oh. Great. Thanks.
What does the text say on this box?
The text on the box says ICY Box 3-in-1 DisplayPort adapter. It also lists the different types of connections it supports, including HDMI, 506, and VGA.
AKA every dog. Well, yeah.
Not bad.
I've heard that this is useful to visually impaired people by helping to read.
That was the only thing I could think of would be like, but even then that would be like, hey, Meta, what am I looking at? And it's like, you are looking at. And it's like, this is like the most slow fucking bareboat. It's just, I mean, they guess they could, it's a bear. That's a bear. You should run. Oh, shit. Thanks.
Menus are.
It just seems like it would not be very helpful just because it's just painfully slow. But I guess it's a good start, or you could like tweak it to be like way more usable so they can click a button and then it just says literally without having to cut out all the bullshit because, yeah.
Or text or tell you the color of something, which is wild stuff. This is possible thanks to the ARM-powered processor inside. ARM designs powerful, efficient processors that companies can use to make innovative devices where you wouldn't expect.
This is an ad for ARM? What is this?
Such a powerful processor to be able to go, like the Meta Ray-Ban glasses. How crazy is it that glasses that are barely bigger than normal sunglasses can have a full AI assistant and photo and video camera built right?
Well, it's linking to your phone or whatever.
Right in. ARM is powering the future through innovations in power efficiency, computing.
This is definitely an ad.
And AI processing. ARM touches 100% of the connected global
fuck?
population and is in devices all around us. Without them, the innovations I get to talk about on this channel all the time just wouldn't be possible. AR devices can also overlay information in front
Where's the hashtag sponsored?
Music's Blade 2. Using a teeny tiny projector and something called waveguide optics. It projects a tiny screen over the lens, allowing you to see information without obstructing your view.
This is the kind of shit that I'm kind of interested in, but this still looks like goofy ass shit because it's too thick. 3 of those 3 things are completely useless.
With speakers, a camera, and again, an ARM-based processor, you can take photos and videos and run a variety of apps directly on the glasses for all sorts of productivity tasks.
I would definitely rather the glasses link to my phone for the power. Wow, a camera and AI. Gee whiz. Yeah, I mean, I would much rather, having some kind of simple camera array to give it gyroscopic or some kind of like locationable blah blah blah, so that way it can like scan around and then see where to project an arrow for your navigation or something. That all seems like it makes sense to have some kind of tools like that, but like I don't need like a super, I guess if you're doing it you might as well make one of them decent for recording, I guess, but I don't need that much brain in the glasses, I wouldn't think. I think I'd rather have it always, just like a smartwatch will link to your phone. I guess a smartwatch does have a processor built into it, though. So I figured you just want most of the juice, but maybe sending the information wirelessly from one to the other is just too slow or bad. To have it Bluetooth a video to the eye monitor or whatever, so it needs to have a little thing to run it built in. Because then you just end up with just this giant fucking thing on your head. Because you also want to have battery, and that's another giant section of thing on your head and a weight. Because then you might as well have like a full head strap and have the thing like in the back, so that way you can offset the weight of the front, and then you end up with this weird ass looking thing that you're you're all strapped up
There's
in.
apps for managing remote desktops using either the side of the glasses or your phone as a trackpad, web browsers, communication tools, presentation tools, a teleprompter, a media player. There's also a
Dude, yeah, this video is sponsored by ARM, but there's no like hashtag ad in here. What the fuck? I mean, whatever. I'm not like, I'm all up in ARM. I had to find it. He recorded his kid in the bathroom with his camera glasses and got sued. Wait, he tried to record a kid. I thought it was his kid. But you mean like a kid in the bathroom with his glasses, and he got sued, and then sued the dad that beat him up, calling it the first cyborg hate crime. Oh my god. I mean, technically in America, you can sue anybody for anything, right? You can open a lawsuit. You can get there's so many lawyers, whatever. You can have some fucking joker send somebody a letter and serve them papers, and then either hope that they just settle it real fast to get you some easy money, or they're insane and think they're going to win a case. It's one of those things, because that's just how it's open until something happens. I mean, forever, yeah, I get you. I've been hanging out, or socially, digitally hanging out with a lot of abolitionists who are against the idea of prisons as an idea entirely. And while different ones of them envision a different timeline on eventually getting to that point, some say it would take generations, some say it could be as fast as tomorrow, which I think is insane. Sure, life in prison, whatever, fuck it. Why even bother arguing it? Yeah, life in prison, fuck that guy.
A big focus on workforce-oriented use cases, such as working with a remote worker in AR to fix machinery, work on healthcare scenarios, and provide tech support. There's also tools for the visually impaired, such as...
I like the idea of some AR stuff. Why not, right?
There's a tool that maps the live camera view into soundscapes to help the blind see through sound cues. And another that can read text or inform about physical objects in the view of the camera. Again, it is wild stuff that they're coming up with for this kind of thing. And honestly, this is just the beginning. Things are evolving fast.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you go, oh, cool, look at this Gen 1. What an interesting proof of concept. I'll check back 3 generations from now when it's like different.
Still in the early generation.
Abolitionist means, well, but there's no application. I mean, because there are, some type of, a lot of it comes from like a deep anarchist roots where a community can come together and decide the punishment, which is something I really don't agree with, because that's just lynching, right? That's just like weird little pocketed lynchings. And they can decide amongst themselves what to do with somebody. I've heard that answer before. It's like, okay, that's too deep in the cut. The goal should be true rehabilitation. I did not steal from the grocery store when I was a little kid because I knew if I got in trouble, I would have to go to juvenile hall, which would mean I don't get good grades anymore, which means I don't go to college, which means I don't get a good job, which means I'm going to be poor. In the most breakdownable way. I had a future that I wanted to see, and I knew that this would be a problem, and it's not worth it. That was the number one reason that kept me from stealing specifically. That I had something better to look for, and the small gain is not worth the potential cost. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, then they're like, "What? You're gonna cut a hand off? What the fuck? What are you getting at?" Because, yeah, you can't just be like crimes are not punishable anymore, or like there's no law anymore. Hierarchies are unjustifiable, so you can't even decide. That's where it gets too deep in the cut for anarchy, where it's like quasi-libertarian to some degree, but. So like the different prisons don't treat people inhumanely. They also provide them with lots of resources, so that way people who are, maybe who have done something can then see a version of life where they do have a future, where they can gain skills, where they can do things, and then now they have something to live for, and they're also not seen as a lesser, right? Like that's how you get recidivism down, is doing stuff like that instead of creating insanely I get whatever. We'll allow it as a permitted term. I agree that's not our only option, but I don't believe in capital punishment either, specifically. That's every crime is capital punishment, easy peasy, no prisons, right? All we have is graves, No. Yeah, so like but if you don't have a feasible way to do rehabilitation, then it's basically like a life in prison situation. Because chemical castration, that's not a solution. People thought that was a solution, but that's not it, right? No, I agree. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I was just saying that I've been in those crowds where that's the discussion. And a lot of them do agree that there is a transitional thing, like, the murderers, right? Okay, easy, right? Those are rarer than you might think, but yes. No, yeah. Or it's just inhumane, cruel and unusual, right? Is the other side of it, because you end up with the guy who solved the Enigma code, right? The movie they made about it with Benjamin Cumberbatch or whatever. So like either side of the coin, if you're trying to make it actually be a punishment, Harvey Weinstein has a fucked up penis and he's been fucking people, forever. And then you have, Alan Turing. There it is. Yeah. Oh, no. Fair. Yeah. I was just making sure that I didn't come across as like, ooh, I was bringing it up because I'm not only like mixing with them in circles, but I'm like, now aligned with them or whatever it is 100%. But, no, yeah. I don't, because of the problems of capital punishment that have been well documented, from how painless you can make it to all the way to like we keep making mistakes where like as of like last year, look, the killer confessed, the people who documented the crime, like the family is like, yes, this person did not kill him, please no. Everyone says no, the investigators say no, and the governor's like, I'm not listening to you, pulls the switch, kills him. And it's like, what the fuck? Like there's very clear cases where not only is somebody locked away for an overly long time for no reason, but then they're killed, so it's like, but that's the thing, is like where it is used extremely rarely, then that just sort of, not a slippery slope, but it just sort of creates the use of like who decides how rare, right? But like Hitler's and Mussolini's, but like ultimately, like, if they get killed or kill themselves on the way to getting justice, that happens. But because it's pretty obvious, like it's during the war, it's pretty easy to just, make sure they don't come home or whatever. Like Osama bin Laden wasn't like executed. He just got killed in the raid specifically because that's what they wanted to do. He wasn't tried or whatever, right? But Saddam Hussein was tried and then hung, right? That's the two different versions of the same thing, but they ultimately ended in the same thing. Because the trial was kind of like, in both cases, the trial was decided long before the operation was to find him. You know what I mean? Because it's a war. But shit. Oh yeah, so like extremely rarely, Joe Biden makes it extremely rare, but then Trump comes in and says, well, this is one of our rare situations. Boom, does it, right? You go, fuck. Leaving it open means that bad actors can then abuse it, whereas if it's not allowed at all, it's harder to reinstate it or whatever it is. And also, they're not the Joker, like if you put Saddam Hussein in a prison, he's not breaking out, you know what I mean? Like he's not Arkham City. He's not like fucking, creating some kind of weird drill machine and like sneaking out the top. It's just not happening. Like it's just not really a thing. Like you can't inspire. So can a martyr, right? Technically, and I mean, technically, that's even sometimes more of a thing. The last emperor of China was taken into custody and then like sent to the fields to learn about labor and became a devout communist. Hey, we can be in a transitional period and you can make Luigi, as in like the cartoon character Luigi, hold the trials for the different billionaires who cause problems. Yeah, because China, the only time I would think that I would wish a government would create the exceptions, because governments nowadays don't even make it as extremely rare, because they just make it like an individual can be guilty of it for a crime of whatever. Oh, I didn't know that. I would think that it would need to be on the scale of the billionaires who do things, because when Pfizer does something like poison the entire population of the world with their opioids, you could argue the majority of America, but like specifically, it's now bled out into the whole world or whatever. That's millions of individuals impacted and killed or lives ruined. So like if you're going to execute a mentally disabled dude in Alabama, why the fuck would you do that when there's that guy over there, right? Like what the fuck? What kind of damage has one person done versus another person? So like, but they don't even do it for China does, but like our nations decide not to. So like with how poorly our nations have, in the Western side has decided to use it, I'm just like we've lost the right for now to utilize it is how I think it would be good. I have no say in it, obviously, but that's just kind of like the stance that I like to take on it, or the stance that I've sort of developed over the years. But crazy billionaires have made me, reopen the question to myself in different ways. But I like to just think to myself like Che Guevara. Oh, because Che Guevara, he went to that country in Africa. I forget which one it was to help them with their revolution. That's when he got killed. But
generations of this kind of technology being small enough to be wearable as a consumer product. I think in the next 5 years, we will see some radical innovations in the software side of this tech and more neat stuff like more displays in AR glasses and probably some sensors we haven't even heard of yet.
And at least with our current legal system, it's more expensive than life in prison as well, because of the way the judicial system works, the appeals, the lawyers, the prosecutors, all the different layers involved. And then how you have to buy the medicine on like the black market because no place will sell you medicine to kill people. So you end up buying these weird like bulk chemicals to do it. And then all the botched fucking killings and shit. It's got multiple layers and multiple ways it's fucked up. And it's just like, oh, it's just easy to not do it. It's like the penny. Oh yeah, just stop making the penny. It's pointless. It hurts us more than it helps us. Just stop doing it. It's something that makes sense. It's like, okay, yeah, fuck it.
Like this.
We don't need it anymore.
My first attempt at trying out a VR headset like 8 years ago now, it's mind-boggling how much better things are. The Quest 3 headset, by the way, is a full VR headset, better than years of VR hardware that has come before it like I had. So it takes everything to the next level. You're presented with a full dedicated screen over each eye and a variety of cameras and sensors to detect, map, and track your environment and your hands. This lets you use your hands as controllers or flip on pass-through mode and see the world around you through the cameras with software overlaid on top.
This is kind of neat, but obviously it sucks to wear a fucking headset.
Top. That is how this graffiti example that I showed in the intro was done. You can pin windows to specific surfaces that stay in place when you move and interact with your world with extra digital information. The depth sensors allow for occlusion, where digital objects can appear behind or around real-world objects, spatial anchoring, locking digital objects in the real world, like I mentioned before, and interaction between virtual objects and the real environment, such as bouncing a virtual ball off a real table.
Dude, just looking at this VR like headset environment reminds me of the smell of the sweatband in my Valve Index. It's kind of wild how insane the olfactory like memory is in the human brain. It's this weird hot plastic stuffy sunroom in Florida and sweat all mixing together. Yeah, I used a Valve or have a Valve Index. I got it right at the beginning of 2020. The Darth Vader stuff. Oh my god, that's some of the original games that came out for that generation of VR, the 2020 VR. The Valve Index was great. There were definitely some downsides to it between the weight and whatever. These totally wireless ones are cool. You can also do like Wi-Fi 6 to them now. So home routers that can do Wi-Fi 6, which is a special type of like local Wi-Fi. It can send your computer's information to the headset with latency that is, not noticeable, air quotes. So that way you don't get like motion sick or whatever. But like being in VR in general, if you have any game where you move, you do have to get your VR sea legs because it is disorienting in a gross kind of way. Like it makes you sick. Like or it makes some people sick. It made me sick. I got real fucking when I would do how are they with long hair? It's fine. I think I may have even had longish hair when I was using it. Because, you know, if you have your hair in a ponytail, it might be hard to get the back strap on. But if it's down and you keep your hair kind of like tied back but low, so that way you can get, because you want a headset to go over your full head. So it's like kind of like wearing a full closed ball cap or whatever. So if you keep your hair tight and cinched back down here, it can be good. It can get a little hot just because there's a computer here, right? So that can make it a little uncomfortable, I guess, if your face gets sweaty. But or the sides, that works, because usually the headband goes over the top, middle, and around the back. So if you do the two sides, that's good, and it keeps it off of your neck. Depends, I guess, how long. If it's like, then like it sticks back there or whatever. But yeah, but the little the VR the Valve Index had really good, at least for the generation, had really good controllers, because it would like sense when you would strap them onto your hands. There are joysticks and buttons and triggers or whatever, but it would just tell if you open and close your hands. It would tell if you have which fingers are which touching the thing. So you had like full hand, like imitation symmetry. Nowadays, there's just cameras that look at your hands and make your hands in the game specifically as well, which is a neat way to do it, to be totally hands-free. But even still, other triggers are just kind of handy, because the camera has to see your hand, and it may not notice a small trigger pull or something if you're using a gun. But I was a big fan, because I'm an old man. I was a big fan of the Half-Life series. I kind of like would watch my brother play Half-Life 1 for a little bit, but then I ended up playing a lot of Half-Life 2. And then obviously I played lots of Half-Life, like the original Half-Life would be like Team Fortress Classic, which eventually became Team Fortress 2. Yeah, old indeed. I played a lot of like the expansion packs for Half-Life. So I didn't play Blue Shift so much, where you play like the scientist side of the story, but I played the Op 4, you know, tactical guys going in. Yes, sir. You know, but Half-Life Alyx, that's what I was getting to. It was so fucking good. It was so good. It's a beautiful, I mean, like, I always loved, especially for the era. Nowadays, it's dated, but I loved the storytelling of the game Half-Life Alyx. Like Just Cause and whatever, and the Tomb Raider games are kind of like a movie game. Last of Us are like a movie game where you're kind of like playing through it and moving through the story, and it's very cinematic, or like the little like spikes of action that happen here and there. But I always felt like Half-Life 2 did a great job. True, people do overhype old games 100%, but again, definitely given the time it came from, the pacing and the little gems that you would find and the little interactions that could happen, the little surprises, it was a beautiful experience. I loved the way the story moved. You could definitely, you know, kind of push through it if you know what you're doing. Some parts probably got a little long or whatever if you're really trying to make it a totally digestible one-nighter or something, but it just felt like a really good experience. Even though it's a first-person game, whatever, and you're just going through. The way that they would have the enemies show up at the times, or you're going through boxes and there's a head crab in the room that you didn't hear or see, or they plan to, when you walk here, this thing's showing up as for the first time, or for bringing back an old thing. It was great. And then Half-Life Alyx took that up and cranked it to 1,000,000. I think of Half-Life Alyx, especially some of the parts that you kind of like get through in the beginning or whatever. It reminds me of how you might go to like a theme park. If you've ever been to like a Disneyland or an Islands of Adventure or whatever. I mean, I live in Florida, so going to Orlando was kind of an easy thing to do. And I've done it a couple of times. More Universals. But anyway, they would have these kind of like, the ride is here, the line is long, but the last like 15% of the line, you're kind of like almost getting immersed in the world, where you walk into a cave and the lighting is cool and the sounds are neat, and there's little things that kind of reminisce of whatever the IP is. Like if you're going on the Hulk ride, you go into the lab and all the bullshit's there. There's some really cool environments that you can feel like you are. There's some, it's just so fucking cool. It's just so cool. Also, it's scary as fuck. It's super scary. I've always been a little bit of a weirdo with bugs or whatever. I've done my best to get better at fighting against spiders, but oh my god, I couldn't imagine going to Disney specifically. My brother, his wife's a doctor, so they just went on a super long Disney trip. Good for them. Good for them. But Jesus, they go to Disney a lot, and they just did like a whole week there. It's crazy. You should be coming back today, so hopefully I get to hang out with them today. It'd be sick. Yeah, but it's great. If you ever get the chance to borrow a friend's thing, or whenever it gets much cheaper down the line, I highly recommend. Then again, like if you're not a huge Half-Life fan, a lot of it won't be like omega like impressive or omega interesting because they never made Half-Life 3. And this is kind of like a Half-Life 1.5. Takes place after Half-Life 1 and it takes place before Half-Life 2. So it's like a prequel or whatever, but there's some interesting lore in it, and it kind of like, you know, it does somehow push the plot or whatever. So it's a neat little thing for those who wish they ever made a Half-Life 3. But oh well, we'll just wait forever. Hey, my screen did that thing again where it blinked. Did I lose things? Did I go away for a second? Hopefully not.
All of this also helps to avoid motion sickness and headaches, a big issue for older VR headsets, for me at least, and lets you game or work longer, staying more comfortable through it.
Well, you didn't need a decent PC to run the game, depending on what you got. Maybe nowadays it's not that as hard, because this is back when like a 3080 was the new hotness or whatever.
Unlike VR headsets of old, you don't need to hang tons of sensors around your space to use the Quest 3.
Oh yeah, shit, I forgot about that. This one, my old one had laser things, yeah.
This is inside-out tracking, meaning it maps the world from around you from within the headset itself, allowing for quicker setup and more flexibility as to where you use it. It also allows the use of a Guardian system to define a safe area to move and play in.
This is just an ad for the Quest 3.
Walls or falling downstairs. Or I always use the example of me reaching up and hitting my hand on a fan. That one's on me, though. All of these sensors, depth data, camera feeds, and rendering the digital content of
there is something really fucking cool about just like this. Looks like, who cares, right? It's 2D, it's flat, it's a game. But when you're in the room with it, it's different, man. It's different. It's so, but then again, I have that overreactive imagination or whatever. So like, this is cool to me, but then being in there, it is so fucking crazy for my dumbass brain. This fucking hairless ape that I am. But the game's always been kind of like half-assed. They always kind of suck. They always have a lot of like caveats and whatever. And it's also uncomfortable to get all the way hooked up in. And I sweat so fucking much. Like there's a little faceplate that had foam on it, and I would take it off, and it would be heavy with sweat. You could squeeze the sponge, and it would just drain liquid. Not only because I'm doing things, but also because it's a fucking monitor attached to your face, so it's just casting a little bit of heat. Normal sight. You're not Australia, okay? You don't have like huntsmen or whatever running around, whatever the fucking weird shit they got. But maybe you probably got some pretty big bugs up there. You probably got some shit up there. You got some shit that would make me spooked. Okay, I'll be honest. You know, yeah, I even live in Florida. I'm sure you got something that's gonna beat my ass. So that was one other thing, is that it was very uncomfortable to get into and to use. So another reason why I just have kind of dropped off on it. But hey, maybe, you know, a couple of years later again, you know, the Quest 4 comes out, it's got other whatever, and it'll be fucking sick.
If you're 3D in your world, and 3D requires a lot of power, which ARM delivers in spades here. I'm still in my early experiments of using AR for creating art and making things, but I will continue exploring the space.
What were these things you talking about?
It projects
VUZIX. VUZIX. Vizux. Oh, these are like. Oh, are these like. Hold on. Now I'm confused. Smart glasses. Vizux. Because there are commercial versions of shit that'll be like super duper powerful, but super duper, you know, a little cumbersome, obviously, but they will be like giga crazy. But they're also like probably near impossible to set up for an average person, and then also, my God, yes, okay, ZZ, we hear you. No firmware support whatsoever, because like it's proprietary patches sent out via the thing to the other, whatever it is. Did you know Ohio gets a cryptid? That's just a giant frog that's also a wizard. Well, that's cool. I think our cryptid is like a swamp rat or something. No. I'm thinking of not a swamp rat. There's a it's like a. Whoa! Did my light turn off? Did my light just blink on? Maybe it's because Kara went to the bathroom and the light blinked on. I feel like that light just turned on. Was I super darker and now I don't know. Whatever. That might have power issues going on, which is concerning. Anyway. Yeah, we have skunk rat or something like that. I forget. Skunk ape, that's what it's called. Thank you. I was getting stuck on the rat part. Okay, sweet. That's just I've just completely zoned out and not included that. AR heads-up display pairing with your iOS or Android device. It's a stroke. No. Are you making toast? Prescription ready. No thanks. What about the 200? Look at this. That's the beefy boy. Full UV. Full color wave optics reduce error rates for doctors and individual workers. Hmm? Oh, ChatGPT. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Instant. Is this like a notification thing? That's kind of lame. Show me what it does. Oh, $500. Wait, there's a sunglass version versus a non-sunglass? Oh, these transition lenses. All day. This is about as thick as I would want them to be, but then this is probably how thick you need them to be, right? Some goofy ass. Wow, only $800. You get so much more crazy. Speakers. Right eye only display. This one doesn't have a display. Waveguide display. What is a waveguide display versus a number display? I guess I don't know why I'm even looking at it. What the? These are 3,000. What the? What are these? These look smaller than these. Maybe that's the thing, is they have a good looking or an almost normal looking front, but then still insane sides. Secure Enterprise. That's what they call it. Enterprise AR solution built for wearability. Minimalist, lightweight. The perfect balance of performance and comfort. Waveguide optics. Ultra bright see-through display. Because the one that he showed had like a little dumbass little like weird thing. Is that what this is as well, or is this different? Yeah, okay, I get it. They look like, wow, I'm a man doing my tech job that's photoshopped behind me as I hold a breaker box. I am package delivery man and a totally not an Amazon warehouse. This seems unnecessary, but maybe, I don't know. This seems like you're just gonna fucking get like, you're just gonna break your really expensive glasses. Oh my God, there's music. Oh God. Wait, this is interact. Oh no, this is just the video being the last video. It's like that Bored Ape thing where they were playing, they were blasting UV without any protection, and then everyone had like eye damage. The yacht club party. Are you okay? Tell me something. Show me. Where's the display? Show it. Show it in action. You fuck. Okay, there's music. I get it. what do you mean the DJI app? That's not even the logo of the actual app. This is the DJI logo. Okay, you're not going to show it, are you? You fuck. You fuck. I hate you. Miniature ULED stereo displays. I mean, I'm not going to buy this thing, obviously, so what do I care? Whatever. Whatever. Like $150 ones might be worth trying. Don't sit so close to the TV. I see what you're saying. I think even like the welding work or whatever. I guess that was like a rotor grinder or something, but that was gonna make you go blind. Yeah, because this is kind of lame that it's just this weird little thing that probably has like the worst looking pixels that would display some of the. Because you wouldn't be able to display, you know, a tutorial or something, or even like a Google map. It wouldn't have the definition to show you things unless it could get incredibly small data into there. Like, what is he showing here? What is this? When, you know, I get it that we're just seeing of whatever, but like, yeah, PowerPoint. Like, what is it supposed to be? I hit download. I didn't want to download the video. I wanted to delete the video. Thankfully, I don't have premium, so I didn't go. Let's see what this one is. North Star Radio usually does some interesting, more drama stuff, I thought. But why socialism always fails. That, or we can do almost cool inventions to kind of go off of the AR glasses. If you have a preference, you can let me know. We're definitely not be able to get through an hour-long Jordan Peterson video. That's for sure, though. Oh, we watched this one already. You can get rid of this one. All right. And Stalin? Okay, sweet.
It has been said that some of you are communists. That is a very unpopular term today.
Hey, it's the GOAT. Hold on. Well, he did Critler. Wait, what's a Critler? Oh, you mean like watch some kitten videos? She just wants me to watch kitten videos. You said FDR? I didn't watch the Idaho, Ohio. I think it was Idaho. She wants to do the kittens. Then I need to do this. I need to do. So that one's exclamation mark, and then the other one is pin slash.
The Soviet Union is a matter of practical fact. The practical fact known to you and known to all the world is run by a dictatorship.
It shall be the policy of this nation to regard...
Wait, he was anti-communist? FDR? Motherfucker, what the hell?
Any nuclear missile launched from Cuba
Stalin.
from the Western Hemisphere as an attack by the Soviet Union on the United States, requiring a full retaliatory response upon the Soviet Union.
The Soviet Union is engaged in a relentless military buildup, overtaking and surpassing the United States in major categories of military power.
Wait, you became the leading military power? That's not fair. We're going to become the military power again. And it's like, wait, why can you be it? Why are you allowed to be the military power? Because, wait, you are threatening to put a military base however many hundreds of miles away from us? How dare you? But it's like, yeah, but you got 3,000 military bases all over. No. You can't even have that one. Fuck you. No.
Acquiring what can only be considered an offensive military capability.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
In these last few months, you and I have witnessed one of the greatest dramas of the 20th century, the historic and revolutionary transformation of a totalitarian dictatorship, the Soviet Union, and the liberation of its peoples.
Sadly, because Mr. Milosevic has negotiated agreements which he has then ignored, I have supported the NATO bombings of military targets.
China is going to eat our lunch?
Wow.
Come on.
So much for the communist Bernie Sanders. Come on, man. Come on, Jack. Come on, Jack. I do like how he started doing that thing, like some whispers. Come on, man. They don't say that. They don't say it.
Man, they can't figure out how they're going to deal with the corruption that exists within the system. I mean, they're not bad folks, but guess what? They're not. I spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader had by the time we left office. This is a guy who doesn't have a Democratic with a small d bone in his body. This is.
Whoa! Don't say he's got a small d. Hold on. He will. Yeah. I mean, he has his limitations, but like, he still inspired a big portion of a generation or whatever, right? Like, he still has a place in our hearts. I got my Bernie 2020 beanie, literally right here. The one and only time I ever donated to something like that. And now fucking Nancy Pelosi won't stop texting me. She's like, "Hey, you up? Yo, I need you to donate to us." Is that what you said?
I spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader had by the time we left office. This is a guy who doesn't have a Democratic with a small d bone in.
It doesn't have a Democratic with a small d. He doesn't have a Democratic, comma, with a small d, comma, in his body.
His body. This is a guy who is a thug who, in fact, has a million.
Like, is a Democrat supposed to be capital D? Wouldn't that make it more democratic? But I guess he's saying he doesn't even have a small version of democracy in his body. Yeah.
In Reconstruction camps, meaning.
Ooh. This has been one of those things that's Carter kind of got me on some interesting stuff about this. A lot of those Uyghur things about the genocide, which has now been unclassified as genocide, and the re-education stuff. Like, it's probably some fucked up shit or whatever, but like, specifically, every one of those stories links to a UN report, which all links back to one guy who is from the Radio Free Asia, wherever it is. It's some specific thing.
Concentration camps. This is the guy who you see what's happening right now in Hong Kong.
And Beijing's actions continue to undermine the rules-based order and threaten the sovereignty of nations.
In 1970, in the mountainous South American country of Chile, a presidential election was underway, where 83% of the country turned out to vote. Representing the Popular Unity Party, Salvador Allende, a socialist, came out on top, beating out his competition by a mere 1% of the vote. Interesting. And after only 3 years, on September 11th, 1973, communist dictator Salvador Allende was kicked out of office by the people he brutally ruled over. Why? Because socialism never works. In 1983, in the former West African country of Upper Volta, a violent coup d'etat led by communist Pan-African terrorist Thomas Sankara ousted the democratically elected government. After gaining control and naming himself prime minister, Thomas Sankara changed the country's name to Burkina Faso, land of the proud people. Proud of what, I ask? But after only 5 years of violently ruling over his own people and doing absolutely nothing else, he was killed by the same people he claimed to represent. Why? Because socialism never works. In 1953, in the Southeast Asian country of Korea, after 3 years of the US military trying to emancipate its people from communist rule, the USSR-backed northern half of Korea split from South Korea due to Soviet pressure. And to this day, they continue to live under communist rule under the brutal Kim regime. And we all know how that's going, because socialism never works. In 1917, in the beautiful monarchical Russia, a violent mob of left-wing terrorists known as the Bolsheviks overthrew the Russian monarchy, ousting Tsar Nicholas II and brutally ending his entire lineage.
I think there was a movie I watched in high school called like Anastasia or something like that. It kind of was framing it from the Tsar's family specifically, and it was about the Russian Revolution. I don't remember much of it, honestly. I don't know what message it was trying to say, but
nearly 80 years passed of Russian communist rule, while at the same time invading and implementing communism throughout Europe, Asia, and Central America, ever encroaching on the last bit of democracy in the West. But after 80 years of brutal communist oppression, the Russian people finally had enough, rising up against their brutal dictatorship in the name of democracy, liberty, and justice for all. Their decades of suffering were truly brought to conclusion by the destruction of the Berlin
Burkina Faso. The new guy is so popular, people sleep on the streets outside his house to keep him from being assassinated. I don't even know what country that's from.
Wall and the liberation of West Berlin. How did the fiercest communist regime in the history of the world eventually collapse by the mere power of its oppressed people? Because socialism never works.
Is that the movie you mean? Is it the name of the movie? I feel like it may have been named after her. I'm not really sure. Because then there was a weird song that Kara was listening to when I was like still new into college. I feel like he's setting up a specific thing. Oh, gotcha. Because there was a song about singing about someone named Anastasia, and I was just like, is that about this Russian thing? 'Cause I don't remember. But it may have just been a name to use in a song. Is it too quiet? Sorry, it's too quiet.
But after the fall,
I feel like there was a song that was like Anastasia. It's a very gothy kind of song. Maybe it wasn't a song that you gave me. It was a song I just stumbled across. I really have such a bad. I'm so tone deaf. Whenever I try to actually think about it. I feel like because they use the little bullets between every time the say social doesn't work, they're implying that there's stuff going on behind the scenes.
Of the Soviet Union, one communist dictatorship remained in Europe, that being Yugoslavia, a land made up of several ethnic and cultural groups. But only a few months after the fall of the Soviet Union, Yugoslavia collapsed from within. Why? Say it with me now. Socialism never works.
Yeah. I only mean, like, I could have been thrown off by this if I didn't know, but I know this guy's kind of a lefty.
Gentleman from Vermont's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear.
This son of a bitch he's in everything. He's so old.
It is the United States Congress which has the power to determine issues of war and peace and to decide whether our young men and women are put in harm's way. It is the President who is the commander-in-chief of the military. It is the Congress which determines whether we use that military. I have heard today that some people think that the U.S. participation in Kosovo now is unconstitutional. They're right. But the U.S. participation in Vietnam, Grenada, Panama, and many other conflicts which took place without congressional authorization.
Damn, all those took place without congressional? Why even have a Congress? What the fuck?
Were
Jesus
also
Christ.
unconstitutional. Sadly, because Mr. Milosevic has negotiated agreements which he has then ignored.
Oh no, Bernie, don't do it.
I have supported the NATO bombings of military targets.
No, NATO, no. Oh, Bernie.
At one point in time, Earth had no socialism. Then we were taken over, engulfed by socialism, until today, when almost no socialism exists on Earth. Why is that? This is the history of socialism.
That's Lenin. Lenin.
Vladimir Lenin is viewed as the father of socialism, the man who...
Vladimir is such a fucking, like, obviously Putin has fucked it over and made it worse, but like, Vladimir is such a fucking hard ass name. It's so fucking, oh shit. You know, it's just one of those just kick ass names.
Who orchestrated the October Revolution, when a group of anti-capitalist Bolshevik terrorists stormed the Winter Palace and brutally...
I got no clue. Trotsky is a name. It's fine. It's an interesting name. But ain't no Vlad. Ain't no Vladimir. You know, it's just,
ended the Romanov lineage. And after doing...
Case in point, or worth noting, I have not read anything. I fucking don't know the timeline of all the different Marxists and Trotskyists and who was the guy? Engels, all these different guys.
So implemented communism all throughout Russia. For the next 60 or so years, Russia was catastrophic for the underdeveloped world. Invasion after invasion, Russia was spreading communism all throughout the globe, like it was an infectious disease searching through every alley and stairwell for its next victim, steadily building what we now know as the Soviet Union. Spanning all the way from Soviet-backed North Korea to the Soviet Republic of East Germany, the USSR had a chokehold on freedom and independence, even going as far as to invade Afghanistan, an inhumane act for the sole purpose of spreading communism.
I've always thought of the invasion of Afghanistan via Russia or the USSR was a bad thing. I would assume it is because that's an imperialist whatever, right? That seems bad. Also, I wouldn't have, maybe he's still phrasing it, but he's kind of deep in the video to be phrasing it. Unless this whole video is just a fucking meme or whatever. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you one thing. It has nothing to do with the United States government, ... I just figured he would have gotten to that part of it already. Interesting. The drunk soldiers part. Shit. I didn't think about it being an invasion of the other countries in the area as much as like an agreement to become a part of the USSR, but I mean,
this was truly a dark time in Earth's history. However, for whatever reason, one by one, these communist dictatorships began to collapse, turning away from the dark side overnight. The USSR, done. East Germany, collapsed. Vietnam, cooked. Chile, donezo. Yugoslavia, bye-bye. And just like that, good was returned to this earth. But that's easy. That's understood.
There's not enough time in the video, I don't think, to do a real instruction for my dumb ass.
It's just history. The reason I'm here today is to answer the one question that is on everyone's mind. Why did these countries collapse? How did these countries collapse?
Who did
society just become lazy? Maybe no one wanted to work because everything was handed to them. Were these dictators hoarding all the wealth for themselves and their friends? A phenomenon all too common in the history of these socialist countries? This is why socialism always fails.
I remember back in the day, I mean, I feel like I remember almost the day of, remember vaguely, but when Libya had its revolution and they like killed Gaddafi or whatever, and my dad was like laughing about how they stabbed him in the ass with a bayonet or whatever. So I always just, from that point when I was in that youngness or whatever, I was like, oh, cool, whatever, interesting. He's a bad guy, right? Dictator. Like, yeah, okay. But then I've heard other leftist people being more like, oh, there's Gaddafi. He's, the GOAT or whatever. I don't know what he did or didn't do, but my dad's definitely a little weird. My dad's definitely. We are not aligned on a lot of things in general. But then there are some things because like he hates Nancy Pelosi, and I'm like, oh, based, right? But then he, hates socialism or something. I'm like, oh, not based. So I always got to like, wait, which part of my dad is this? Is this the one that's like what I would agree with and what I shouldn't agree with? I don't know. This is just the intro. Gee whiz.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content. Let's take a look at the history/North Star Radio.
It was faster than I thought it was going to be.
Let's take a closer look at the history of communist Chile to hopefully find a source, a reason, a catalyst, as they say, for its collapse. In 1973, Chile elected communist dictator Salvador Allende, but only a week after Allende took office, communist Chile's entire economy collapsed, and so did Salvador Allende's reign. But why? Why did communism work so poorly for Chile that their entire economy and society collapsed in only a week of Allende taking office? Well, communist Chile was quick to implement government handouts. Left and right, they threw money at every poor, sick, hungry, desperate individual they could find on the street. And overnight...
Whoa.
Yeah, I lied. The true reason socialism always fails is because socialism never gets the opportunity to not fail. Sure, the Bolsheviks were definitionally terrorists, but the idea that all resistance is unjust is a silly concept. Life in the Russian Empire, ruled by the Romanov family, was not a fun time, and especially leading up to the revolution. World War I was ongoing, and however you choose to frame it, this was an imperial war.
It looks like an Imperial Guard tank. It literally looks like a Lehman Russ. You just need to put a top on it. And a guy saying, drive me closer, hit him with my sword meme. But like it literally has the sponsons, it's got the fucking, angle to it, the front gun. You just need a big, dumb, stupid cannon on top. That's it.
A war between monarchies, fighting over who can control which parts of the globe. And these brutal, self-interested monarchs did everything they could to win over their disputed territories, including, but not limited to, sending millions of their own peasantry to die in the war.
Well, the USSR did that times more in World War II, technically, right? I mean, but that was
Russia
a bloody-ass war, and they were invading Russia, so yeah.
Alone saw 2 million soldiers die in World War I. And due to the mass amounts of money being spent on the war, along with the gross amounts of wealth the Romanovs were hoarding in their winter palace, another 1 million Russians indirectly died from the war due to food shortages and disease. An event like the October Revolution doesn't happen in a vacuum. This was a deeply brutal monarchy, hoarding wealth and leaving their supposed people in ruin and famine for the sole purpose of their imperial pleasure. And once the working class of Russia seized power from their brutal monarchy, the United States immediately did everything they could to squash the Bolshevik government and any...
The first part was probably him saying he lied or whatever, but this stuff is supposed to be the not lies part. So is there lies here that I'm missing?
Sort of spread of communist values, as it was a threat to their colonial profits. During the Russian Civil War, fought between Bolshevik revolutionaries and the remaining factions of pro-monarchy Russians known as the White Army, the United States supported the White Army with money, weapons, and anything else they needed to destroy the
Classic
Bolshevik movement. The United States also imposed...
Even back then, man, even before this shit even popped off, man, we were like, nah, fuck that.
Economic blockades immediately following the October Revolution as an attempt to starve out the new Bolshevik government. And although the United States had to ally with the Soviet Union during World War II to defeat Nazi Germany, the Second World War II came to an end.
Brutal. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that they lost 3 million people, 4 million if you count the starving part, in World War I, and then they lost some insane, what is it, like 7 million, 9 million people in World War II, maybe even more. I forget the number now.
The Soviet Union.
Did they have that many millions to spare? Oh my God.
Union became enemy number one until its unfortunate demise in 1991. All right, let's go through these as fast as possible. In 1948, the United States enacted the Marshall Plan, giving loads of funding to Western European countries after the war to rebuild, but nothing went to the Eastern.
The Marshall Plan was the thing that I remember Second Thought did a video on where it went over how It's like a pre-NATO thing, whatever. Because remember Hassan wanted the video on NATO and ended up a whole video about nothing about NATO at all. I remember the details of it or what the ultimate message was, because it was about how the Marshall Plan was set up to. I think it was about using the American economy specifically, and using that to sort of like kind of take over a bit.
European countries or victims of Imperial Japan who faced the brunt of the death toll, including 20 million Chinese people.
Hold on, let me just. Oh my God.
Fast as possible. In 1948, the United States enacted the Marshall Plan, giving loads of funding.
Whatever the weather, we only reach welfare together.
Western European countries after the war to rebuild, but nothing went to the Eastern.
Right, because they had to rebuild a shit ton, but nothing went to
European countries or victims of Imperial Japan.
So that would be these over here, or the stuff on the Pacific.
Who faced the brunt of the death toll, including 20 million Chinese people, which no one seems to ever mention. In March of the same year, the United States and its Western European allies enacted a trade embargo of advanced.
So is that like Japan fighting China to kill 20 million people? What the fuck? It does sound like a crazy timeline. And also, it's just, what, 100 years ago? 110?
Advanced technology like computers to the Soviet Union, drastically limiting their ability to.
The United States began a campaign of economic sanctions against the Soviet Union, right? As classic move by us. In March of that year, Department of Commerce announced restrictions on exports to its allies, so saying you can't trade. The West had a growing concern about selling computers to Soviets. To strengthen the diplomatic and economic sanctions to slow the technology. They love to cut an entire section of the world off from. Japan has really good PR. Let's see.
Embargo of advanced technology like computers to the Soviet Union, drastically limiting their ability to rebuild post-war. The next year, in 1949, NATO was established, which today seems to be understood as some sort of world police, but was originally designed with the sole purpose of intimidating and combating the USSR and their humanitarian.
I mean, it still basically is an anti-Russia specific alliance, right?
Efforts across the globe, stopping any potential expansion into Western Europe. The next year, in 1950, Radio Free Europe, an anti-communist radio broadcast.
Radio Free Europe, just like Radio Free Asia. What an interesting name.
Was founded, designed to expose Soviet citizens to Western ideas and spread lies about both communism and Western capitalism in hopes of creating dissent within the USSR. And in June of the same year, the famous proxy wars began. First, in Korea.
Yeah.
The Free Nation.
Korea's kind of. I've heard a little bit about Korea, and it seems crazy.
Have learned the fateful lesson of the 1930s. That lesson is that aggression must be met firmly. Appeasement leads only to further aggression and ultimately to war.
Following World War II, Korea was split between the US and the USSR. But when talks of reunification were widespread throughout the country, the United States installed a far-right authoritarian anti-communist president, famous for his suppression of left-wing movements and the Jeju Uprising, where 14,000 civilians were killed by the US-backed South Korean government. This obviously caused the USSR-backed DPRK, or North Korea, to invade South Korea, as its people were being suppressed by the United States, even though left-wing ideas and talks of reunification were widespread throughout the country, not just in the North. And after 3 years of brutal warfare, where the US carpet-bombed the entirety of North Korea, targeting infrastructure, farms, government buildings, entire villages of innocent civilians, the war came to a temporary end with an armistice agreement. I don't have as much time as I would have hoped to go into the full depth of Korean history, so I advise you to please look into it if you don't believe me. We then moved to Vietnam, where its people were attempting to achieve liberation and independence from France and other
just almost the same timeline.
Western powers, but the United States had other ideas. However,
every South Korea beside the current one has gone to jail. You mean the one that was just recently elected? The lady, was it? Was it a lady this time? Because it was like after the incel president tried to do that weird martial law shit, right?
The USSR supported them in their independence movement. Are you noticing a theme here? After 20 years of that brutal war, a war so unnecessary and resource depleting
that was 20 years as well? Jesus Christ.
That it caused mass social change in the United States and across the world, we decided to venture into the Middle East, into the beautiful socialist country of Afghanistan. The United States funded and assisted insurgent movements like the Mujahideen as an attempt to overthrow the already existing Marxist government.
So arming Afghanistan guerrillas, a huge effort. Hold on.
The beautiful socialist country of Afghanistan.
Oh, was it already a socialist country?
The United States funded and assisted insurgent movements like the Mujahideen as an attempt to overthrow the already existing Marxist government of Afghanistan.
Oh, that's so fucking classic, dude. So we created a not honest revolution against the Soviets, not a Soviet, but a Marxist socialist country, whatever. And then Russia was like, yo, what the fuck? We're going to clap back now. And that's what that other war was. Jesus Christ.
Afghanistan. This led the USSR to send 100,000 troops into Afghanistan to assist the socialist government in their fight against these rebel groups. You're noticing a theme, right? The United States couldn't care less about Afghani rebel groups, or French collaborating Vietnamese people, or even Ukrainians today. The United States' entire goal in these proxy wars was to fight against the liberation of people under colonial rule, as once achieving emancipation they would side with the USSR, a nation who is actually supporting them in their emancipatory efforts. Socialism didn't work in Afghanistan, in Vietnam, in Korea, not because socialism never works, but because socialism never works when you have the United States empire actively fighting against it by any means necessary. And don't even get me started on South America, a continent where between 1950 and 2019, the US supported 56 right-wing military interventions, all of which were to oust a left-wing government who sought to expel parasitic and destructive American companies. And yes, it happened in 2019, when the country of Bolivia tried to—
Dude, I remember when fucking Congress was like, we now respect the brand new guy, not whatever,
to nationalize their lithium reserves. Elon Musk, someone who relies on cheap lithium
this is different. Sorry,
reserves, pressured the United States to orchestrate a coup to oust the new Bolivian president.
It's just crazy that just some guy's like, yo, just some person's like, hey, just send out a tweet, and then this dumbass responds to it. It's so fucking crazy.
And the same president, Evo Morales, just survived another assassination attempt. They can't get rid of this man, but there is—
And like, I assume that there's like some negatives and problems that he does, or some corruption or whatever, which when they're constantly trying to coup and kill him, he creates certain vacuums and authoritarianism as a result. Fuck.
There's a silver lining in all of this. The United States can put its grubby little hands wherever it chooses to put them, squash whatever sort of movement that has any chance of limiting their global control. But what they can't do is beat resiliency, determination.
Cuba's so strong. Cuba's still going. His hair gives him power, dude, for real. Yes, that's what he's talking about. Dude, it's crazy. Cuba does. Dude, what aura? Dude, seriously. Seriously. Fuck. Kate Rowe. It's Kate Rowe. They got like a fucking Congress
In
over there.
1953, when Cuban revolutionaries violently took back their country from U.S. economic control, chasing out the U.S.-backed fascist leader, the United States immediately cut all ties with Cuba, not allowing them to do any business with American companies. Luckily, they had the USSR, and were able to succeed as a socialist state all the way up until 1991 when the USSR fell. This period of time became very difficult for Cuba. They didn't have a greater power looking out for them from across.
Yeah, it's like all their cars are old 1950s cars. I wonder why. They're all of their imports seem to be cut off after a certain date.
The world. But they were resilient. At this point, Cuba was nearly 100% literate, and now that they had to be even more self-reliant,
Holy shit, I wouldn't fit in Cuba. What the fuck?
Than they already were, Cuba began educating its people en masse, with only 10% of the population attending college at the time of the USSR's collapse, to now when nearly 40% of all Cubans are enrolled at a university. This Cuban resilience and their dedication to education has been a monumental success. Cuba now has the most doctors per.
Oh my god. Dude, that's crazy. At a time when America is just doctor starved. They have the most doctors per capita. As we continue to put them under you put our boot to their neck, as the entire world, the UN is like, stop doing sanctions on them, stop. And we're like, us and Israel are like, you know what? No, we won't. Vetoed. Boom. They made a lung cancer vaccine. I'm sure it's a very specific type of lung cancer. But like, Kara's dad died of lung cancer, you know? Like, this straight up affected our family. Well, it's an immunotherapy that works simulating the body's immune system. EGF, epidermal growth factor. Helps cancers grow and survive, and the vaccine aims to block their function. I wonder what types of cancer it works on. I know, man.
Per capita of any country, with 9 doctors for every 1,000 people, which, unsurprisingly, has allowed Cuba to invent vaccinations even the United States has yet to figure out. The COVID pandemic was...
You keep the jab, brother. I don't want that communist shot. Don't you dare.
Uniquely difficult for Cuba, since people like Bill Gates refused to make public their vaccine blueprints. And Cuba couldn't buy the vaccines from the United States either, so they were forced to create their own COVID vaccine, and ultimately experience...
I know, it's so fucking crazy. It's like, we did, what, Operation Mach Speed, or whatever it's called, where we got, like, the entire globe to work together on this thing. But Cuba, I guess, wasn't invited, and they're like, fine, we'll make our own vaccine.
Experienced a significantly lower death toll than the United States. This country gets terrible press, but North Korea has also been resilient. It's a similar story to Cuba's. North Korea was able to find success after the Korean War thanks to help from the USSR, but they too...
I do think that the DPRK, as far as I know from the different pieces of propaganda that I've been fed, and other pieces of stuff that are more, that are a bit more balanced or whatever, I still feel like DPRK is having a harder time than Cuba is. But that is just the videos I've watched in vibes. Agreed. 100%. Agreed.
Who understood they couldn't be...
From my layman's understanding. But yes, agreed. Fuck, it is so good. Oh, it's so bright.
Reliant on the USSR. So they went through 2 decades of rapid industrialization, focusing on self-reliance. However, when the USSR inevitably dissolved, North Korea hit a plateau and struggled to develop further. And due to American sanctions, they experienced severe famine throughout the entire country in the 1990s and 2000s.
Damn.
But nowadays, North Korea has a new power looking out for them. Actually, they've been doing a lot of business overseas this country. Not the sort of business the United States engages in, almost the opposite. And that power is China.
I was gonna say China. I thought
We do have some breaking news. There are satellite images, and what they appear to show is rapid construction at several suspected silo fields in China that could eventually launch nuclear weapons. Tensions are rising in one of the most hotly contested regions on the planet, the South China Sea. From militarized artificial islands to fighter jets and warplanes.
Damn those Chinese and trying to control the South China Sea. How dare they?
China's heavy presence in the disputed region is putting the U.S. and its allies on notice.
China and the United States both have been getting involved in other countries. But instead of the...
I wonder if the South China Sea is what made Trump call it the Gulf of America. He's like, wait, I want to have control of this.
United States strategy of war, oppression, and total
Dude, I love China for this angle specifically.
Military takeover.
American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
China has been going about it
he has these weird artifacts. I wonder if he uses AI to enhance stuff or something, because there's like weird little blurbs all the time. Maybe it's just his style. I remember those like fireside addresses that he did when he was doing the invasions and shit. And it's like, oh shit, we're going to war. And I was like, oh God, I had never lived through war before. I thought, I'm sure there was still, operations happening in places.
Different way, known as the Belt and Road Initiative. In order to expand global trade, China realized that investing in underdeveloped countries would allow said countries to spend money on China, investing in ports, highways, airports, railways. These investments help both the country receiving the investment as well as China. Some people criticize China for the Belt and Road Initiative, claiming that it ties down poor countries to China, forcing them to pay back loans that their unstable economy makes difficult to pay back. But what would you rather have? A global power invading your country and changing the government leadership overnight to crack down on left-wing liberation movements? Or a global power investing in your infrastructure with the purpose of your country being able to better participate in global trade, ultimately?
Can we vote on that in America? Can we ask if we want? Honestly, either. Well, no, not the anti-left wing part, but just the military. But I mean, I'll take the Belt and Road. Sure, fuck it. Yeah, come on in.
Growing your economy.
I know. I was gonna say that too.
Opportunities that had not previously existed. Socialism has worked. It worked for every country that's tried it, up until the inevitable reaction by the United States. But when people try to argue that socialism never works, they're really admitting that as long as there is a global network of American-backed leaders, allowing for the continuation of America's pillaging of the Third World, as well as a vast collection of American military bases all across the world, socialism can never work. It is always in the best interest of imperialists to squash anti-imperialist movements, especially when that movement is taking place on the largest deposit of crude oil in the entire world. Thank you for watching North Star Radio. Peace and love. Free Palestine.
Have we ever tried to meddle in other countries' elections?
Oh, probably, but it was for the good of the system in order to avoid the communists from taking over. For example, in Europe, in 47, 48, 49, the Greeks and the Italians,
we don't do that now, though? We don't mess around other people's elections,
Ew, what a fuck. Ew. Yeah. Also, they're just laughing about it. They're just being fucking disgusting pigs. I hate them. I hate them. Kara was talking before about how her grandmother or other people, oh my God, just Hassan's face, his little hat, was saying before how there's times where they're like, I don't accept the word hate. Hate is too harsh of a word and you shouldn't have it. And I'm like, yeah, that's the thing I've heard before from a lot of old people in certain ways. And it comes from a place of niceness. It comes from a goodness in their heart. And it also means that like you don't want to overuse the word so it loses its power. But I would like to not use the word too often so that way it has power. So when I say I hate those two that were just there, they understand what I really mean, because fuck those two. And fuck that idea and that giggling about it and like and just like it's because like allowing socialist things to grow across the world, like if we think back to the 1917 timeline and how the whole planet was naturally implementing this all over the globe and all these different sectors. And if that was just allowed to flourish, we would be looking, intergalactic fucking space communism at this point. Like, we'd be 3D printing food and exploring the stars and living in harmony. Maybe that's a little bit of a pie in the sky, but like the world working together equitably instead of as a imperialist, we will take your resources and destabilize you under our boot to use you for cheap labor. Yeah, and it just wasted so many resources and so much effort. Like you can just see what China does on its own, in its own little bubble, and it doesn't, extend out and do imperialism wherever it is, and it just is able to improve its own thing with the videos of the cities that they have are just immaculate and uplifting their individuals out of poverty and providing. And fucking Cuba and what they've been able to do, absolutely. But just like if you tell someone, look at Cuba, look how great it is, they go, ugh, old cars, right? But obviously they have a very different situation because they have a very different population size and resources available to them because we keep them from getting things. But just imagine what some place like Cuba that can do with its doctors and its education system. But imagine that. Yeah, true. In many valid ways, it is dominating us. And so, like, imagine these things actually working together more openly and safely. And every new country that gets added to the fold provides endless numbers of new geniuses and also new resources, new populations, new sectors of the planet. The whole world would be 24/7 cooking on just making everything better. And maybe there would have been something that fucks it. But then that would be the fucking crime of that thing instead. But instead, we are the crime that stopped it. For the past 120 years, we've stopped it. And we deserve all the fucking hate for it. That's what it is. And people look at you and go, what, you're not proud of America? And I'm like, no, man. Just, goddamn. Like, we live, like, the person that would come in and clean in the overnights with me, she'd be like, oh, I'm so happy to be born in America because it's so bad out there. And like what we have sucks. She works fucking 2 jobs, lives alone, works a hard life, has a perpetual limp in her leg, constantly has people like taking advantage of her and stealing from her. And she's still praying to God and how much she loves that she was born in America because it sucks in other places. But it's like, we made it suck in those places. And we made it suck for you now. Like, you think you got it good? You don't. You could have it much better. And those people don't have to live in squalor. We put them in squalor. True. Yes. Yeah. And it's really interesting to hear them talk about it, hear people talk about it, and then see the oppression of the third world come here as we fucking build alligator Auschwitz right there in my fucking, backyard. And we snatch people off the street with no fucking due process. And then my mom and my parents are just like, I don't know. I heard it's bad. I don't know. I'd rather not get political right now or whatever. And it's just like, oh my God. It's fucking brutal. This is kind of a bummer sentiment to end things on, just because it's getting like, look at this. It's 9 a.m. It's about that time. But hey, I was actually kind of happy that we we got to kind of like crank out some more because it was getting kind of like low energy. So I was like, but then I got a pep in my step, getting to talk about stuff, and I had fun. But I should try to at least plan the thing, and then also my brother should be coming over in a little bit. Keep cranking, keep cranking. Oh man, there's so much. Look at this. You can't. What? I mean, I could reduce the iris on my camera, but that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. It's just we could have had. I selfishly think that we could have had 100-year head start, right? Instead, we have to fight out of the hole. So like, oh well, not for me, I guess. I won't get to have my head living in a jar, living in fucking perpetual VR paradise or whatever. Nope. My dumbass will be fucking worm food. Shit. Shit. Welcome back in. Barb. You gotta fight for your right to party. Hell yeah. That's Kara, what are you doing in your room? It's almost like she went to work, but wait, it's Saturday on a holiday weekend. Wait, what's she doing? Maybe I missed her walking around somewhere. Yeah. But hey, Zoran's winning in New York if they don't fucking do something disgusting or whatever. I mean, they're going to try to rat fuck him in the election by propping up Adams or whatever the hell. God damn. Zoran gives me hope. It's just a fucking social democratic policy. It's not even that fucking insane. But you know what? We're taking our baby step. Oh man. And then Corbyn in Europe, in England, UK, England, he's gonna get deported, but hopefully it lights a fire. Man, if you think it's gonna go that far, that's dark. That's what I was worried about. No. Oh god, I'll start lighting candles now. I don't know if oh man, dude, seriously. I don't want to make his wife have to mourn him. Jesus, no, please. We need no, we need a shining example. I know. That's true. I'm just trying to think about loud. Like, if it happened, would people on the street try to get in the way and stop the car and like? Because there's the protest tactic of like unarresting somebody. So when the cops drag somebody behind a wall of cops to then start handcuffing them and separating them from the crowd of protesters, there's basically the tactic of as a group going back in and pushing that wall of cops away and then grabbing that person and pulling them back out of the thing to have them be unarrested. You have an official streaming schedule yet? So far, the schedule's been 1 a.m. every day. There was that one day after the Pride Parade. So there was that day on the Pride Parade where I streamed at 11 because I was going live on the IRL portion. And then I was sore and kind of went through some other stuff to make sure I got some other video edits out for Cinemarxism. All day, every day, 24/7. Some channels do that. Some channels have like a rotation of guests that they bring in and they just sit down and do the next shift or whatever. That's kind of wild. Not me, probably. Maybe eventually. That'd be sick, kind of, right? Right? Yeah. But I don't know that I'm that electrifying, but I appreciate the offer. Eventually it might shift around if I find a time slot that makes more sense. If I actually get to collaborate with any of these other big traders, the cat can take over. I wish, dude. I wish. Zenith/ZZ. She's definitely a cat that'll get in your lap and talk to you all night. But Filko, he's just a little antisocial baby. You try to put him in your lap and he jumps away. I wish. Is it for a certain reason? Well, the hope was I would have had more of an impact. Like I know that Carter is going to do a green screen stream where he kind of opens up a video editing contest to edit some funny, stupid shit about his green screen thing. So then I can edit a video and have him watch it on stream. And if it wins, I win some money. Yay, money. But then I might have an opportunity to sort of like shout out my stream in the video or something. So then he might be willing to raid into it because he would end around 2 to 3 a.m. So me being up and running and into my good content around that point should be a safe time and a good time. And Cinemarxism is similar, where he has a stream that kind of ends around 3 a.m., sometimes earlier, sometimes not. So that would be the hope, is that to kind of like enter into the Hassan orbit, the galaxy, as a small meteoroid, and then just get a little bit of the shade or attention from the other smaller planets in that whole system. That was the plan. That was the time slot that would make sense to kind of start around and then see if you can get anything going. And then also they still have, because I know that Tofu Ghost was another person who would stream in the overnights, but they kind of have been like in between and not streaming a lot. So there's a bit of an opening as far as like that group of people. But there's other people who I've discovered since who are smaller, who also do that similar time frame specifically. So there's never a completely open time slot. The people stream literally 24/7 all over the place. But definitely, I feel like during Hassan's hours doesn't make the most sense, but maybe it does, just because he offers a much more direct political thing. Mine's a bit more of a goofy, whatever kind of shit. But that's like almost 12 hours separate from the thing. But yeah, finding a time that works better for real life would also be good, just because pushing things at 1 a.m. makes it tough, because I have a lot of people like my local DSA. They can't really watch the stream because if it's just in the middle of the night, they're like, well, we have day jobs and we have normal lives. So it's like, fuck. You know? And the people that stream right after Hassan, basically, yeah. So my goal was to try to like stream a little bit just at, so those people start up and they're already well established, right? So my goal was to start a little after those people and then to kind of be in my flow when they're kind of ending that way. But technically, once you get that late, you are streaming to the ocean, right? We have the Boomerang person who's from Australia, which, that's that part of the ocean. So that's kind of how that works. But yeah, I mean, I used to stream kind of at like an 8 p.m. ish. That was kind of like the slot. And I would go to the mid overnight, ending around whatever time. That was the goal, somewhere around there. Maybe I move it up to even like 10 p.m. I forget when it was, honestly. Sharks hate the internet. I know. Yeah, they bite through that cable too. Or is that through the through the Pacific, or is that through the Atlantic? I guess it's technically on both, right? It's got to go both sides, but yeah. Doing it through the entire Pacific would be huge. It is crazy when you turn a fucking globe and you just get to that half of the globe. You go, what the fuck? It's just water? God damn. What the hell? What a waste. What a waste. You want to have a whole nother world just on the other side if you wanted to. Fuck, what the hell you need this ocean for? Oh, algae is really important, I guess. It makes a lot of oxygen, I suppose. Fish, they do things. So it'll be a bit of a process. We're still in the first week. Bad world design. They should have spread it out a little bit more. Yeah, for sure. It is kind of crazy how North America is so big and powerful. Just case in point, because of its separation. It's just far enough away from like the allies of Western Europe, and then there's just the entire Pacific to separate it from everything else. And then we did the Monroe Doctrine and fucking shitted on South America early enough to get a stranglehold on it, and then damn. I mean, I guess there's enough like aircraft carriers and things nowadays, but you see them a half a world away coming, right? Maybe they need submersible aircraft carriers. That'll fuck us. That'll get us good. They just show up one day. We're just hoping for G. You know, we're just praying. It'd be like Red Dawn, but we'd be like, yeah. We'd be like, actually, I don't want to be a Wolverine. I want to just, you know, ask them if they need any help. I'm gonna pick my side. Oh man. If only they could have had imposter syndrome one generation earlier, right? Jesus. I hope that they are now. I mean, we are losing our steez. We're losing our charm, our power. So there's a chance. Yeah, I mean, hey, so I mean, I feel like I was able to really learn today about some stuff. Get some specifics. Like, for example, the Afghanistan thing. I was like, you know, USSR invaded Afghanistan. That's kind of a bad move. But there's a way you can look at it where we kind of covertly took over already, or covertly destabilized at the very least. So, yeah. President G, save me. If you can hear, please make me literate. President G, I barely know English. You can just, it's so easy to not just come on over and give me China. Give me Chinese. I'll just wear those fucking really expensive AR glasses and have it just translate. It'll be my handicap, but I'll handle it. I'll sit there and just have to deal with it on my kick-ass high-speed rail. Oh well, that'll be fine. I don't want to end, but I do feel like I should, just because I'm also getting a little tired. They have like 100%. That's crazy. We're losing our literacy rate. That was some of the other videos I had in the docket that was about like, this is Kara's cat time that she's begging for. Let's watch the Walter one. What's this?
So did you know that Walter has an alter ego where he calls himself Dennis?
This is the lady who just records her cat Walter.
So when he wants to take a day off from being the most powerful wizard in the universe and feels like being a little menace disguised as a cat, that's when he calls himself Dennis and will do slightly chaotic things. Never super chaotic. He knows where the line is, but just enough that I'm yelling, Dennis, Dennis, don't do that. Stop that.
Well, that's an entirely silicone straw. I was not really sure what was happening.
Please, but he does things anyway. So this is a perfect example of Dennis making an appearance. So did you know that?
Wait, is this? I thought it was a longer video. Is that? Yeah, it's only 30 seconds. Oh, maybe I didn't hit the right one. This is 227.
So now that 2024 is over, let's take a look back at what Balthazar V5 Balthazar III.
That's her full name for the cat. Balthazar, Balthazar, Fee-Fi-Fo, Balthazar, whatever.
His top 10 videos of last year were. What do you think they are, buddy? Let's take a look. What is with the attitude today? Man, you're sassy. What's got your pantaloons in a bunch, Mr. Sassy Pantaloons Man? Mr. Sassafras? Mr. Extra Large
This is just white woman content, basically, but Walter's cute.
Sassy Pizza with extra sass. Sassafrasa Ding Dong. Government name, Walter Francis. Wizard name, Balthazar Balthazar Fee-Fi-Fo Balthazar III. Current favorite name, Waltito the Dorito, Triangular Overlord of the Universe. I guess the brain cell's nearby because he's trying to intercept it. Oh, did it skip you again? Well, that's just plain rude. I'm sorry, buddy.
He does kind of have a wall-eyed,
Balthazar Fee-Fi-Fo
where his eyes kind of go, and just kind of go wide.
Balthazar III, please stand down. Thank you. I do not want to be a part of your magical escapades today. Okay? Thank you.
Interesting.
Oh, why do you look so sad, my guy? What do you need? I bet it's either a snack or a snuggle. What do you want? Cute little foot.
I wish my little orange baby boy wanted snuggles. He doesn't want to snuggle. He's too he doesn't like getting touched too much. Just his head and the chin and around the ears. Anywhere else, it's kind of off limits, really. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Daily Dose. I guess I didn't know they had a pet thing, but yeah.
Fluffy magical wizard Dorito Maltito. Walter, can you stop staring at me for like 5 seconds, please? Please?
He's got fuzzier cheeks than Philco does, but Philco has more of like a creamsicle white on his chest.
Thank you. I just need some time sometimes to myself. When did you learn to count to 5? Walter, do you know what would make my day really good? Is if I could hug you and sniff you right now. Yeah? Are you all done spellcasting for today? Yeah? Oh, you have one more. Please don't send me to the... I'm still here. What spell did you cast? What spell did you cast? Walter, I heard the brain cell's nearby. Yeah, you gotta go get it. It's over there. Go get the brain cell. Go get... I wonder if he'll notice if I don't say the third. Hello, Balthazar, Balthazar, Fee-Fi-Fo, Balthazar. What? What? Did I say something wrong? Yeah?
I feel like these voiceovers are done in post because it's just whatever video and she does.
Did I miss something?
All right. Let's see. Daily Dose. Oh, my God, it's so long. Wait, you're saying that he made a new channel? Or just like a video? What the fuck? Oh, there you go.
Hello everyone, this is your Deodos of Pets.
Fatima, you want some cheese?
No.
Why are you mad at me?
Is this HD? Oh, I need premium HD. That's a big boy. That's a big boy. That's a big booty. Bipedal. The 3-legged dog. That's so cute.
I don't think she'll ever let her brother walk her dog again.
Oh no. How do you, what the fuck? How could you not notice? Careful.
Guys, it's so disconcerting sometimes. Like, he doesn't seem real. Like, Sylvie, what? Is that comfy?
That cat just wants to hang, dude. That cat just wants to hang.
So, were you doing, did I interrupt something?
Oh wow, look at him go. It's a stomper. Now don't get any ideas, anybody, okay? Don't get any ideas.
¿Quién anda ahí? ¿Dónde está? ¿Quién es? No hay nadie, no hay nadie.
Come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on.
What the? You know, it's a soft landing, so. Oh, it's got WSAD going.
No running on the road. You come back when I tell you.
Her cat really couldn't believe she had the audacity to make a noise.
Put the shopping away.
She's the best. She's the funniest.
Oh, is it a fly?
Smokey Bear's so sick of that log truck noise. He's trying to hide from it.
Sneak 100.
Poor little guy was just trying to take a nap.
Pay attention. Do you even see there's a puppy here? Hey, look. You see? Oh, there you go.
Sadie, high five. No.
All if you want. You don't see him yet. And then you do.
Can I have that? What is it? Can I please? Oh. Oh, it's a chicken. Okay.
Arms crossed.
Don't bite me. Why'd you bite me? Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, it's a yawn.
Yo, bro, what are you doing?
I'm not sure whether the cat could fix her washing machine. This dog really has no survival instinct.
It's like, no, I give up my belly, my tummy. No. No.
Bruh, I'm so hungry I could eat a dog.
You want to see who's full of soup?
No, look at that tummy.
Look at her.
Look at that tummy.
Soup shaped.
For some reason, I don't think this cat enjoyed getting wet.
Those guys are not even in the friend zone. Those dudes are like, oh my God.
Toby. 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 Good morning. Oh, you found your moo. Good job.
That's like a full-size moo. Oh my God.
Wow. Oh, good job.
I don't even know
Might
what
hit
animal
puberty.
this is.
It's a dog. Oh, it's a rabbit.
I'm
Shit.
trying to go to sleep or take a nap, and he's just.
This cow enjoyed a massage.
That would be me, 100%. There are cows in Florida. Not in the city part of Florida, that's for sure. There are cow pastures. Like when we would go out to Brooksville, you would see cows.
Bless you. Oh my God, bless you. Oh my God.
Is it squinting?
Are you okay?
Sit. Sit. Yeah, bust a
Oh,
move.
what a pretty dog.
Bust a move. Bust a move. Oh,
look at that. Good choice of music.
One of this guy's dogs seems a little different.
It's looking pretty bad weather out there. Come on, pups. Come on, get in the house. Let's go. Come on, come on. It's getting rough out there. Get in here. Come on. Let's go.
It's like an air siren. What the hell?
Come on, Jericho. Get in the house. Come on. What the heck?
Alright, get in here.
Okay, I guess you can come too. Where's the dogs at?
Chase me, chase me, chase me, chase me, chase me.
Old baby goats are so cute, but they smell like ass. They piss and shit everywhere. And they stink. Oh, tornado sirens. They burp and fart. Anymore, I know. And the pee on them. Yeah, they. So I was again not defaming because I could just say the truth. One of our brands was called Beekman, and they have like an upstate farm in New York that has a lot of goats, and they sell goat milk products, like goat milk soap bars and stuff. So they would have the little baby goats out, just kind of show them off, just to kind of make it extra cute. And I would have like a handheld camera, but by handheld camera, it's still like one of those giant ass ENG shoulder mounted cameras. And I'd be in there trying to shoot these damn goats all low on the floor, have these cute little moves and kind of follow them or whatever. And they would like piss all over the cables of the camera. They'd be trying to chew the cables. They'd be trying to chew on the piston cables. They would burp and just fart, and they'd leave all these little pellet shits everywhere. They were cute as fuck, but they were stinky. I really hated doing that just because stinky. I'll watch the cute animal pictures on the fucking monitors. I don't need to like see them in person because it's stinky. Looks so sad. We shoot the goats with cameras, not with little smudge. That's cute. Like the video. No, that's so adorable.
This guy has seen some stuff.
What the fuck? Also, it's left in a hot car. What the hell? At least they're taking it in good spirits.
See it. See it. Yeah. Again. Yeah.
There's too many frames on that lizard. Oh, it did not want to do that?
What do you need? What?
That's how you lose a fish.
You need did your mask fall off? Bobby, this can't be real. You just need your mask back here. Here. Are you good now? That's all you needed?
Like horse blinders for that horse-sized dog.
This is really too much.
Oh. It did lick its foot, the lizard did, yeah. And that's just the weird little skin. Oh my god, just slamming that fucker.
Look at the dog. Easy. Star.
Okay.
What?
White people shit. And then they take that spoon and they put it right back into the fucking little pot. You know they do. You know they do. Also, you probably shouldn't feed your dogs macaroni and cheese. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, even if it's not hurtful to them, you probably just shouldn't do that. That's how you're gonna end up with like diabetes dogs.
That's it. Star, you want some more? You want more?
I think that's just the.
I've never seen a dog work from home.
Damn, that border collie is just fucking bred to do that.
Whoa, good
tuning well.
Yo, dude, that is dangerous. Sick. That's sick. Like, I'm just imagining that cat falling off and then getting a fucking a little like rear kick or whatever, and just goodbye cat.
This is how ducks cope with sub-zero temperatures.
Oh, whoa, its beak is frozen. Oh, wow, he's gonna melt the ice. Birds are smart. Oh, it can still open its mouth, thank God. It's this little cave. It likes it. Also, now all those clothes no longer hair free. Me after I leave a free buffet. I guess it's.
That is the end of this video. Are we hoping?
That looked painful.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Pets.
I think I've seen it before.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh!
They really let their intrusive thoughts win.
What?
Lift
Oh, that's
me
so
up.
I gotta show everyone the ridiculousness at the back door. I thought.
Didn't he say lift me up? Isn't that what he said? I love it.
Lift me up.
This moment right here, it's like, oh no, my chicken's home to roost. Oh no, my comeuppance.
I gotta show everyone the ridiculousness at the back door. I thought she wanted in, just like Chris did the other day. She's belly up to the bar for another drink.
Dude, that lady loves her drinks. You know, just that kind of like the type of voice that is, and then her first thought is, oh, that's her at a bar, and it's like, I thought she's just chilling. Okay.
Her dog really said, that's enough of that.
I like it when that happens, because I always do imagine it that way. I don't even know if it's true, but...
Опять тебе.
Спасибо.
Еще тебе.
What?
Some things should not be photocopied.
No, the butthole.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's nuts.
Oh my god.
Bambi does not like the cows. Oh,
that's so funny.
My god.
No, they're like big dogs. They literally are like big dogs. All right.
Ska få sova lite.
I'd be worried that cat couldn't breathe. Yeah.
Digga, mal ablecken bitte. Dankeschön.
International cats. Oh,
the family wanted to include them.
That island chicken nest.
That's so cute.
Can you say hi?
Got the scream.
Hey,
Hey. Hey.
Hey.
Hey.
What the fuck? No.
Poor little guy just wanted to sleep in.
That's Kara every morning. Like, hello. Hello. Oh, no, okay.
Eddie. Okay.
I'm walking. What does it want to do?
I like how we
Think it's an
promote the
apple or
worst
something?
behavior ever. Levi Jordan. He's
Horse girl. Horse girl. Horse girl. Horse girl.
hungry. What are you doing, buddy?
This cat really couldn't believe what they were seeing.
No, you're not that grumpy. Who's that? When I finally saw a horse in person, I was like, oh my God, that thing is massive. You see it and you know the proportions or whatever, you get kind of, it's big. People sit on top of them. It's bigger than a person, but you're like, oh my God, it's big.
This one is very, very sweet.
The food tax must be paid.
Dude, my dog loved pizza crust. He just fucking loved it. What is it? It's a belly of a... Oh, no. I thought the brown was a dog, but the black is the dog. Bareback riding. Wow. Impressive. Damn.
They were having a pizza night, and I think their dog wanted a slice.
Dude, that's me when they're having pizza. What the hell? What the fuck? That dog's about to break that glass with its teeth. A snail? Oh my goodness.
Poor little guy had an itch.
Delivering packages, we have been told what to do for dogs. What do I do with this? What do I do with cow? Hi, friend.
Just treat it like a dog.
This dog sensed a disturbance in the force.
Oh, I was wondering. I didn't notice it was missing a leg.
Oh, you good?
Like, damn, you were recording that. Out of all the times we were recording, you had to record that. Oh no. Yo.
This might just be the most terrifying dog ever.
It looks like it's in Five Nights at Freddy's. That looks like it's one of those fucking... Monka.
What's going on, man? Whoa! Oh my gosh. Ah!
I don't understand.
This is the first goat to ever run an entire marathon.
Et c'est ça l'image. L'image du marathon international de Marrakech.
Damn, I lost to a goat. Fuck. I thought we were supposed to be persistence hunters. How did I lose to a goat? It only eats grass. Is that a bee? Look out, don't eat the bee. Your face.
Does anyone else like to keep their
That's just its nuts.
pets in their hoodie? Something close to your heart. You can whip it out when you need to.
No.
Good morning, Buford.
What the hell? I
spilled the sugar.
What? Don't show me that shit fast forward. I want to see that shit's real time.
Reggie, get. Reggie, get.
no.
Look at him.
Why'd the cat all
Reggie,
up
you're
in it?
already sweet. Get out of the sugar.
Yeah, it's insane.
She's not my cat. She's not your cat? Yeah. She came from here? She came from here. No! Girl! Oh, she's going back home. Bye, girl.
What is wrong with these cats?
That's crazy.
Like bro, 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 like bro.
This cat is on a workout plan.
Oh no. Oh.
Little guy was just trying to make their point.
That's Eeyore. That's an Eeyore cat.
Yeah, go on. Is it gonna bite my finger off?
I want to see it bite.
No.
Don't fuck around with those birds, dude. That's really dangerous. And yeah, don't fuck with those birds like that. Just like, even like doing those big jump scare moves or whatever. Jesus.
Eso está mal.
I don't think he did it on purpose, but still.
Ay, Dios. Ay, Dios. Me divertí, la gata estaba sobre los panes acostada.
Like, you know, let rest for 5 minutes, come back. What the hell?
This bird decided to make a nest.
That's crazy. It's just it's just a hairstylist.
Oi! You two.
I was gonna make a homophobic joke by giving it like a gay persona. I'm like, you know what? I'll just say it's a hairstylist, but then I'll say that what I was going to say.
You're supposed to be asleep. It is 8 a.m.
Their cat pretends to eat plastic to annoy her.
What the hell? I want to grab the branch. 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 Oh, that's it doing the noise.
This cat knows how to relax.
What the... Dude.
This cat doesn't know how doors work.
Oh my god. Please, please, please don't do that. Come here. Come here. You can go out the same way you came in. Okay.
And turns back to the glass. Yeah. Oh, is it really gonna do that?
Oh my gosh.
So why does this dog look so guilty?
Goose.
That's you. I mean, there's like a rug on it, but was this an impressive video? I guess the leggings.
This looks like the cutest cat party ever.
Wow, you really went hardcore.
I think they always have been.
Australian Shepherds are such pretty animals.
I think you're in the wrong house, Frank.
It was. It's not fair.
Aww. That's obviously an incredibly trained
I hope
dog.
you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
That's an obviously incredibly trained. I mean, if it's in a photo shoot, especially for a high brand, what the? How to stop a dog attack. Is this where you put your finger in his butthole?
In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to stop a real dog bite in 3 seconds or less, guaranteed. Literally thousands of times. It's theoretical for me. I've choked dogs off bites, not
Choked dogs. It is. Bro came in with a finger. I don't think it's actually.
We now refer to him as the diddler. If your plan to stop a violent dog attack involves household cleaning supplies, yelling, or exploring the canine colon, you have zero plan. You're improvising.
You haven't seen that video before? Man saves dog by fingering butt hole. Oh, that's not. This is a React channel? Come on. No. Just give me the fucking thing, dude. Nope. Facebook meme. You don't need to see that? Okay, fine. Donald Trump for president post. What the fuck? Wait. What? Why? What is this? Why is this a fucking... What did they what do they know? What the I was not expecting that. Okay, you get the idea. Oh, it's us leaving HSN or some other people. Look at my old ass story. Or not my story, my face. How do I see profile picture? Split? Does that work? No, that's not. That's good. Oh wait. Am I young? That's no filter right there. That's the no filter. That's just what I use. Oh my god, dude! I have not seen this zoomed in forever. What the fuck? I was a baby. Oh my god, this is me. Like, I would have to be like 26-ish. What the fuck? Dude, I would have been a much better streamer back then. What the fuck? No one's gonna watch this. Who's watching this? Why would you watch? What the? Oh my god, that would have been sick. Maybe they've done something to this. Maybe they made it look prettier or something. What the fuck? Oh no. What do you mean Lyme disease? What? Yeah. I mean, technically, I think every organism, every cell in that body is dead and has been replaced with this. Oh. Hey, the hairline's still good, though. You know, there's a little bit of a, you know, it's coming down the front, not the brain. There's probably some of the... I thought even brain cells have an age to them, but maybe it doesn't work that way. I still have this hoodie. You're stuck with that part? Damn. Well, if it lasts forever, that gives me hope with the brain in a jar. It doesn't get replaced? Oh, what do you know? You know, I don't think when I close my eyes, I picture this. I remember there was a point in time where I would kind of still picture myself as like a high school version of myself or whatever. Like probably at this point I was picturing that, but I don't picture this anymore. I picture this. Probably because I sit in front of a camera and can see myself every day. So I guess you also get in front of a mirror. Okay, whatever. Yeah, but crazy. So no wonder. No, but you're giving me ideas. You're giving me ideas.
These are the best pet videos from the past 10 years.
I assume we're going to have the same ones in here, right? Good lord. God. That would make you scream in pain, for sure. Oh, the ear slap? Yeah, that's funny. See you.
This little guy let his intrusive thoughts
No, don't you go in there. No, your delicate, fragile, hollow
win.
bones. He stared. He stared into the abyss and said, "Yes." Whoa. No.
I know.
No. Look, just dirty paw prints. Wait.
I know.
Hold on, I need to read. Cancel.
Oh no.
You did.
It's okay.
Oh,
buddy. It's okay. No.
No. Hey, yo, what? Whoa, hold on, wait. Do you have a dog, right? Does your dog have dog toys? I guess it's a dog toy, right? The dog was playing with it. It's a dog toy. Mm-hmm. It looks like it's ribbed. It has like a texture to it. Weird. Weird.
Ready, boy?
Oh!
This dog was blown away by this magic
I think I've seen that one before, but oh my god, that's crazy.
trick.
Poor thing.
Get back in here now.
Oh no. That's like my second. That's like my favorite kind of content. Is that specifically cats jumping and leaping onto a part of a man he was not expecting. Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, it's a classic. I guess this is supposed to be all classics. Oh. I don't think I've seen that one before. This is great.
It's just a sock.
She gave him an egg to see if he would be gentle with it.
Impressive. Impressive. I mean, that's like, you ever been there with like a fly swatter or something and you're like, okay, like a glass to catch a bug and you're like, okay, real good, like, and then you miss and you're like, fuck, you know. Whoa.
This dog got
Also,
caught.
it left a shit on the floor. As you could see, it left a fucking shit because bunnies suck. Look at that. Little turd.
This dog got caught eating his cat.
What the fuck? What the fuck? That's also a great bit, is watching the cats just use their insane reflexes. Just the potential energy inside of a cat is remarkable. No! Oh no! Oh god! It was almost so smart. It just needs thumbs.
Buddy. Smile.
The cat looks like it's huge because it looks like it's like at the window already, but it's obviously not. But yeah. Yeah. Oh.
This cat only knows how to take giant bites.
No. No. What the? Yeah, he's like, what the fuck? Oh, I smell.
This is my new carpet. It's new!
come on, man. No!
Mm-hmm.
This frog absolutely hates it when he has to take his medicine.
Lime really hates this stuff. Oh, I'm so sorry. Come on, you gotta get it. Stop. Oh, stop.
Here comes the tornado!
I've never thought how to give a frog medicine. That's a good one, right? That's the share remote, yeah. Dogs' happy dances are some of the most heartwarming things. And I guess golden retrievers obviously would just take it up to another level.
Everywhere.
Relax, little buddy. Ooh, careful. You got dizzy. Oh my god.
Here you go. Here and I take it. Here and I take it.
What the fuck? In our space? No, just the original. Yeah, why does he look so smug? What's his platform? Hold on.
This cat was absolutely flabbergasted at how good this cleaning tool is.
Yeah, the Hoover takes out some hair. Wheel Milo.
Can you show me your booty?
Oh, what a sweetie. Oh, okay. If you're doing that, if you're ripping that away, yeah.
Morreu de novo, tadinho. Vamos ver se ele tá vivo.
Oh.
Tell me what
Ooh,
species
they did the buck wiggles, but she couldn't see because her face is in the box.
this is.
Really? Wow, that's crazy. Because they did like the stiff leg thing, which made me think that it was similar to like the fainting goats or whatever.
Bear. What the f?
Hi.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm gonna be home soon, okay?
Sit. Hey, good boy. Oh, Michael! There he goes.
It's a broken foot and he just goes off running?
Let me show you.
Super dog.
You cannot keep interrupting. No. I'm having a conversation. Not gonna...
Dude, this is like ZZ, but not, instead of coming out of the cushion, she comes squeezing out from under the sofa. But that's 100 times cuter.
This bird thinks they're a cat.
Big baby.
はい。もういいよ。もう閉めないよ。
Birds are too smart. Jimmy jump. Oh, see you.
Oh my god!
I didn't see what that was. Oh, wow. Help me.
This hamster had an existential crisis.
You think so? Hey, it's me. What's up? I'm getting close to the end here, but I just kept clicking on one more video every time.
¿Pollito? Ya, pero vas a comer la lechuga. ¿Lechuga? ¿Lechuga?
No.
Uy.
Oh, they really? Oh, that's sweet.
All I'm saying is don't give me attitude.
Glad to hear you got there safe.
I want a donut. I want a donut. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay, they flanked this. No way.
This rat mom decided that it was bedtime for her babies.
Folded.
Bailey, you want a treat?
Vinegar. Oh. We're not 40 yet, are we? There it is. Oh my goodness.
I have never seen someone get so jealous.
Great camera work, honestly. Oh. What the hell? Like, I need to go with you. What the hell? What the fuck? See it.
He totally forgot how to jump on the couch.
Get your PC back up together? Hell yeah. Oh man, you can tell that couch has had a lot of dog on it. That is some serious dog action. You ain't gonna get much resale for that one. You move into a new apartment and your cat just feeling out the stuff.
No, get down.
Oh, God. I was scared. Wow, did it know there was a fucking thing up there? I don't think so. Yeah, little tiny guy. I don't know if you've seen. Let's see, Cole. I think this works, right? Yeah, Waffbot got it in there. I've been making somewhat recent. Wait, I think I did post it in the group thing, whatever it is. I didn't make one yesterday for the 4th, whatever, but we'll make one today, hopefully. Maybe my brother will give me a good idea. Wait, you've been liking them already. I'm sorry, it's been a long. It's been a good day. Yeah. I mean, it's just a good exercise in like, just trying your best to be able to crank shit out. I'm a bit of a perfectionist with shit sometimes, so I feel like no script is ever good enough. I feel like no video idea is good enough. I feel like no edit is good enough. All those different things, but by just throwing stuff out there. I'm in my living room. It looks like the sun. I realize. I moved my stream room into the living room. It's just very bright because usually I've ended a long time ago. I usually start at like 1 a.m. nowadays, but yeah. We're trying things out. Oh my God.
Poor guy had all his thoughts sucked out of his head.
Is that a deaf kitty? I love deaf pets only because you can vacuum them. Obviously, it sucks for them to lose their hearing, whatever it is, but I've also seen videos of what is it? Deaf dogs like watching fireworks going, wow, beautiful. And it's like, oh, that's nice. It's so chill. Oh, yeah. Whoop!
This guy trained his cat to turn on the Xbox.
Big man, I need the Xbox on, please.
Oh, what a sweet little kitty. Okay, that was a laser pointer. Okay, also, that's not an Xbox. What the hell? Whatever.
Here you go, Racky. I know how much you like wieners.
Stupid. I love this one.
These guinea pigs are smart enough to figure out how to close the cage.
Back up. Back up.
Together, 3, 2, 1, pull! Nope, 3, 2, 1, pull!
Say water gone.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no.
So freaking.
Undercover cop found. What the hell?
Excuse me! No!
No!
This dog gets really excited whenever it hears someone say popcorn.
Popcorn.
No, the cat was so sweet.
What's that? Oh my god. What is it? What is it? What have you done?
Excuse me, sir. Can you help me with my
$1.
taxes?
That's an old puppy. Oh, you can see its face. I know the pizza did. Oh, I'm hungry too.
This cat is absolutely disgusted with his baby.
The attitude, the shade. Oh my god. the gym helper looking to the camera in the office. Ooh.
Should I get a dog? Should I get a dog? Should I get a dog?
Excuse me? Oh, you're so dramatic, bro. Oh.
This poor little guy doesn't know how wheels work.
Oh, he's so close to getting it. It's gonna go insane when he gets it right. Damn. Uh-oh. No. Yeah.
Birdie, look at her.
Wait, we saw this one on the other one.
Oh my god, she got it.
It looks better in this one, though. Wait, is that? It looks like it has a little bit of hair on it.
This
Maybe it was
person
recently
owns an
shaved.
overly aggressive romantic cat.
Whoa, hey, easy.
Stop.
Easy. Whoa, whoa. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, it's crazy. Oh my god. That's crazy. She looks so concerned. Whoa. It's like, wait a minute. I was making a camouflage joke, but like, wait a minute. This doesn't belong here. Oh, what the fuck? They got like bombers and like parachuters in the camouflage? That's gross. Yo! Is he shirtless? What the hell?
Come on, mate!
Nice, he's so... Oh, no!
The fully hairless ones aren't actually kind of common. Oh. You gonna sneeze? Dude, what's up here? What? Whoa, 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 what is this? Whoa, wait a minute. What have we got up here? Ooh. I love pugs when they use their little hands. I love them so much. Oh my god. Way. I was doing like the little creep walk. Did you want a hairless sphinx or just like a slightly buzz cutted sphinx? Because I feel like if they have a little bit of hair, it makes it way easier. Because they may not need as much like sunscreen or whatever. Have we talked about this before?
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Dude, that's me outside. Bugs literally all the time. Okay, not like that.
I just realized
Damn.
that my dog is 9 years old and I never told him my name.
My name is Jen.
He somehow got brain freeze via Bluetooth.
That's like, oh my god. You sleeping? No.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
You what? The bugs? I don't eat the bugs. I slap them away because they're on my face all the damn time. They're always they're always up on me. They get oily like crazy. Oh, okay. The pink ones are a little too nutsacky, yeah.
Oh no!
This man lost his dog over 3 years ago, but recently got a tip that his dog was spotted on the street. He took a bus over to the last known location and found his dog.
Georgie! Georgie!
Oh. Assuming this is real? Oh my god. Oh. Oh, that's okay. Wow. I went for the most heartwarming thing to like, wow, impressive. Just the little cries. Oh, it's those little sweet little like, oh my god, I can't believe it's actually you. Okay, those like last waves. Oh wow.
He was
Well,
upset that they
shake it
weren't
off.
paying
No.
attention to him.
Does that mean that that couple like just records inside their house 24/7? Yeah, you gotta watch out for that shit.
You kinda did already a little bit there. Oh!
This rabbit likes to give out change to customers.
Here's 14, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 10 makes 14.
Oh, they have such sweet eyes. They're kind of like a default
This is
dog,
probably
but
the
like
greatest
damn.
video you'll see today.
All right. Is it like getting buried? Yeah, like the ring cameras outside the house aren't enough, so they got to have them inside the house too. Oh my god! It loves the bread. Oh no! Oh no! You've made a mistake. Oh.
Their cat always waits for them to get on the bus.
Impressive upper body strength for a cat. They don't really have arms like that. Oh, this is sweet too. Apparently my mom used to have a cat like this up in New Hampshire that would always just wait for her and walk with her. What a chubby little
Good boy.
Oh, it watched him get on the bus. I love that he assumed the position. That's okay. You know what? Fair.
This dog is being trained to run over to her owner and then sit right down, but she wanted to add a little something extra.
Nice. Impressive. I think we made the same face at the same time. Oh my god. Headbutt.
He didn't want to share his food with his brother.
Let her eat.
I mean, why was there a camera set up to record it, but still hilarious.
Let her eat.
Stiff arm. Oh my god, the quality. So cute. Not my nuggie, dude. Not my. That's my nuggie, dude.
This dog was mad that she couldn't reach the toy.
She bit off a piece of hair. He's like, I know you can do it. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Perfect. No. Think.
This dog has a condition where every time it gets excited, it faints for about a second. The owners checked in with various doctors to see if it was something serious like a seizure, but turns out it's completely harmless. The owners state that their dog is very happy and doesn't seem to be bothered too much by this neurological condition.
It's a cute little puppy though. Oh, but you know it's so it's so happy looking. What did it kick? Uh-oh. This is the weird thing, that the nuzzling thing. Zizi does it is she just wants to get like between my arms. She wants to like, it's like she's trying to like compact herself into a tight space. She'll crawl under the tight covers every now and then too and turn into this little like worm running around underneath. It's just, sometimes cats just want to squeeze. Whoop. See, for the same reason she's eating the silicone jellyfish, she's hungry and she knows not to do it. Oh yeah, Kara's in here. Damn. Good boy. Okay.
They taught their birds
That cat's a little too old to be nursing like that. Okay, whoa.
how to play basketball.
2 points. Whoa. Oh, the breakaway.
This cat wanted to copy this trick.
I wish our cats liked to clean each other's hair. That cat's over there cleaning owls. Intense.
This
Huh? Oh,
cat's
that poor little
tongue seems
nose.
to always get stuck on things.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I've seen this one before. Here he goes. Oh.
This cat refused to leave from the freezer. If you enjoyed this video, I just made a new YouTube channel that is 100% dedicated to funny pet videos, so if that sounds fun to you, then go check it out. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you very
Okay, those are really cute eyes. Normally I'm not much of a snake guy, but wow, adorable.
very soon. Later.
Are you a snake? Are you a snake person? you're a big snake enjoyer? Yeah, the little noodle hat is pretty good. Oh man. Oh. Did I pee once this stream? I don't think I did. Beat really early on. Oh, there they are. Sweet. My little pins got all beat up somehow. Maybe the cat did it. This one doesn't work very well though. Okay. I very much so have to end. We did 9 hours. That's pretty decent. Especially considering I was gonna like end earlier. But I'll be back tomorrow. Whoa, no. Yeah. Or I guess yes, technically tomorrow. 90 hours. I've never done a subathon before because I always worked and I couldn't do them. But I'm unemployed. So the table is open. I guess I would have to get subs too though. That would have to happen technically. Yeah, see, this room was not designed for being this bright. I had a drop shadow, but I wanted to save some like processing power to not turn it on. But you know what? I think my problems are unrelated. All right. Wait a minute. Didn't I have? I thought about something before, but it just memory hold. It just memory hold super hard, which is fine.
I've been trying to control myself, trying to be professional about this.
I wasn't. Okay.
But at a certain point, I'm just really getting pissed.
Okay. Hey, thanks for the 18 months total. That doesn't count for the subathon, obviously. Okay, whoa, hold on. You can't hold me to that. Hold on. Ad blocker. How do you know I have an ad blocker on YouTube? YouTube's getting real smart with it now. Those sons of bitches. Yeah. I have 3 viewers. 3 is where I used to cut it off. Let's see. Who's streaming tonight? I guess it's just Gremlo. Gremlo's a good dude. Looks like he's watching Floods right now, which is kind of interesting. So we'll do a quick raid. Why am I on your hat? The goat? I'm the goat. GOAT. They even put the little periods on it. Also because my hair was a little messed up, I didn't feel like it. So I was just like, you know what? Why not? I gotta like normalize hats to some point here and there. Also, yesterday I did my raid without realizing that it was on a timer, and it just popped off on me. I was like, oh shit. This would technically be the 3rd time, I think. So we'll see if it works. Okay. Ooh, only 2 viewers. Ooh. Oh, there's 3. There we go. Yeah. 24 dead. At least 23 kids missing. Holy fuck. Well, I would say go have fun, but stay informed. Gremlo's good people. And I'll be back tonight.
Go through as we digest all of this, but I'm really proud of all the people who came together. Spoke with the president yesterday. He was supported. Spoke with
Sniffin, thank you for the raid. Thank you.
Secretary Noem yesterday. She was supported. All of our colleagues have been reaching out, but now we just got to continue to finish the job today.
Now, Congressman, you mentioned that your family goes there every year. Is this a pretty popular vacation spot for a lot of people in the area? And then on top of that, separately, what more can you, or does the area need to ask for from the federal government? Or are you set pretty much for this phase of this right now?
Yeah, I'll answer that part first. Look, the federal government has been here in direct partnership. Governor Abbott and the great state leadership, Nim Kidd, my good